1 1 2 3 1 2 3
1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 4 5
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 1 1 1 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 1 1 1
ერთ-ერთი. დაიკიდე. 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 წამოვიდე? მოვდივარ. 1 2 3
ამის პედლიშკის დამაგრება ისი შე
ერთი წამო. ერთი.
Ladies and gentlemen,
ერთი.
არ მუშაობ. ერთი.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
ხარი ეხლა წავიდა სადღაც ოღონდ დაურეკე და არის ზუმბიჩი თასი
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself once again. My name is Rastislav Kačer, I'm chairman of GovGe, and it's a great honor and pleasure to kick off the second day of the conference with a special guest, President of Georgia. But before we come to our debate, we got some bad news from yesterday. So I spoke to the President in the morning, and he agreed that in recognition for this terrible tragedy which happened in Nice, where I think almost 100 people, around 100 people, will die in the consequence of an attack. I'd like to ask you for a minute of silence and reflection on this. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I understand, Mr. President, we got also some good news. You become a grandfather. And being a grandpa, I got that experience for 2.5 years, so congratulations on that. That's more positive thing to talk about. And without any further ado, let me come to our discussion. I don't need to introduce President in his own country. I'm not going to do it. I want to say a little logistics for the audience. We got around 44, maybe 45 minutes. We'll have a couple of questions from the floor and then get ready with a couple of questions from the audience. And Mr. President, I'd like to start this question, a little philosophical question. In the old Czechoslovakia, after Soviet invasion in '68, the regime became tough and people were discouraged. And society was not normal in a sense because people didn't speak openly. And those who did, those who fought for their values, who were open-minded, they were called the islands of positive deviations. When I look at the region, and no disrespect to anybody else, but to me, the country here, it's a little island of positive deviation, which we all admire, because you've been delivering on reforms. Georgia is a success country. Tell me about the internal drive, about the motivation. Tell me a little bit about the Georgia story. What do you think is behind this island?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that, and happy to hear that evaluation, especially when it comes to my country and Georgia and Czechoslovakia, which is a very close country to me. I think the reasoning for Georgia's really being a leader in reforms, in the formats that we've been discussing, be it Eastern Partnership or be it other formats of cooperation with Europe, be it our association agreement and its implementation, or visa liberalization action plan, or be it our NATO agenda. The reason for being so concentrated on these targets is our society, and is a demand that comes from and within Georgian society. And Georgian society is the one that determines and demands from politicians, no matter which political background they present or which political union they present, that they be very much concentrated on those kind of issues and those kind of agendas. And the European agenda has really become a milestone in our discussion and the main target in our discussion when we are having here political debates or arguing with each other. So the determinative force in Georgia's orientation and Georgia's dedication to this cause and causes is really our society. And our society has been like that and you brought a term from the Soviet period, has really been like that during the Soviet period as well. I mean, we were one of the most free, outspoken, in a way, relaxed societies within the Soviet camp or within the Soviet Union. That was special about us. That is special about ourselves. That is special also about our culture. So it's a continuation of cultural identity that is then reflected into political life, that is further reflected into some kind of political projects or programs. But yeah, our identity is very much, I would say, oriented on being on freedom, on individual act of expression of freedom. And when you have this individual act of expression of freedom, that is reflected in all various different ways. Yesterday, we were celebrating the birthday of one of the greatest Georgian poets who has really created, I believe, Georgian identity, or shaped Georgian identity, which was from a high mountainous region, from Pshavi, and he was Vajab Shavela, and he was one of the most outspoken poets or thinkers when he was talking about personality and personal freedom, something that is very much valued in Georgia. So I believe this determination for freedom, this when person is determined to be free, then it is reflected in all these various ways. And really, I think that freedom, ability to be reflective on yourself and have a sense of humor, because reflection on yourself always causes a sense of humor. You cannot be serious when you're looking at yourself from the side. You know, you definitely it makes you.
For me, definitely not when I look around.
Neither one. So that are parts of cultural identity that then determine political life, then determine political actions, and that has really caused my country to be one of the definite leaders in reforming and reshaping itself into a very active and robust integration into Europe and European structures. One thing that should be noted here is that we are, by our identity, by our style of life, by our social habits, definitely we are part of the European family of nations. Yet I think that it is one thing to have sort of cultural identity, and the other thing is to build appropriate political structures and political systems. And now we are definitely in the process of building this political format and shaping our political way to Europe. I don't know if I answered your question.
Let me go into what you say, because doing reforms which makes country better democracy, doing reforms which makes country economically more competitive and better performing, it's value on its own, and every smart leadership should do it. And absolutely, you are European. I feel it. You know, I feel that identity when I come here. It's radiating from all the space. It's a unique culturally unique place. But on identity, you're absolutely right. In our case, when we were aspiring for EU and NATO membership, that vision at the end of tunnel, that we become members, and we signed the accession protocols, and we were involved in these negotiations and needed to fill in criteria for chapters that helped to reform the country. But for politicians, you need see the light at the end of tunnel to motivate country, because not all of those reforms are easy. Sometimes you need to do tough things to help the country at the end. I'm thinking of those deliverables, and Frank, my president Kiska was here not long time ago, Slovak president. When I asked him what was his impression of Georgia, he said a couple of things, but one which got into my mind strongly. He said, you know, this is an impressive nation because when I talk to them, they are positive. They got goals, they got vision, and they are not bitching all the time how world is unjust, how things are not working, and they would have always a zillions of pretexts why it's not working because somebody else. They are just not bitching, you know, they are positive. This is a rare thing in today's world. But you need deliverables. You need to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I want to touch water on your European way, maybe a little bit of NATO, transatlantic community. I thought of maybe visas because when I was ambassador in the United States, it frustrated me that we call it the first-class relationship, second-class treatment. And lobby for that was very, very hard. But at the end, we succeeded. What could be a type of deliverables which would help you?
Well, let's first of all say that your experience of the countries of the Soviet bloc, of the Warsaw Pact bloc, is quite an assistance for us. Because when you were integrating, there was no, it was the first time new country was joining the alliances or unions, and it was the first attempt. And you succeeded, and you have success in that respect. And that's a great experience for us, because now we can point to something that has happened already. Yes, it were better times, probably politically, because there was a more calmer climate in the region, but at the same time, this was the first thing that, this was something that have not been done before. So now we can point and show to our friends and to our society that that's how it happened there. That's how it happened with Germany. That's how it happened with the Czech Republic, with Slovakia, with Poland, and we will go to that path eventually. So that's a great, a standing agenda with Europe, with the EU, which is the DCFTA. It is the association agreement. Those successes are on the table. Maybe they have not brought yet very feasible results, but the results are there to come. And the third thing, definitely a very feasible result, something that could be understood and hold in your hands or used by every citizen of Georgia, is the visa liberalization process. And within the visa liberalization, the visa waiver issue, we are also on a very good page, and I've heard great remarks here about the fact that all the deliverables that were a prerequisite to visa have been fulfilled by Georgia. And naturally, Georgia will, it's not an issue of will it or will not, will get the visa waiver, but there is issues concerning the timing. With the timing issue, definitely I can say that for sure, we would be happy if it happened in a more timely way. I think that would be a great message for the upcoming elections as well. I believe it will happen before the elections. But this is the status of the EU. But all debates that are going in EU, all debates that might be problematic, all the issues linked with Brexit, all the issues linked with some of the procedures that are in EU, we accept that as a fact, but it's a fact of the union that we are trying to get to. So while you are respecting and accepting the benefits of the union, you should be getting also and accept and respect and deal with some of the complications that are in the union. So are we happy that the Brexit happened and it is sort of taking some of the attention within EU? No. Are we happy that we didn't got the waiver so far? No, we are not happy, but that is the union that we like, and we are accepting the problems that are with the union together with the benefits of the union.
To that, I can say only amen, Mr. President, because today, you know, I see even within the EU a growing approach of pick and choose, kind of a cherry picking. We call it in Slovak that you pick the raisins from the cake. And this is a very bad approach, because European Union was based as a value-based and security-based concept that through the collaboration and cooperation and sharing things in bad and good terms, and not only picking on something which is beneficial to you in that instant, I think this is an essence, and I absolutely admire what you say. To me, as a Slovak diplomat, was always very important for future of our country to be part of both EU and transatlantic pillar. This was to me like a concept of a family having father and mother. To NATO, to us, was always something which things goes wrong, somebody will go after you, you got the fist to punch in the face and say, no, 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 you don't do this, you know, because here we are, this is our turf, don't come here. In the EU was this mother who would care, you know, who would provide a nice comfort for you, emotional. And we called it that hard power and soft power in politics. But European soft power, which we were so proud about, is becoming now a little bit shaken. How do you see Europe these days after Brexit and this soft power being a little diluted? What do you think Georgia and us, who are members already, should be aware of, should care about?
Well, I don't think that we should. I don't think that we should applaud to Brexit, but at the same time, I don't think we should overestimate the disaster or call it as a disaster with the problems that the Brexit has created. First of all, let's look at the good part of the Union. I mean, let's look at the fact that Brexit is happening and is proceeding, no matter how difficultly, but in a very civilized ways, on the both sides, not trying to get the revenge on each other, but trying to smoothen the process and make it unproblematic for both sides. That's a great benefit because, I mean, you could remember Czechoslovakia, you could remember Hungary, what were the forms of the Brexits in the Soviet bloc. It was not finishing with the referendum. The tanks were deciding who stays where and on what conditions. So that's one of the benefits of the Union that shows you how much it is value or a personal determination-based thing. The second thing is that Brexit is a break of one of the very important parts of the Union, and I guess the Union should be starting thinking, why did this happen? Or what were the problems? And I believe that the great minds in Europe will not only deal with the process of Brexit, and that will definitely take lots of politicians, administrative or diplomatic time, but will also try to think about the causes that has caused this process. Not only trying to think about the causes, but to think also about the outcomes of the process. And definitely the relationship between the mainland of Europe and the UK will be another form of a cooperation among European countries. I mean, Britain, by its existence, by its mentality, by its identity, is a very important and a consolidating pillar of European identity. So, UK getting out of EU does not mean that Europe has changed. It means that the European structures has changed, but the cooperation between European nations will create a new form, and that new form is very interesting, and that new form is interesting also in respect of the relationship of European countries to the structure of EU. Say Switzerland, say UK, and maybe Georgia will be thinking as a next target to do to try to copy whatever the form will be pre-EU membership form that could bring Georgia closer to Europe. That is one thing. The second thing is the security issue, and I absolutely agree with you that the security issue is a determinative in that, also in respect of broadening the European partnership, be it partnership cultural, trade, diplomatic or bilateral. And in that respect, I think that we have to concentrate very strongly that this sort of, not shake, but this kind of, not even ambiguity, but this kind of questions within the soft power part of Europe, which is EU, be balanced by the hard power, be balanced by the security umbrella of NATO, and that this sort of shaking within the family doesn't cause any kind of problems from outside, or even in more cases from inside, because those infiltrations of negative forces could be in very much cases happening from inside. I mean, I don't really thinking about NATO and its future, I don't think about the conventional confrontation. I think much more about security umbrella, which is concentrated on the non-conventional nature of the threats. So I think that NATO should stand up and create a greater umbrella for giving possibility to European nations to settle with its soft power agenda.
Absolutely agree. And I want, in the next question, I want to go there, to this security area. But before that, let me be personal and say I'm one of those who hate referendum. I think this is in democracy, this is like a driver who rides a 20-ton truck with the brakes of a bicycle, and it's often hard to stop, and it can go out of control. So, well, I don't like referendums. When we look at the Brexit and the consequences, not only of Brexit, but also Dutch referendum, etc., etc. But I absolutely agree with all of your points. Coming more to security and to the threats, as you pointed out right at the end of your reply. Second thing where I was stricken after President Kiska visited here, when I saw pictures, his photo coming down to the barbed wire fence or demarcation line, shaking hands with people across the fence. We all know what is going on here, what kind of neighborhood you are living in, what kind of challenges living next to more and more assertive Russia means. But still those pictures were striking in the nature, how physically stupid this divide can be. And when you mentioned the complexity of these challenges from within, I'm just coming from NATO summit a few days ago, happened in Warsaw. And we've been talking a lot into these hybrid threats, which part of these hybrid threats is also the information war, which is going on, the economic corruption supported from Russia, and rise, support for extremist movements across the Europe. So now, we in Europe are concerned, but you got barbed wire running through your territory, and you've been living in a neighborhood which is complicated. Mr. President, tell me what that means, but also what would be your lesson for us, how we should take this information war and this war of influence getting on also in Europe, not only here.
Well, definitely NATO summit was a great exercise to think and strategize about the threats that our civilization is facing, I would say, because those threats are destructive not only in a clear confrontation, but those threats are trying to undermine and destroy the basis of our social convention or social agreement and values. Let me first of all tell you about the summit, that it has given, that coming from the summit we are happy with what we've got, somehow to say, to address our expectations and what we have got. Of course, we have got an impressive toolkit, tools and resources to increase Georgia's defensibility. And that is very important. We have to increase our defensibility, we have to increase our resilience, and this has been set up in Warsaw, a set up with a very much working bilateral agendas on specific areas of Georgia's armed forces on air, on sea, and on the ground. Further, we have got an indication that the issue that we have been pushing and discussing and pointing to, the issue of the Black Sea, has to be brought to a serious consideration. I remember when we've got the association agreement, our first remarks were about the Black Sea, because we said now Black Sea becomes a new kind of sea, a sea where basically European nations will start trading each other. I remember we were talking about the Black Sea in a format of a Black Sea's Georgian coast as an access to dozens of Asian countries to the European market. And this was our ambition, but we have seen that the Black Sea issue has been, the Black Sea security environment has been deteriorating since last 2 years. And those are not only Abkhazia that has happened in 2008 and much more before 25 years ago, but also Crimea, tension between Russia and Turkey, that has been increasing the security threats in the sea. And we are happy that NATO started thinking very seriously and engaging Georgia in the dialogue on the Black Sea. But all those issues are very much properly linked by you to the issue of the hybrid war, to the issue of the propaganda war, which is kind of always linked together with each other. And we see that first thing that happens in the region is we have an intensive bombardment of a propaganda machine trying to undermine the social network, trying to create minds among parts of society or identities or personalities, and then really already after an intensive bombardment of the social network, something close to a militant or in a form of militant actions appear there. And yes, of course, it has to be taken into consideration. And yes, of course, it has to be addressed. And it's a terrible thing that is happening from time. This bombardment of social network is something really terrible that is happening to our societies. And I believe you are witnessing the same in Slovakia. I talked with President Kiska. First of all, let me once more express my appreciation and thanks to this outstanding European leader who came to Georgia, and he specifically said that he would go to that fence. I mean, it's part of his personality, the way he was before he came into politics, the way he is in politics when he went to that fence and he showed to entire Europe the absurdity of what is happening on Georgian soil. But we've talked and discussed this with him as well. This is terrible to see how this cultural or identity terrorists try to destroy the basics of our societies, our culture, and our civilization. When talking about this, I'm thinking like, why don't they take the leaders that they really belong to? I mean, in Georgia, those people very often they apply to great Georgian poets or kings, or they talk about David the Builder, they talk about Shota Rustaveli, they talk about Vajab Shavela, they talk about Ilya Chavchavadze. They talk about the highest human values that are in society. Instead about talking about, I don't know, Hitler, Attila, about talking about some people that they really belong to. Instead of that, they're taking highest values of Georgian identity, trying to undermine their values. I mean, those people who are destroying our cultures, who are causing this kind of ultra-nationalist, radical, hatred movements in our society, they are really terrorists of our culture. They are really trying to undermine the best that is in us. So what I think we should be doing is saying, like, listen, my friend, you don't belong to Shota Rustaveli. Your idol is Hitler. You don't belong to Ilya Chavchavadze. Your idol is Beria. Try to build your idol is Stalin. Try to build your identity under that values and under that culture. And we have to be very sincere in this respect, because what I am finding in Georgia, that those icons of my nation's identity are perverted by this movements or by this bombardment of our social system. And it's terrible to observe, but I think we have to stand up very, very strongly against this. All of us, Slovaks, Georgians, who want really to defend their identity and who want really to defend their values.
Yes, Mr. President, I agree 100% about it. Even furthermore, I would say not only abusing the symbol of our proud history. In countries like Slovakia, in some other European countries, I see extremism supported, extremism from abroad using symbol of Christianity. You know, I see the most crazy people on the web debates are abusing the symbol of cross and Jesus and claiming that Christianity rules, how they want to clean the Europe, and they push the most extremist propaganda under the name of God, which insults me because I'm practicing Christian Catholic, and that insults me.
Yes, when you are Christian and when Christianity, a religion of love and tolerance. Absolutely. Tolerance of the God who said that you have to love the people that hate you, is transformed into propaganda of hate your neighbor and hate your citizen. Of course, this is terrible not only in respect of the wording, but this is terrible also for me as a Christian, because I say Not only those words are bad, but I am very insulted because you perverted the nature of my religion.
Precisely. The last question when we turn to the floor, and sorry, I occupied, it's a very interesting debate. I hope you enjoyed the replies and questions. Quick, elections are coming. What that means for devotion of the country and continuity of dedication to reforms, working on the European and NATO cooperation.
Well, first of all, thank you for reminding me that the elections are coming because nothing is happening here. No one is really campaigning. And please, this is the disclosed information. No secret elections are coming. Please campaign. So this is very important. The other thing is, yes, those elections have to be very, very much targeted on moving Georgia one step forward on our democratic agenda. And that means having elections, having a very intensive electoral process, very high temperature of political debates, and very organized process. Free media. And let me be very open here. 2 days ago, I called for investigation on the case of Kortscheli, which happened 2 months ago. I am still waiting, because it cannot happen. We had a very proper comments from very high political officials, but no effective investigation. The prosecutor's office or the police or whoever is investigating this case has to report to society when a violence happens on election day. This has to be investigated fastly, effectively, and the people who dared and turned an electoral process into a fighting. People who dared and took elections from the voters and decided that instead of political debate, they have to sort of show who is tougher and who is stronger. Those people have to be brought to a legal question, a legal process. And we don't need any more comments on this. We need actions on this, and that is something that me, as well as Georgian society, is waiting for as a guarantor of a more proper electoral process. This is one thing. And the second thing is that the media has to be absolutely free, and the media has to have opportunity to reflect on elections and reflect elections to society. There is no electoral process if we don't have effective ways and means of communication. So those are the steps that have to be taken. We are all committed that Georgia makes a next important and impressive step to Europe, and that is what we are waiting for and very much counting for, actually, because this will show maturity of Georgia's democracy. Georgia already had succeeded in changing the government through electoral process. Now we have to show a further European maturity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we still have some time. We were 10 minutes delayed, so with our beginning, so we take at least 5, 6, 7 minutes more for you. You're the President. There was a lady here in the second row for the question, please. And maybe take 2, 3 questions in one and reply them together. One to one, okay, good.
Thank you very much, President, and let me also thank you for your quite recent visit to the European Parliament. And as we all promised to you, we will deliver for our part on the visa liberalization, and we hope that everything in the Council will follow then. I would also like to thank you for your commitment to international law and human rights, which was embodied what you just said. But when you were in the European Parliament, you had just used your veto right to stop the reform of the law on constitutional court, which did not follow the recommendations of the Venice Commission. And I believe that this was a very strong sign and signal to the lawmakers in Georgia that indeed the international standards must be upheld. So are you optimistic that your signal will have some impact?
My signal on what?
On following international standards on rule of law.
Oh no, that's why I think that depends. That's why veto right is not given to you once. You are trying to use it from time to time and try to apply to that standards from time. Actually, That case with the Constitutional Court was a very positive case because we managed, and this was an engagement of the veto process. This was engagement of the government on negotiating side, but this was also engagement of the Venice Commission to concentrate into a process that as a result brought, I wouldn't say an ideal legislation, but a better legislation that is not beyond the red lines of the Venice Commission and European structure. So I hope that the process will be continuing, and especially with a high level of cooperation with our partners.
Okay, the second question, please, ladies and gentlemen, where we see the hand at the end of the room, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wonder if you could share your thoughts about your vision of Guam and Georgia's role in Guam. Thank you.
On Guam, I can tell you that we had a couple of attempts to revitalize Guam. We are still discussing this issue. I think we had a couple of interactions. I had a couple of interactions, basically not official, but during the visits and meetings of the presidents. And I can tell you that majority of Guam presidents, we share the feeling that this is an interesting issue that could be more sort of revitalized and more revamped. I think that this process would take a much more coordination or a concentration from our side, but maybe even more from the side of our partners. So it's in the discussion, not yet. I don't think that we have come to a clear sort of vision about how to make it a more active issue.
I see that my watch, maybe the last question it was, but you don't have to push yourselves because there is coffee break already 10 minutes happening. And if I don't see it, I'll ask Mr. Singal to get me what I forgot in my room before coming here. Mr. President, this is the Slovak presidency tie. I hope you don't get one from President Kiska before me. I want to be the first one. So they are freshly done, still warm. So I hope you will enjoy it and wear it on the whatever occasions you will find fitting. Ladies and gentlemen, technical announcement as we will finish now. Please don't leave the room because the second panel is going to be done in succession. And let me ask you to join me on applaud for Mr. President for his introduction. Job well done, Mr. President.
Yeah.
We are starting immediately.
Yeah. Please stay in the room, everyone. We're going to start immediately. So, there. Yeah, we've got the minister is going to go there. We can.
Since we made hip on social media, can you tell them if they want to follow me on Twitter, I've got a link in the middle. If you want to, if you think it's appropriate.
Sure.
But if not, I don't care.
By any means necessary.
You know
Okay, if you could take your seats, everyone. I think we're ready to begin. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to this panel on strategic communication and on countering anti-Western propaganda. My name is Tom Nuttall. I am the Charlemagne columnist for The Economist, based in Brussels. We spent a lot of time recently talking about hard power, understandably with the NATO summit in Warsaw, particularly the battalions that NATO lately agreed to deploy to Poland and the Baltic states. This morning we're going to discuss another element of so-called hybrid warfare, and the Western response to it. Disinformation, propaganda, media campaigns in the service of military campaigns in the service of media campaigns, all of which may be wrapped up in a term that's acquired a more potent meaning lately, strategic communications. For the West, and for countries on the front line, like Georgia, this is partly about battling the slick Russian propaganda machine, which is not necessarily disseminating a directly pro-Russian narrative, sometimes doing something more insidious, undermining objective reporting, propagating the notion of multiple interpretations, no reliable facts. But it's not always, not only a defensive act. Often, strategic communications may be about trying to advance a more effective message in the neighborhood and elsewhere about what it is the EU is doing, something that the EU has struggled to do in the past. Often it's about seeking to foster independent media in vulnerable countries, working with networks of journalists and analysts, and improving resilience, durability, improving defenses. So we have a distinguished panel up on stage to discuss this. We have, let me get my names here. To my left, David Bakrajde, the State Minister of Georgia on European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Giles Portman, who is the head of the East Stratcom Task Force in the European External Action Service, which was set up last year at the request of the European Council. To his left, Mr. Kalle Palling. Oh, no, sorry, to Mr. Dr. Lincoln Mitchell, who is an author and analyst, an expert on political development and strategic communication and research, based in New York. To his left, Mr. Kalle Palling, who is the chairman of the EU Affairs Committee in the Estonian Parliament. And finally, Mr. Ruslan Denichenko, who is the executive director of StopFake.org in Ukraine, who's based in Kiev. If I can begin with you, Minister, can you give us some perspective from Georgia? We heard a little bit from the President in the previous session. Georgia, of course, has been a victim of hard power. Can you tell us a little bit about the threat that is posed by the sort of the softer end of the Russian machine? And how have you managed to maintain such a strong pro-EU stance in Georgia?
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to be here with this very distinguished panel to discuss this, I think, one of the most problematic, one of the most challenging issues on our common agenda today. I think that the anatomy of the anti-Western propaganda that is in Georgia, one would not call it soft power, and I have noticed you try to avoid the definition of that kind, which is absolutely correct. There is nothing soft and there is nothing attractive in whatever is behind the active propaganda in my country, in the general Eastern Partnership countries, or in Europe in general, because what it tries to do is just to hold the negative narrative around the country's Western orientation. It is about mainly trying to show the futility of the reforms that Georgia undergoes. Yesterday, the whole day, today, this morning, the president talked about the strong incentive around Georgia's Western orientation, around Georgia's reforms associated with our European and Euro-Atlantic integration. And that is what transforms country to the level once thought unthinkable. And this is an important development that we all cherish, that we all try to support, and showing and trying to show the futility behind these reforms is something that Russian propaganda tries to achieve in Georgia. This, actually, when you asked about the maintaining strong support, I am more wondering how one would manage to get even 10 or 15% support of anti-EU narrative, of pro-Russian narrative in Georgia, which has suffered for decades by the isolation from its natural way of development towards the European direction, which has suffered by attacks on its cultural identity, on its language, on its churches destroyed, etc., for the decades of humiliation. And after the regaining of independence, we have suffered from different forms of hybrid warfare, with energy cuts, with the economic embargo, with the military intervention, etc. So this is the issue behind the consolidation of the Georgian political forces, of the Georgian civil society, that we try to together orchestrated and complementary to the work of each other to show the benefits of Georgia's future within the European Union. The important issue here is that after the collapse of Soviet Union, the support of course was 100% to Georgia's Western development, but that was mainly an emotional one. We need to increase more knowledge-based support. We need to create the fundamentals for the support that will not be challenged by the black and white leaflet or by the myths that are unfortunately spread in the society.
Thank you very much. Giles, you work in the Stratcom task force in the European External Action Service, which was set up last year at the request of the European Council, the heads of government in the EU. This is an innovation, I think, in European foreign policy. Can you tell us a little bit about how this works and what the aims of the project are?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Tom. And I'm pleased you said in your introductory remarks that it's not just about fighting propaganda. So I'll come back to that in a second, but there are two other important things that we have to do. We have to get better at communicating positively about what the EU is trying to achieve in this region. Now, from our research, we start from quite a good baseline in that the EU is associated with a lot of good things. Economic success, fantastic education, freedom, human rights. But at the same time, what we see is that those associations don't necessarily translate into people wanting a closer relationship with the EU. At the same time, the EU is perceived as overly pragmatic, defending its own interests, quite weak-willed in some cases, facing its own threats, terrorism, migration, Brexit. And we also have a problem with the values word, that when we talk about values, meaning respect for freedom of choice, what people hear often is actually a threat to their values, to traditional values, family values, religious values. The other problem that we face is that when the EU is trying to communicate in this region, there is just such a confusing amount going on. So we have the European Neighbourhood Policy, we have the Eastern Partnership, we have EU information centres, EU for Business, the Open Programme. It goes on and on and on. So the problem here is not that we have too little communication, it's actually that we have too much communication, and in communication, less is more. So what we need to do is reduce the amount of words that we're saying and try to get everyone talking about the same number of limited themes around the support that the EU is offering in terms of stronger economy, stronger society, stronger governance. The second area where we need to do a lot more is talking in the Russian language. And there's a real problem here because millions of people in this part of the world, but in the EU itself, receive their information in Russian almost exclusively from state-controlled Russian media. And the result is they either, at best, get a limited view of the world, but actually more often they get a distorted or indeed incorrect view of the world. If we'd been sitting here a year ago, there would not be very little that I could say positive about this. But I think things are really changing. We've set up a Russian language website, so the first time the EU is communicating in Russian from Brussels, it already gets 25% of traffic to the EAS website. We have a Russian language media center of excellence in the Baltics, a Russian language news exchange in Prague, a new program, the Open Neighborhood program in Brussels, an Estonian Russian language TV station, which has gone from 5% to 25% Russian language audience in just a year. So things are changing, but we need to keep on working on that. And then in terms of disinformation, the one thing that we don't need to discuss today is whether it's happening, because we all know it is, and in fact it's acknowledged in the Kremlin as well. It's openly acknowledged by the Russian Foreign Ministry and its embassies around the world, and indeed it is a clear part of Russian military doctrine that destabilizing propaganda and false data are part of the toolkit. So the question is not whether it's happening, it's about what we do about it. And one word or one term I think we should not use is disinformation war. Because the war implies we're both doing it, but we're not. This is one-way traffic. And what we're doing is trying to inform. Disinformation and propaganda is about trying to disinform. So what we're trying to do in my team is just analyze this problem, raise awareness of it, and share information about it so that more people understand and see it for what it is. So fighting propaganda is important, but as I say, we have to get the other two legs of the stool right as well. So getting our own house in order, but also building the quality media for the future so we're more resilient to this threat.
And just as a postscript, it's probably worth adding that your work, or the task force work, is not exclusively focused on the eastern neighbourhood. There is also an element conducted in the southern neighbourhood, largely, as you were telling me earlier, done through EU delegations rather than from Brussels.
Yeah, we face a very different threat from Daesh, but it's also an information challenge, and we're reacting to that as well. But I think there's also a growing recognition in Brussels that that we need to improve communication globally. There is a real threat in the Balkans as well about disinformation that we haven't tackled yet, in Central Asia as well. So I think that the eastern neighbourhood remains the priority, but we see that this is a global problem. And when we talk about Russian disinformation, we have, in the few months that we've been running, received literally thousands of examples so far in 22 different languages and growing. So this is a global problem.
Okay. Lincoln, this conversation often feels like a very European one. Can you give us some perspective from the other side of the pond?
Yes, thank you. And I will
try to give that perspective. First, I just want to thank David and the ministry for inviting me. It's always great to come to Batumi. It's always great to be part of this conference. I am going to offer an American perspective, but I just want to be clear going in. I'm an analyst, I'm a scholar, some might say I'm a kibitzer, but I don't work for the United States government. I don't speak for them, but I also have no real, this is much more from the outside perspective. But to begin with, Russian propaganda efforts look different from the perspective of the United States than they do from Europe. It's not as powerful. I think that's the bigger picture. While we do see it trickling in from time to time, the consensus in the U.S. is that Russia is a pretty hostile country towards the West and our interests, and that Putin is a pretty bad guy. And if you look at your typical American opinion pages, with some exceptions, you're more likely to see the 329th reason why Putin is like Hitler, rather than some kind of a defense of Russia's policy or apology for Russia's policy. Additionally, while I think the Russian leadership has gotten very lucky with how the Republican primary has shaken out, that one of our major political parties has nominated somebody who basically thinks Putin is somebody with whom he can and should get along, and many of his advisors have ties to Russia that are interesting. Trump is not, however, himself backed or funded or a creation of Russia, right? So Russian propaganda, Russian kind of soft power, Russian money doesn't have that kind of an influence in the American political system at all. But when we think about Russian propaganda in the United States, I want to raise this idea that what we're really talking about, to the extent it's effective, is a bit of a bait and switch. And what I mean by that is that if we look at Russian media outlets in the United States, their coverage of the United States is actually quite interesting. So I wrote these notes that I'm reading from now last week. And on the day I did this, I went to RT America, which is the website affiliated with the television station that you would see in the United States if you were watching. And I just pulled off the top few headlines and I cut and pasted them. So I'm going to read them to you, just the headlines. I'm not going to read the whole articles. 1, U.S. to leave 8,400 troops in Afghanistan into 2017, 35% more than expected. 2, shocking new video of police killing Alton Sterling sparks protests, outrage. 3, infringement on free speech. KKK adopt a highway lawsuit goes to trial. 4, U.S. ongoing problem, it can't control its weapons in the Mideast. 5, Washington fears Brexit will unravel its anti-Russian policy. I'm not going to continue reading headlines from RT America, but I think the point here that's relevant for this is that these are interesting headlines. These are much more interesting than another article speculating over whether or not Newt Gingrich is going to be Donald Trump's running mate, or pointing out that Ivanka Trump is weird or something. It's RT. The strategy is to fill a real need in the American media landscape. The problem is it's a complete bait and switch, because when you click on that website to that small article in the corner about Ukraine, about Georgia, you get hardcore Russian propaganda. You get the Russian propaganda party line. But if you're brought in by what you think is kind of thoughtful coverage of the United States, and you're not that educated on this part of the world, that can be a very smooth way to get you there. And that's the strategy. To the extent it's effective or not, it's not effective, but it's not a bad strategy. And with more money behind it and more time, it could be effective. So to some extent, our media has left an opening, and RT and the Russian propaganda efforts have begun to exploit it. I want to just make one more kind of big picture comment, and then I'll wrap up. Russian propaganda is real and dangerous, but it's not all encompassing. And we should be careful about ascribing too much to it, about seeing it as too powerful and giving credit to it for things that it didn't do. So examining things like the Brexit vote, opposition to NATO expansion, both among the citizens, some citizens of NATO countries, but also some of the political leadership of NATO countries, the rise of destabilizing forces in various Western countries, including my own, ascribing all those to Russian propaganda. Although Russian propaganda and Russian kind of hybrid warfare might want to be involved with many of those things, ascribing all of it both overstates what Russia's doing, but also makes it easier for us to ignore the problems with which we really have to wrestle. And political elites, and that is what most of us are in this room, we need to get better at explaining, as you were talking about, why we believe the things we do about international relations, right? Why we believe that promoting democracy is important, why we believe that NATO expansion is important, or why we should, or if you're sitting in the United States, why we should care about Crimea, right? The answers that exist now are simply not compelling for many ordinary citizens of the United States, and I would assume for Europe as well. And that is a failure of the political leadership in our own countries. That is not a credit to Russian propaganda. We don't want to give them too much effort there. I want to just touch on one thing about Georgia in this, because we're here in Georgia, and because it's a country to which I give a lot of thought kind of all the time. Georgian soft power, while it can't compete with Russia in terms of scope and money behind it, is real and shouldn't be overlooked either. And particularly in the American press, we've seen Georgian soft power flex its muscles in some very positive ways in recent years, and we should recognize that. And we don't see it, interestingly, on the kind of hard news page, right? And that is probably good for Georgia, because a small country pops on the hard news page when it gets invaded or when an election is stolen, right? Otherwise, it's, the prime minister resigned, who really, people don't pay that much attention. But where we see it is the food pages, the wine pages, the travel pages, the arts and culture pages, the fashion pages. These may not seem like the hard news, the most important, but in terms of creating an image for Georgia in the West, they're hugely important. An article about Georgian film, about the burgeoning Georgian fashion industry, goes a lot further in the minds of ordinary people in the West to thinking that we are like them, you, and you are like us, than an article about Georgia being a libertarian paradise that was planted there by the Cato Institute, which washes over most people who don't pay, for whom that means nothing. So just going to keep that in mind. Georgian soft power is significant and can be used and has been used effectively in recent years. So I'll just wrap up that we have to combat these propaganda efforts, but we also should make ourselves ask real tough questions about our own domestic policies in our own countries and what we can or haven't been doing about that.
Thank you, Lincoln. I'm flying to London tomorrow for my mum's birthday, and I think I might take her out to a Georgian restaurant now. Kalle Palling, some perspective, some Baltic perspective. The Baltic states are often considered to be on the front line of the Russian hybrid warfare effort, particularly those countries, Estonia and Latvia, with substantial Russian-speaking populations. Can you characterize the threat for us and give us a sense of what sort of response can be marshaled?
Well, thank you. I think indeed we have a lot of experience during these 25 years since we regained our independence while doing different reforms and joining different international institutions. So we decided in the early 90s that we will never want to be alone again. So it became a new normal for us. We joined the EU, we joined NATO, all the other institutions, and it is really normal for Estonians, and we count even this 1/3 of population who are Russian-speaking Estonians. So I think that from the politician side, the most important communication is the action. So yesterday we talked a lot about the ways, or the Georgian way to EU, some other countries' way to EU. So, and there are probably different criteria, different things that you have to fulfill, a lot of structural reforms that you have to do. Not all of them are popular. Most of them probably are unpopular because you'll have to do more to earn more or to achieve more. So, but one thing that I would like to stress is that you're not doing these reforms because of EU or some other institutions. You are doing it because of yourself. So I just draw a parallel with Estonia. We are the nation with 1.3 million people's population, and the biggest idea for us to join EU, next to security reasons, was that we grow from the market of 1.3 million to 500 million market. And now we have the discussion whether we should grow from 500 to 850 in case of TTIP. So this is the biggest communication actually, why we are doing and what we are doing. And because of that, I think that people's life has been, has gone much better. Since we regained our independence, our GDP has risen some 7-8 times. We think that 1/3 of it is because we implemented digital reforms to these structural reforms, what we had to do to get access to EU. And it was a challenge to communicate about us inside of EU, and it was also a challenge to communicate all these things to our own citizens as well. And we managed to do it quite well until the last year, when we had the first crisis which really influenced us as well, and this is the migration crisis. Even though we have only maybe 20, 30 migrants arrived to Estonia so far, but still it's everywhere in the headlines. It's everywhere in all the newspapers for a year now, and it's really a challenge to explain our people why we need to accept and act in a solidarity manner. So I think that if we jump to Russia now, it is important to keep our own house clean. I mean, in EU, because if we have so many open crises in one time, then we give the reason for anti-Western propaganda as well. So be it migration crisis, be it terrorist attacks, be it financial crisis, whatsoever. So if we communicate this to our own citizens, if we try to avoid that kind of crisis, and if we try to do something that these kind of crises would not happen, then I think it would be much easier to fight with this propaganda as well, because as we notice, Euroscepticism and Kremlin propaganda is quite well connected. It usually appears, some Kremlin troll or bikini troll, you probably have heard about them, appears with some comment in social media, and at the same time some Eurosceptics also wake up and try to post different things and show that what's the case and what's behind that. So I think that in the days when we have that kind of crisis, we should focus more on the content in media. As Giles also already mentioned, we created a TV channel for Russian-speaking Estonians, and it has grown tremendously from 5% to 25%. 25% of Russian-speaking Estonians watch this TV program, and then this is a big success within 1 year, and I think that this is growing. But we should focus more on these social media and digital devices as well, because currently in the world we have already 1 billion, a generation which can be counted 1 billion who has never touched, let's say, a keyboard in a computer to do business. So why do they need to touch the remote control for TV? They get all the news from their mobile devices, and we should focus on giving the correct and fair content via these devices as well. So we have very many parallel initiatives that we have to deal with, but I think that dealing with them can only end with success. Denying that this is happening will mean the fast fail for us. And I will end up also with one suggestion to Georgians. First of all, I will repeat that the things that you are doing on a way to get the European perspective is not because of EU, it's because of yourself. It's important for you as well. And you should promise to your own citizens and to EU institutions as much as you can deliver. And probably this is the most important, let's say, sentence for EU as well. Probably EU has grown too ambitious to solve all the problems in the world. I mean, all the 4 freedoms that we have and why EU was founded. And probably we have gone too far with the social dimension whatsoever, that we have promised too much by EU institutions, and we are not able to deliver that much. And this also gives a perfect reason for anti-Western propaganda that EU is probably failing. So promise as much as you can deliver. So this is for us, and this is for Georgia and all the other neighborhood countries.
Thank you very much. There's definitely some points there that we can return to in the subsequent conversation. But before that, Ruslan, you are the executive director of stopfake.org, a very useful and interesting website. You also produce television programs in Russian and in English, countering the onslaught of Russian disinformation, Russian-backed disinformation in Ukraine. Can you tell us a little bit more about your work and how are you able to measure the effectiveness of your response to it?
Okay, thank you so much. But before that, I would like to respond to my colleague observation about RT in the United States. We were not so lucky with RT, also known as Russia Today. We caught them online hundreds, if not thousands of times. We even caught them on presenting a guy from New York who sells car insurances as a geopolitical analyst in their studio. So they expelled him for a while, but now he's back on air, so you can watch and follow him. And as for our project, stopfake.org, we monitor and research Russian propaganda for more than 2 years. We started in 2014. And now on our website, we have thousands of stories about Russian lies in Russian media. For now, we have, as you said, 2 weekly TV shows, one in Russian and one in English, 1 radio show, and we produced a university textbook about propaganda. So let me share some thoughts and ideas from my own experience and experience of our team from this 2 year of observation on Russian propaganda. First of all, how we work. We monitor Russian media, and when we see something suspicious, we try to check this information. And if we find enough evidence to prove that this is lie, we write a story about that. So as I said, now we have thousands of stories when we caught Russian media, government-controlled media, TV channels online. And now I have a firm belief that this is not about bad journalism. This is not about mistakes of journalism. We have evidence that this is part of very well orchestrated from Kremlin machine that is flexible and that can produce stories, hundreds and thousands of stories. It works. Russian propaganda works, and I should say that a huge part of responsibility for this artificial conflict in Donbass and for events that happened in Crimea and east part of Ukraine lays on Russian media. They persuaded Russian-speaking Ukrainians that the government in Kiev are fascists and they need protection. They are threats and they need protection from someone, of course, protection from Russia. They also brainwashed thousands of their own citizens, of Russians, to leave their families, leave their jobs, and go to another country, go to Ukraine, take weapons and guns and to kill Ukrainians. So we collected hundreds of articles of these so-called volunteers, Russian volunteers, who fight in Ukraine. But our experience shows that they are not mighty. Recent polls show that only 0.5% of Ukrainians for now trust Russian media. 0.5%. 5 more percent, they somehow trust Russian media. So we think it's, we want to believe that our contribution of our team and our colleagues is help to reach this result. So now we think that we heard this mechanism of Russian propaganda in Ukraine. But Russian propaganda is very flexible, as I said. You probably have heard about the right sector. This is the patriotic organization in Ukraine, and it's prohibited in Russia. And Russian media call it fascist. They call them fascist. But when suddenly this organization several months ago decided to protest against President Poroshenko, Russian media suddenly stopped calling them fascist and they started to call them activists. And after the protest, they became fascist again. So they're very flexible in terms, in using terms, and they're very flexible also in I would say that this gun of propaganda can be pointed to any country. So, and we observed when this accident with Turkey, with Russian plane in Turkey happened, so Turkey became #1 enemy just in few days for Russians. And now we see the absolute opposite situation. Turkey again Russian friends in Russian media. And as soon as Russian media controlled by Russian government, sometimes, or I would say very often, we can predict, based on information we receive from Russian media, what to expect from Russian government. I'll give you just one example. It was the first article I wrote for the Stop Fake website by myself. It was March of 2014, and we observed a lot of stories in Russian media about refugees from Ukraine. One of the reports said that thousands of Ukrainian refugees arrived to Belgorodskaya Oblast, Belgorod district. It took me just several minutes to call to Federal Migration Service of Belgorod Oblast, and they told me that this is a mistake. There are no Ukrainian refugees in Belgorodskaya Oblast, and they had just 5 phone calls from people from Ukraine. So it was absolute lie. But what that lady said to me, that they have received an order from Moscow to prepare places for refugees from Ukraine. Hundreds and thousands of places for Ukrainian refugees, but it was March of 2014, Donbass was calm, Crimea was part of Ukraine, so no refugees, but they have received orders from Moscow to prepare these places for Ukrainian refugees. And now we observe the similar situation with Ukraine and Poland relations, we see a lot of articles, a lot of comments on social networks that can be evidence that something is going to happen to spoil Ukraine-Polish relations. So let's see what happened next, but at least we have information, and I think that Ukrainian and Polish government can be ready that something would happen. And one more thing, we had a discussion, should we or should not to disconnect Russian television in Ukraine? And it was our friends from the United States and from the European Union advised us not to do that because it's, as they said, it's another opinion, and public or citizens should have more information. But I think that that was the right decision of Ukrainian government to disconnect all Russian television in Ukraine, because I believe it saved our country. What else? And probably another, just the last point I would like to mention. It's very dangerous that Russian leaders start to trust fakes and lies their own propaganda produces. We caught on using these fakes, we already debunked by President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov. So it appears that their leaders trust lies and fakes their media produce. I believe this is very dangerous.
Thank you very much, Ruslan. Before we turn to the audience for Q&A, there's one particular question that I have that encompasses a lot of what was that's been discussed on this panel, and that is, how effective can EU communications be in the neighborhood when it's not backed up by real or substantial offers of further integration? So, Kalle, you mentioned, for example, the effectiveness of the message in Estonia when you're able to say, well, when we join the EU, our market is going to expand from 1.3 million people to 500 million people. That is not something that, in the work, Giles, that you're doing, that's not an offer, at least not yet, that you're able to make to Georgia or to Ukraine or to many other places. In Georgia's case, even the visa liberalization process seems to have stalled, hopefully only temporarily. Enlargements all over the places in the deep freeze. So it seems to me that adds up to quite a serious communications challenge for the EU. I'd be interested to get some perspective from the panel on that, but maybe I can start with you, David. How can you sell this message of European values, of EU values, when there doesn't seem to be a real substantial offer of integration?
Thank you very much. Yes, I think it will be better to concentrate more about our joint projects, our common agenda, despite Russia. And in that I would like to also add to what Giles has said, that of course we have our own agenda, we have our own positive messaging, and that's what we do. We do not fight with anyone else on that regard. Let me also agree fully with Kalle that this is the transformation that we need. This is the transformation that our society needs, and explaining that, bringing that understanding to the public is very important. We have a communication strategy where, and this event is also one I think, strong and good part of that. And you see a really high attendance. We appreciate the guests arriving, but there is also very high attendance from Georgia as well. This is the partnership that we have. This is our common goal that we serve, be it the government, be it the parliament, be it the civil society. We have here our partners from the Georgian Orthodox Church, and we have the projects that we organize, that we talk, that we explain, and we are highly grateful to all of our partners, because we all understand that Georgia's future is to create a European country. In today's very interconnected and interrelated world, today's this notion of Europe, ocean of Euro-Atlantic community is no longer limited to the EU or NATO members. Therefore, we are Europe. Therefore, we are part of this community. We have been, and we therefore very much are committed to strengthen these efforts that will definitely lead us. But as it was rightfully mentioned yesterday by Commissioner Hahn, we still have to have very sensitive, not to say painful, reforms ahead with the CFTA, with the association agreement, and we are ready for that. As a government, we are committed. We are starting to negotiate this autumn the association agenda for the coming 3 years, and it is going to be very ambitious, and we are ready for that. But to consolidate, to keep and maintain the strong support from the society, this is something that needs to be supported by the tangible results. And I also, once again, to refer to Kale, of course, we should not increase the expectations to the level that is unattainable. And that is never what happens with our government. We have been maybe outperforming ourselves with regards to visa liberalization action plan, and that has created the atmosphere that our partners from Europe have had the expectations with this summer, and that's what the society also enjoys very much to expect. But from our side, we are really very much, always consistent, always thinking not to say something we cannot deliver, and definitely this is something that we have already delivered on our part, and we just expect a tangible result, which, of course, for us, especially in the run-up of the parliamentary election, is the very strong and significant part of the strategic communication as well.
Okay, thank you. Giles, I mean, if I can put the same question to you, obviously from sort of the other end of the table, as it were. You have a message that you want to sell in the neighborhood. It's not backed up by the same sort of offer that the EU was able to make in the accession countries 15, 20 years ago. How much of a challenge is that for you?
Yeah. It's exactly the same challenge that I think was faced in the UK for 40 years and in member states and other countries in the neighborhood, which is how do you answer the question, what's the EU done for me? And there are certain things we shouldn't do. So we shouldn't overpromise, we shouldn't resort to propaganda of our own and oversell, and we shouldn't talk about X million or X billion being given here because these numbers don't compute. So we work with the policies that we've got, we don't go beyond them. But I think we can get much better at communicating what is being delivered, what benefits come already. And if you look at what we're trying to do in Georgia, we recently produced some films about people who had already benefited from EU support, small businesses, farmers, students joining the Erasmus program. I hope some of you saw them. They were broadcast on 2 national television channels and 21 regional television channels in Georgia. Some of the stuff we're putting out on the internet is reaching 20 times the audience it used to. So there's a lot we can work with, and we need to make sure that we're presenting it in an attractive, accessible way that tells the story from a human interest point of view. So I think there's plenty that we can work with under the current policies.
And are you getting the support from the member states that you need? I mean, it was them that originally charged the Commission or the External Action Service with doing this work. You're doing great work, but you are up against a vast machine. I read one estimate this morning that Russia spends 100 million euros a year on its media efforts. How can you hope to compete against that? And are you getting the support that you need from EU member states?
Well, let's be clear, we're not trying to compete with Russia today. If I was trying to run an international propaganda campaign, I'd ask for 100 million euros as well. We're not doing that. We're trying to inform and correct disinformation and make people more aware. The support politically that we've had from the member states and from the European Parliament has been fantastic. We are, though, a small team of 9 people with no dedicated budget of our own. So we could make use of a lot more. But I think if you see the things we've managed to do in terms of, as I mentioned, the Russian language website, or the kind of audiences we're getting, the kind of feedback we're getting from experts in the field, it's extremely positive. But what I would say in terms of identifying disinformation and sharing that information and raising awareness, we can only produce as much as the network of people who help us provide. So we rely on people to tell us when they see examples of disinformation, to share the products that we produce, and ideally to translate them into other languages as well. We only work in Russian and English at the moment. We'd like to get that information out to many more languages. So if I can make a plug for our products, we produce 2 weekly information bulletins about disinformation, which anyone can receive in Russian or in English. And you can follow us on Twitter and on Facebook, EU versus Disinfo. We need to get more people working with us.
Lincoln, you were at great pains to point out earlier that Donald Trump is not a creation of Vladimir Putin's. I think that's probably true. But there are plenty of politicians across Europe who have various sorts of relationships with the Kremlin, some more open than others. A commission official recently in Brussels was telling a conference that in some cases, in some European Union member states, Russia doesn't even really need to do very much work because there are local politicians who are able to do the work for them. How much of a challenge do you think that presents to some European countries, including some Western European countries? And what's the sort of appropriate response to that challenge?
Well, that's a nice, easy question for the American. It's a big challenge. And, you know, what Putin has learned well over the last, I don't know, decade, 15 years in this regard is the strategy of muddying the water on a whole range of issues, right? We saw this in Ukraine in the years following the Orange Revolution, where you could almost see the wheels, so to speak, in Putin's head saying, well, they put a bunch of people on the street, I can put a bunch of people on the street, I'm paying them a few shekels each to be out there, and create a false equivalency, right? So if you put yourself in, the Kremlin approach here is, look, the West is getting involved in politics, this is from their mindset, in countries all over the world. Why can't we? Now again, it's that false equivalency, but it's a powerful one, and it's a powerful one. I want to just go, sentence I never thought I'd say, but just go back to Trump for a second. Whereas I don't think Trump is a creation of Putin, I think there is that Trump's kind of, that with Trump, Putin is pushing an open door, right? Because his advisors, I don't know if they're creations, but they have ties to Russian interests that don't make me all that comfortable, right? And a lot of what you're seeing here is that the politicians who have relationships with Putin, who are kind of, as your commissioner said, kind of doing his work, they're ideologically there already, and now they found a patron. And that actually makes it, that setup makes it quite easy for Russia to get what it wants. So I think it's a very difficult challenge. And the question of what you do about it is particularly difficult in an era where almost everything is increasingly globalized, right? I mean, the OSCE is preparing its election observation mission to the United States for our November election. And if you watch particularly local media and local political campaigns, this will become a political issue, right? This will be something that socialist Obama has done because something birth certificate. It goes into that kind of anti-globalization mishigash, to use a Georgian word, but it is a real, as politics get more globalized, it is hard to say, Russia, you can't play here, even though it's very legitimate reasons for saying that, and it's very easy for Russia to say, hey, wait a minute, you're playing everywhere too. So the waters have been very successfully muddied here, and that makes it very difficult, and that's not a good answer.
Yeah.
That you're going to get.
Thank you. Kalle, if I can revert to this issue of the difficulty that the European Union might face in countries in the neighborhood where there is no current enlargement perspective. I mean, you touched upon it. If I can ask you to explore that a little bit more deeply. The pro-European message in Estonia was able to advance in large part because there was an enlargement perspective, and that also extended to the single currency. How much of a challenge do you think is presented by the fact that that argument is no longer available in many countries?
I think if we talk about Georgia, and we've been talking a lot in these 2 days, Georgia definitely has the European perspective because so many steps have already made, and Georgia is the bright star in the neighborhood policy. So anyway, the time will come, but all the things must be prepared well, and if the right momentum arrives, then you can just grab these papers out of the pocket, and then there is a time for decision, referring to Mr. Verheugen, what he has said yesterday as well. So I think that that this is definitely it. But now I jump again to one of the crises in EU, and this is the, let's say, lacking of the big idea in the neighborhood policy as such. As long as we have the budget for all the neighborhood countries, and which is only 16 billion, which I remember, but there's 16 countries as well. Eastern Partnership is just one part of the neighborhood policy, and there are much more countries. And if we look at what happens in the neighborhood as such, Ukraine crisis, Moldova, Georgia, frozen conflicts in these countries, and we have many conflicts in the southern part, in Syria and in Lebanon, and if we want to be successful in having a partnership with our neighbors, I think starting from that would lead to a success. So there is no need to have a European perspective, but having good relations with your neighbors is crucial, because as we are so rich in the EU, and as our neighborhood countries, I mean in Africa mainly, are so poor and have so deep conflicts, the contrasts between the, let's say, European Union and others will grow, and we have a huge will from this side to come to EU, and that's why migration crisis took place. Of course, the Syrian war also influenced, but if we look back, then for 4 years, these refugees stayed in the camps in Jordan and Lebanon and in Turkey. And as they didn't have perspective, and as, let's say, World Food Program ran out of money, they started to travel to EU. So, coming back to Eastern Partnership, visa liberalization is on table. It's decided. It needs the final decision from the European Parliament, and it will be delivered in this year. So, the Commissioner yesterday said it as well. European perspective will come. I think that it's decided, because, as I mentioned, you are the bright star in the Eastern Partnership, definitely. So you must do reforms, as I mentioned, and in these countries you must do reforms because of the citizens of these countries. These are the most important citizens. Okay. Their life must change, not because of EU, not because of NATO, some other partnership, but because of their own. Because inefficiency, corruption, all that kind of things, they steal money from us anyway. So these are the things that you'll anyway need to do. And of course, European perspective helped us, but it also, since the acceptance that we have perspective, it took 10 years to be a member of EU, and it wasn't the straight road and it wasn't an easy road. Of course, it was a bumpy road from inside the EU and from our neighbor as well, because one third of our citizens are Russian speaking. So, but as your leaders, political leaders, have the clear mind, I think it's much easier to do, because you need only one election to cause a serious trouble. And we saw what happened in Great Britain. So if you blame EU or any other foreign institution because you have your problems in your own room or in your own home, then it can't end with success. So, and I think that Estonia and me and our party, as political party in Estonia, is a good example. We were in power during the financial crisis, and we won elections in case of 3 negative state budgets during the austerity crisis, without promising anything else, that just you can count on us. So the two main things that we achieved was that since these days we spend 2% of GDP to NATO, and since 2011 we joined the Eurozone. So it was in days of the huge austerity crisis and financial crisis in Europe, and I think if you make all these unpopular things understandable for your own citizens and show how their life will be changing, I think it's easy. You don't have to mix it with a huge amount of populism.
Okay, thank you. Ruslan, just briefly before we turn to the audience for Q&A, I'm sorry to mention Brexit, but during the campaign in Britain, I think it's fair to say there was a fair amount of misinformation around, and a lot of the claims that were made, particularly by the Leave side, resonated in the minds of voters, and there's polling evidence for this, such as the contribution that Britain was making to the European Union budget, or the claim that Turkey was going to join the European Union next week. One of the things that seemed apparent during that campaign was one of the dangers of engaging in so-called myth-busting, in sort of responding to misinformation with corrections, is that in a way you've already ceded the ground to your opponent, and the claim is out there, and that becomes the talking point. So I wondered if you could give us some perspective on that in the Ukrainian case. I mean, for example, when you're countering a claim that, I don't know, it was fascists who were responsible for the uprising against Yanukovych, is there a danger that all of a sudden that becomes the talking point, and all of a sudden you spend too much time dealing with lies and not enough time dealing with the truth?
Yeah, it's interesting question, and sometimes I ask myself if the things we do are right. Should we only respond to Russian propaganda, because you will always be one step behind? And I think we should do it. I compared Russian propaganda with a fan, and somebody just throwing dirt on that fan. So everyone is dirty. First of all, should we clear ourselves? Of course, we should take shower. But our response, if we just take shower, we will do it all the time. Our response to Russian propaganda should be a little bit wider than just responding. We should do something with the person who throw the dirt on the fan, or just break the fan. And in case of Russian propaganda, first of all these thousands of stories we created, we selected, and we put it on our website. It's a story. It will not allow anybody in the future, in the nearest future, or in the future, to create a false history, because now we see a lot of stories when Russian propaganda, Soviet propaganda, created fake history about 28 Panfilovцы or something like that. Now they have a blockbuster Russian movie that was based on absolutely fake story. And Russian archivists, they just proved it. And we don't want that somebody in the future create the same story about so-called Opolchenцы, Motorola, and Mr. Girkin, Strelkov, who will be heroes in the nearest future. But you're absolutely right. We should do something to keep them in. Well, let me say it this way. I think Russian leaders are very pragmatic, and Russia does not produce iPhones or modern computers, but they're very successful in producing problems for other nations and selling solutions of these problems. So let's, what if we speak with them their own language? So if they have restrictions for foreign investors to have to own media in Russia, let's do something for Russian media in the European Union or other countries. So if you want access to European market, please open your market for European media. Or we can do, if we caught somebody, some Russian reporter or journalist or media person in line, we can have some restrictions for him to have a Schengen visa. For most of them, it will be a punishment. So they will think twice before saying something, some lies again.
Thank you. Interesting. Okay, I think we'll turn to the audience for a first round of questions. I think you all know the rules. Please keep comments and questions short and pithy. Please tell us who you are and if you have an affiliation. And if you have a question, then please direct it to whoever on the panel would be best placed to answer it. So we'll take 2 or 3. I think we've got some microphones. Gentleman here in the white shirt.
Hello, I'm David Lee. I'm the president of Magticom. We're the biggest mobile phone company and now internet company in Georgia. So I'll make a quick statement and then a question. I checked my phone a minute ago. I'm getting 20 megabits a second connectivity in this room, which is inside a building from my network. And we're in a regional city. It's about twice as fast in the capital. This is not an advert, it's simply I can talk about what I know. Now, we cover 95% of the country. There's 1.7 billion mobile phones in the world today. There'll be 3.5 billion, I think, by the end of next year. That's 33% of the world's population. When you control the network, you control the information. And most of the information all the people in this room are getting now is not from the TV or from a newspaper. It's from your internet connection. And primarily now, it's not even from Google or your apps. It's being fed to you on your Facebook page. We are a closed community, an echo chamber. We talk to ourselves. And the only country that's really ahead of this is Russia. It understands this. It's a throwback from the KGB. It's a way of dealing with information. Now, we, of course, keep the information open. You can, as the president said, watch any video you want to. You can listen to any speech you want to. You can be subjected to any propaganda you want to. And the gentleman in the middle here has 8 people, and he's competing with Russia today.
He's not competing, remember.
Not competing. My point is this, is that we're missing, or you are missing the point. If you go up this, what you're seeing is that the internet is important. We get that. Everyone's got the internet, more or less. Everyone in Georgia, not one person does not know at least one person who's permanently online. You know, I'll say that again. This is a poor country. We cover 95% of the population. So let's go up the chain again. We have free information. We're not really competing very well with Russia. But anyway, at least it's a free network. that network is expanding exponentially. A third of the world's population will have a smartphone in 1 year's time. So who is controlling that information? Nobody. It's an open internet. What does that depend on? It depends on one simple factor. Me. My people. We control the internet. If I don't want you to watch Russia Today, I could do it remotely from my phone. Right now. Block Russia Today from the network of 55% of the people of Georgia. Right now. Now, of course, I'm not going to do that. Of course, you know, we are not going to do that. I have 1,600 Georgians in an office or offices around this country and $1 billion network, and we are not going to restrict what you can watch. Now, what if I'm a Russian? What if I own the network? What if I don't want you to watch the BBC? Maybe not in general, but what if I don't want you to watch it for the next hour? What if I don't want just these people not to watch it for the next hour? What if I don't want these people not to watch BBC, but only this report from this journalist for the next 5 minutes? Can I do that? Oh yeah, I can do that. This is a huge, huge threat. You are selling the internet to people who do not have democracy in mind. We have to stop this. We have to stop this. Now, what else do I know? And I'll come to a conclusion. I know that in August of 2008, the only communication network in this country that was working was Magticom. And I was in the control room watching it work. We're a Georgian company. Now, what if we'd have been a Russian company? Every one of you needs to go back home and ask, who actually own our internet companies in my country? What is the shareholding? What is the link back to Moscow? And my question is, should we control in the European Union who owns the internet? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another question. Yeah, gentleman here in the third row. Do you have a microphone?
Thank you. My
Oh.
name is Nina Laviashvili. I'm the director of the Institute for European Studies and the head of MA in Human Rights Democratization Program at Tbilisi State University. First of all, thank you very much for this, for the topic of this session. I would like to give the impression from the university I have so far is that sometimes we think that when we are talking about Russian propaganda and when they are creating the myths, we believe that any educated person can guess that and they won't believe that. But when we come to the point, for example, when we organize the public lectures for the students, not only for our students, for the students of the European Studies program, which is in English, but for the university at large, we feel that they do believe in it. Sometimes we organize the public lectures for school children, and it's amazing that they are believing in things that it's impossible to believe. So, and I'm all the time I'm thinking what to do, and from my perspective, the solution is to respond to everything, even though sometimes we think that okay, everybody will understand that it's silly, it's non-realistic, and then you understand at some point that people do believe that, and some. I don't know, sometimes even officials, I don't know, very well-known persons are repeating these myths and they are citing, and then this becomes the history. And this is how the history is falsified. So my suggestion would be to respond to everything, because this is important, and I'm really very thankful for the Ministry of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration who opened the door for our students for internship, and this was one of the ways how to fight with this Russian propaganda as well, because sometimes when we are talking about European integration, still students have this theoretical background, but still they believe this is myth again, and once they see how our officials are interacting with Brussels, how they are involved in making reforms, this also works. But I would suggest also to open doors widely to universities, and cooperation with universities is also important, not only with universities but schools, and sometimes this false information is also penetrated in kindergartens through fairy tales, and it's amazing how cleverly they are working. So.
Okay.
But still, I believe that European studies in Tbilisi State University is very elitistic, because from the perspective of internationalization of our university, it was a good solution to do it in English language. But now, for example, for students of other faculties, it becomes really difficult to understand certain issues. And I also want to reflect on a comment by Dr. Lincoln Mitchell, who said that spreading information in Western societies about Georgia is important, and I agree with that. Psychological-wise, it's really important to introduce Georgia to our partners in the West, to talk about Georgian culture, Georgian songs, Georgian cuisine, butterflies, birds, and nature, etc., etc. But taking into consideration that we have never-ending conflict with Russian Federation, it was never a frozen conflict. The conflict is ongoing.
Okay. Do you have a question for
Yes,
the
and
panel?
our homes are taken on a daily basis, our territories are taken on a daily basis. We still believe that our resources are very limited, and when this happens, this creeping occupation happens on a daily basis, we respond to that, and we want our problems to be heard on international level. So what are the technical opportunities in that terms? So what would be your suggestion? Shall we coordinating our efforts, maybe action plan should be elaborated, or what should be the practical steps, technical-wise, to solve this problem? So thank you very much.
Thank you. And then if you could just pass the microphone forward, there was a man a couple of rows in front of you who had a question. Then I think we'll go back to the panel.
Thank you. My name is Andrej Matišak. I'm from Slovakia. I'm a journalist. Two questions, if I may. One for Mr. Portman. Thank you for your work. Say hello to Jakub Kalensky, please. You are doing some job with very limited resources and with really a couple of people. But I would like to ask you, I am not sure if you are going to address it, but maybe. This is a panel of strategic communication, and strategic communication should be consistent, coherent. You are trying to inform people about things, but there is no coherent communication inside the EU, not even about Russia. I'm in the country when my prime minister is all the time saying that the sanctions are useless. I'm in the country when the chairman of the EU Affairs Committee is calling transatlantic people American poodles, and you can have many other examples from other EU countries. So I would like to ask you how hard it is for you in your position, basically listening to those statements who are, in my view, undermining your position. And maybe it will be also a question for you, for other people, if you want to address it. And my second question, how much we should talk to Russia about their propaganda? I mean, if we agreed, I don't know if you agreed on this, but perhaps we agreed on this, that Russia is using propaganda and all those tools against us, they want to undermine us, they are aiming on us with all of they have. So how much probably we should talk to them? You know, literally, like, I don't know, we're starting to diplomatic conversation. You said we are not at war, but if, you know, it's hard to decide who is at war if somebody is waging war against you. So I'm sorry about it. So how much do you think that we should talk about Russia about this very openly? Okay, guys, you are trying to do something. So let's try to find, you know, like in any other conflict, having something. So do you think it is even possible? Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go back to the panel. If I can ask you to keep your answers brief, because we've still got quite a few more questions. Giles, do you want to start with a question directed to you?
Okay. Yeah, there were two questions, weren't there? How hard is it for me to do my work given the range of opinion among 28 member states? Yeah, I mean, obviously, some member states feel more strongly about this issue than others. Some see at least a bigger threat, if not a bigger threat, from the south than from the east. So I think what we have to do is make sure that, as I said before, we don't get ahead of the politicians. So we have to represent the body of opinion of 28 member states. But if you look at something like the sanctions issue, which is continually misrepresented by the Russian media, that we're on the point of giving up on sanctions, that we've lost interest in Crimea, we've accepted that as a de facto situation. This is not true. And one of the things we need to do is make sure that we get that message out factually to as many Russians as possible. So to give one example, on the second anniversary of the illegal annexation of Crimea, when the message from the Kremlin that morning was the EU have lost interest in this issue now, we managed to line up with a Russian newspaper, the High Representative's statement saying exactly the opposite, and we got it out to an audience of 250,000 people. So normally when people in Russia would only have been receiving the Kremlin line on that, we were able to inform a large amount of people in Russian in real time that that wasn't the case. Should we talk to Russia? We do, but I see very little point in it, to be honest. They know what they're doing. They're not going to change their mind. They'll target us individually as well as collectively. But I do think there is a problem that we're storing up for the long term here. We are bringing up an entirely new generation of people in the West who distrust Russia and of Russians who dislike the West. And so I think, you know, that is a point that needs to be made to Russia. But the idea that we'll be able to convince them to stop a disinformation campaign, I'm afraid I don't think we have a chance.
Who wants to tackle this question about the ownership of networks and should we worry about who's managing information? Any volunteers?
May I just add a few words? In Ukraine, more than 75% of population names TV as a primary source of information, not the internet, not the websites, or 75%. I believe the same or nearly the same in Russia. And as for should we communicate with Russian leaders, just one example from 90s. It was a very popular topic in Soviet media by that time that HIV/AIDS virus was invented in the United States. And it was in Soviet media all the time, and US government officials asked Soviet leaders to stop it. But one day, US government official asked Gorbachev to stop it or no further cooperation in medical sphere. And after that, this HIV/AIDS disappeared from Soviet media. So yes, we should talk with Russian leaders, but as I said, they are very pragmatic. They need to be demonstrated what they will get instead of this or that problem.
Kalle, I think you wanted to jump in briefly.
Yeah, at least in Estonia, I guess that intelligence agencies know quite well who are the owners of the internet providers, and that's why Yandex hasn't expanded to Estonia and probably out to other European Union states as well. But it is another argument. Why should we focus on these kind of media devices as well, which are in our pockets next to TV broadcasts and newspapers and whatsoever. So this is all, and you should not click likes on lies. And I think that educating students in the universities and all the citizens in all the countries is important, and especially in the question what the EU is.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think what I'll probably do is go back to get a Q&A, and then if you guys have any more, I'll come to you first, and you can respond to other ones because we're short of time. Okay, the gentleman here. Thank you.
Hi, John Hudson with Foreign Policy Magazine. I was just wondering if there was a panelist who's done any research in how effective U.S. efforts are at combating Russian propaganda. Obviously, the United States government spends, I think it's $777 million every year on the Broadcasting Board of Governors, which is Radio Free Europe and Voice of America, which are specifically designed, you know, not in every case, but a massive amount of that budget is dedicated towards countering Kremlin propaganda. Some voices in Congress say that largely it brings sort of a knife to a gunfight. But there are others who say it's actually, you know, pretty flamboyant pro-Washington propaganda that actually makes a lot of people in the U.S. uncomfortable. So I'm just curious if anyone has done any sort of analysis on how effective it is in some of these areas that we're talking about.
Thank you. We had a woman just to the right here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Thornton. I'm with the National Democratic Institute here in Georgia. We do a lot of research, public opinion research, both polling and focus groups, thanks to the Swedish government. And some of our latest poll findings show that Georgians, actually 25%, are receiving political news from Russian language media sources. And an argument we have often here, and that's actually sort of been reflected on this panel, is in terms of approach. You know, do you do the Estonian approach to sort of dig in and address Russian language propaganda with Russian language sort of infusion of news, or do you Ukraine, do you ban it? Do you try to address it that way? And as David Lee said, isn't that a little bit like squeezing a water balloon, because it will seep in no matter what? And I just sort of wanted to hear, I don't want to put David on the spot, but I wanted to hear your reflections about different approaches to this. How do you engage in Russian language full stop? Do you try to ebb the flow of this information? Particularly when we see in our research that there's a direct correlation between, and this isn't surprising to anyone, between receiving news in Russian language and how they're viewing Georgia's Euro-Atlantic aspirations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have, oh God, there's a lot of questions. Okay, in the back there. And please, if you could be brief, we haven't got very much time.
Yeah, I'll try to do that because this is a comprehensive issue, and we have spent most of the time analyzing the comprehensive problem, but I'm Shota Guineria, Ministry of Defense of Georgia. But I wonder if there is any comprehensive solution that we are thinking at least about how to deal with that. And I know that NATO is helping us a lot through the NATO-Georgia substantial package. NATO is helping Ukraine with the Trust Fund on Strategic Communications. I've heard that the Finns are trying to establish something like a hybrid warfare center within the EU format. But, you know, one of the real solutions that I've heard is from the minister here, that you can counter this propaganda with the real deliverables and with the real actions. But the Russian propaganda is so elaborate that they target even the deliverables and even the achievements, especially in the security domain. And they managed even to come up with the narrative and the message which is saying that, okay, Georgians, you build your security, this is a threat to your security. And more you deliver on your, you know, resilience, on creating the deterrence, it is seen by many in the country and in Europe and in NATO as something that irritates Russia and can infringe our security even further. So they are reluctant even to deliver, you know, because the Russians might get angry about this. So it is getting really all-inclusive, and they target almost every area, and they target almost every group in Georgia and in Europe. So we need to deliver, yes, but I think without the comprehensive approach, it's going to be more and more difficult. So if there is any ideas that I don't know, about the comprehensive response towards the Russian propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think we'll probably have to go back to the panel because we only have 5 minutes left. Maybe Lincoln, I can start with you. We had a question about the US efforts. What do we know about how successful they are, if at all?
Well, I think we have to rephrase, or I'm going to take the liberty because I'm up here of rephrasing that question a little bit. Because if we compare RT to the boards of governors and the Voice of America efforts, that seems to me we're having the wrong discussion. Because, our media in the United States works differently. We don't have a big Washington-backed, global network that seeks to influence people's opinions. But we have a battery of privately owned media outlets that are reasonably well respected and reasonably well read, clicked on, watched, etc. And that is really how we compete with the Russian effort. It's not the Voice of America, it's the CNN, it's the New York Times website, it's all of these things. And the Washington Post, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like if we don't view it that way, we're just comparing apples and maybe rocks or something. Because and to go a step back from that, we then have to recognize that, we are in the business, like it or not, of trying to impact global opinion on a whole range of issues in a whole range of ways, right? I mean, much of what we communicate about our ideology is done through film and music, and some of that is positive and some of that is less positive, but that's hugely influential globally. I think that's obvious. I think that should go without saying, but maybe because it has gone without saying so far, I feel compelled to say that. So I want to make that comparison right. I just want to touch on the professor here because about Georgia, because she asked a Georgia-specific question. I get the desire to explain Georgia's problems and challenges and the wrongs that have been done to Georgia by Russia, and I shouldn't say in the past tense, continue to be done to Georgia by Russia. But tactically, Western consumer of media picks up the newspaper, looks at what's going on in their hometown, the weather, who won the ball game, and then it gets 50 stories from 50 countries where things are going poorly, and has to sort that out. And unless you have a relationship with one of them, oh, I went there once, or oh, my grandparents are from there, if you're American, because everyone has that story, or my grandparents are from there, they hated it, I don't care what happens to those people, and there's more of that than we might admit, it doesn't matter. The fact that country X has done an injustice to country Y out of context means nothing. The way for it to mean something is to get people to care about that country. And the way that Georgia is going to get people to care about that country is not by manufacturing everything and getting on the radar that way. It's going to be through what are Georgia's comparative advantages and where I think it has effectively been employing its soft power in recent years. So to get to where you'd like it to be, this tactically is a effective way to do that.
Thank you. I think we'll go for the last word to David. There were a few Georgia-related questions there, in particular this notion of how do we juggle different approaches, banning, engaging. Can you give us a response to that?
It's a very complex issue and therefore there are no easy solutions. There are
lift up your mic.
There are no easy solutions. There are no ready-made recipes against it, and probably the question cannot be directed to one institution or another. It's a complex issue, therefore it needs a complex approach. I do not believe in closing the doors when you know that the information will enter from the window. There is no point of countering propaganda with propaganda, especially now when, as David Lee referred to, you are overwhelmed, you are full of the information coming from the different sources in the internet, and therefore I even know one experience of one of the Baltic states when one website was closed due to the reasons another emerged. It's something that today, if not with your positive messaging, if not with consolidating the efforts, you cannot address. In that, I think that for us it is important, and there was a question by a student that, representative of the university, that what can we do? I mean, and what is the United States doing? We have a very clear picture while coordinating the work of the government, of the parliament, of the civil society representatives, and everyone who is interested in covering the positive messaging about and covering the objective information about the Georgia's European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Russian media was touched upon, and of course there will be a correlation about the Russian media coverage, those who watch the Russian media consume it, and with those who may be less optimistic about Georgia's Euro-Atlantic integration. But still, the biggest jump that we have had comparing to the last year with this year, with 15 to 20% increase in support to Georgia's European integration and Euro-Atlantic integration, it was related still to the positive report on Georgia's visa liberalization. So this is an emotional factor. This is an emotional factor which is within 20 to 30%. And this is something we need to strengthen with the information. And here I would recommend that we need to be creative. We need to use all the different sources, which is affordable, which is in our pockets now, and we can create something that would reach out to the thousands. And that's how we, those who care, can contribute to the work and maintain this strong support to the European integration. Very last point. I think that during these 2 days, many of the panels, if not all, come to the one big issue that I think should be covered in more and more forums and conferences. How efficient is the government, is the establishment in communicating with people? How efficient do we get the request from our public? That is probably the biggest question that covers all the issues.
Okay. I think, Kelly, you wanted the last word. Please be very brief.
Yeah, just one idea about communication and national broadcasts. As spending for defense, being a member of NATO or not, but defending the countries has become a new normal. I think that this having a good content in the national broadcast and a good communication should also be a part of a defense policy. So I think that politicians should consider spending more on communication, because it is also one part of the defense. And as it becomes in the mindset, this is totally normal that we spend 2% of GDP plus all the expenses for allies in the state budget in Estonia, but it's not so normal to increase the budget for national broadcast. So probably if we have the change in the mindset, it would help for the future, because this is the challenge that we have.
Okay, thank you. Something to chew over while we head to lunch. Just before then, we have a brief presentation from Stefan Lindner. But if I could ask you all to join me in a round of applause for what I think was a fascinating panel. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello, yes. So, if you would be so kind to give me a few minutes before you leave to lunch. So I will be very brief and fast. So I'm changing the topic to healthcare, and so yes. So please give me a few minutes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Stefan Linder, and I'm working for a company called Medtronic, and I'm leading the region here which is called Emerging East, which includes Georgia. And I was asked to give a short perspective on like how the healthcare needs to be changed in emerging markets, and this is what I would like to talk about. So just a short introduction of the company. So we are more or less the... Hello? Hello? It doesn't work. It's pressed. Hello? Yeah, it's better. So, we are more or less the biggest medical device company in the world. I've been asked to do whatever.
That would be better so that we start the next panel. I think we better start the next panel with this, therefore we will have more and more people here, and that would be more attended, therefore more informative.
Okay.
Thank you.
check. 1, 2, 1, 2, check. The sound check. Check, check, check. Hey. You've got it? Check, check, check. I guess it's fine. Or you need some more time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah.
Insieme a criticone da ricordare.
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 როგორ გესმით 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 მოგესალმებით 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 1 1 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 გამარჯობა 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 გამარჯობა 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 გამარჯობა всё მორჩა ლაშა ისაგიო
ერთი ორი სამი 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 პრეზენტაციაზე 1 2 3
Yeah, of course.
Push you a little bit further to the front so that you can see yourself.
Okay. And should I start?
Your presentation first, Mr. Neri.
Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome back in the plenary session. I think we are ready to start. Even I was always told that the challenges session is the one after lunch, but I'm sure that the Georgian soft power give us enough energy and focus to concentrate on the topic of the next panel. But before going to that, I would like to introduce or like to have a short presentation of Medtronic, and for this I would like to invite Mr. Stefan Linde, the country manager of the region Emerging East, please, for the presentation. Thank you.
So, it doesn't work. Does it work? Do you hear me? Okay, so now it works. Finally, microphone does work. So I would like to welcome you as well back from the lunch. So I do not want to take too much time from you. I was asked to give our perspective on future of healthcare in emerging markets. And to start with, I would like to introduce myself. So as said before, I'm leading a region called Emerging East, where Georgia is part of it, for a company called Medtronic. And as you maybe hear on my dialect, I'm Austrian, and I'm very proud actually to see the contribution of the Austrian government to the way to Europe, the Georgian way to Europe. And I saw a lot of very high-level people here from Austria, so I'm proud, and I have to say that Georgia is in a very good way compared to other Eastern European countries. And just to start with, okay, short introduction of Medtronic. So we are one of the biggest medical device companies in the world. Our turnover last year was close to 28 billion. And we have like around 85,000 people in the world. And what are we doing? More or less, we are producing life-saving devices for the whole body. And I just brought two of them, which is a stent and a pacemaker. And I can tell you, although I hope you will get in touch with our products, but I'm pretty sure that once in your life, everybody in the room actually will get in touch with them. And to start with the presentation. So to just start very shortly into the topic, the challenge, what we are facing now in healthcare is, if you start from the right-hand side, is the budget. So if you look at developed markets, then more or less we are spending around 5.5% of GDP for healthcare. And if we move on like this, then prognosis in 2060 is that we spend 12%, which, I mean, everybody knows that actually already now we have problems with financing. And then in the middle, you see that although we spend that much, there are still a lot of people who do not have exposure to health care at all. And on the left-hand side, so this is the major issue we are facing. Although we spend a lot of money, we still have a lot of chronic diseases. And there's one thing which you do not want to have in healthcare, which is chronic diseases, because it cannot be treated and actually it consumes a lot of the budget if you have chronic diseases. How do you measure the success of a successful healthcare system? One of the measures is life expectancy. And if you see in the green, dark green areas, these are the ones with higher life expectancy, and light green is lower. And you, not surprisingly, you see like Western Europe, for example, very high, it's above 80. And then like in Georgia, for example, it is around 70. And why I give you this picture is, okay, I can skip this one, is the fact that actually if you invest in healthcare, it's an investment in positive economical future as well. And there is a study done which shows that if you have 1 year more on life expectancy, you would increase 4% on the GDP. So I think everybody should be convinced actually to invest in healthcare. And as I'm working now since around 15 years in the Eastern European countries, I can tell you that the problem of Western economies is that we spend a hell of money. You see now life expectancy in the y-axis and like the spending per capita in the x-axis. And you see that the dark blue bubbles are like Western economies. And you can see that they spend quite a lot of money in order to achieve a good result. And there are certain emerging countries, which are more on the left, which have similar results with much less spending. So at the end, I mean, if you look at emerging markets, somehow the nice thing is like green field, and you can somehow define how you will do your healthcare system. And that means I would go on the green path and do not follow the path of developed countries. So this should be the goal at the end. And also the developed countries will have to move actually to the left. And just to mention what I see, some developments in the last time in Eastern Europe is that more or less you try to save on the devices, and you try to save with this on quality, which is not a very good way, because if you start saving on quality at the end, this will result in higher budget and higher spendings as well. And the reason why I say this, so it's much better if you look here, then you see that 80% of the costs in the healthcare system is spent actually by operational and administrative costs, and just a small part is spent on really like devices and pharmaceuticals. So actually it's much better to spend to try to save on the other costs like operational and administrative. And now it's easy to say, obviously, to spend, to save, but the answer is very easy. I don't know if you heard this, it's called value-based healthcare. and more or less it's defined like the formula tells you, patient value equals to health outcomes per cost. And here it's very important, you see the focus is on the patient, and at the end actually you have to create good health outcomes with low costs. And now I could spend talking hours on this topic. I just want to keep your attention to number 2, which is actually one of the major things is to measure outcomes. So we have to measure outcomes, and this would change the whole thinking about how you deal with healthcare. And I would even go one step further. So we as Medtronic, and also I would say most of the industry, we are willing to share the risk, which means I just would like to think about what would you say if like Medtronic comes and says, give me the patient, we know outcomes if you implant a stent, for example, is X, and we are giving you guarantee if the outcome is not like we propose to you, then you will get money back. So it's like a kind of warranty. So if like this, we would from our side make sure that the quality is right, and from the other side, you would like reduce the risk on your healthcare spendings as well. I don't have to go through this actually. I just would like to give the closing remarks. So please keep in mind that health care expenditure is actually an investment. So it's not cost. Then I would say the financing in the health care should be linked to the patient's outcome. So I think it should be more focused on the patient. And then the market access, especially in emerging countries, we should think about. And I think we could partner actually with you in order to create a system where we take some risk as well. So thank you very much, and have a good afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linder. Thank you for such an informative presentation, and also helping us to shift to the sectorial side of European way or European integration process. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Daniela Morari, and I'm the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Integration of the Republic of Moldova. And I have the honor and the luck to be here today with you. And I would like directly to proceed to today's session, which is on the CFTAs. And I think everyone is acknowledged already with the acronym, the Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Area, and especially on the legislative reforms and economic impact. And I think this conference will not be complete without this panel. And also, as we have experienced in the previous editions of this conference, I think it's coming more naturally, and it's very timely to discuss, especially this year, about the DCFTAs, taking consideration, like timely, I would say, because we're already 2 years since the Georgia and Ukraine is applying the DCFTA, and Ukraine is applying it starting from 1st of January this year. And it's more possible to really talk about impact, with concrete data and with concrete results and with concrete, in a way, understanding of the processes. And also it's timely because we are more or less like 1 year from the Riga summit, where also we discussed and we agreed some priorities and visions on how to proceed with like implementation of the DCFTA and the association agreement. Also, it's a good timing, taking consideration that just in the beginning of this week in Kiev, it was a very kind of detailed discussion on, or practical discussion on SMEs, and also practically how we can take more benefit and value of the implementation of the DCFTAs. And also it's timely because now we can also take on board many of the recommendations from the revised ENP communication. And I think I don't need to waste time on to convince about how important and also about importance and complexity of the DCFTAs. As it was mentioned from the beginning of the conference, starting with the presentation of the Commissioner Hahn and also going as a kind of reference in majority of the panels. DCFTAs remains and it is one of the backbone and one of the kind of difficult part of the implementation of the DCFTAs, and I think it ensures the economic integration of that familiar expression, as we all know, like economic integration and political association, which in fact is the objective of the association agreements that been signed and already implemented by 3 Eastern Partnership countries. For this, in order to discuss all the aspects and elements of the DCFTAs, I'm honored and lucky to have such a distinguished panel here today with us, and I'm grateful for finding time and dedicating to be here with us. I would like to introduce Dimitri Kumsvishvili, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. I'm very happy to have the possibility to hear also from you here. We have Maria Asenius, the Head of Cabinet of Commissioner for Trade and European Commission, Commissioner Malmström. We're also very grateful and happy to have you here with us. We have Madame Katarina Maternova, who is the Deputy Director General of the European Commission General Directorate for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations. Also, thank you very much for joining the panel. To the left also we have Anna Burchell, the chairperson of the European Affairs Committee, also the member of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Chamber of Deputies of the Republic of Romania. And also we have the possibility to have an academic view in our panel from Mr. Michael Emerson, the Associate Senior Research Fellow at the Center for European Policy Studies. Thank you also for joining the panel. Just a few words in terms of scenario. As we already got used in the previous sessions of the today's and yesterday part of the conference, we will have short presentations of 5 to 7 minutes from all the speakers, and then we will open the floor for questions and answers, which I think it's really the space or the main in a way attraction of the majority of conference we're usually attending, all of us. And if it's acceptable by all of you, I would kind of suggest to proceed. And I will look to the Deputy Prime Minister, but here more taking consideration that Georgia, comparing with Moldova and Ukraine, liberalized its market even before like the DCFTAs. And as also I was kind of seeing a few, in a way, quotation of the Commissioner Malmström saying that DCFTA is not magic, it's just offers possibilities. I would like to ask, what are those possibilities that already materialized in the case of Georgia? And also if you could focus on what are the DCFTA implementation challenges, like what in a way are the main challenges that you are in a way kind of facing now in the process of the implementation?
Hello everybody, it's my pleasure and honor to be here with you today and to discuss the DCFTA implementation process. But first of all, let me start with expresses my deepest condolences to the horrific attack which happened in Nice. It is disaster, and I do hope that it never happened again. So in regards of the DCFTA and DCFTA implementation, so we all know that economy is a very simple thing. So it's about the demand and supply. And when we are talking about the country which is the size of 3.7 million population, you cannot close your economy. you need to open your economy. And before of it, the liberalization of economy was started in the early 2000s. And it affects on us quite on a positive way. So just to say a couple of words, so in an economy like us, if you're starting the protectionist increase the inflation risks, and you have the inflation in the country, and it of course affects on the disposable income which you have and your citizens have. So the DCFTA and association agreement was and is the biggest achievement of our government, which gives us possibility to integrate our country and our economy into the European economy, which is the biggest consumer market, which is the 500 million consumer market. At the same time, we all clearly understand that to enter to the European market, we need to have the quality infrastructure, which is needed to have the specific goods and products and services. At the same time, you need the tradable goods to enter to the European market. At this direction, we are very glad to see that right now the Georgians goods enter to the European market. We have some kiwis on the European market. We have some blueberries on the European market. The honey is accepted to the European market, and we are working quite intensively to enter with the fish to the European market. And it should become the success to Georgia, because as much new products will enter to the European market, it changed the attitude. The attitude of the entrepreneurs in Georgia. And by the way, today the European Union is the biggest trade partner of Georgia. Last year we experienced 3.2 billion trade turnover with the European market, which is the biggest trade partner. And I would like to tell that only with the European market last year we had the increase in the trade turnover. In all our trade partners, the trade turnover decreased. And right now, it's 30% of our trade turnover. And what is good, what we see in our portfolio, that the CIS market portion is decreased from the 50% to 29%. At the same time, the European Union's portion in our trade turnover increased from the 21% up to 30%. And of course, it brings a lot of advantages to the Georgian market. At the same time, when we are talking about the tradable goods and the benefits which brings the very simple benefits which is right now in place in Georgia, is that we have the opportunity to attract more foreign direct investments. Because without foreign direct investment, it's really hard to develop the emerging market. And by the way, Georgia, unfortunately, has the current account deficit, and it's around 10 to 11%, and it's driven by the foreign direct investment. But at the same time, we need to decrease this current account deficit, and only using this opportunity to sell the goods to the European market and other markets which we have can bring us this possibility to decrease the current account deficit. So we have some examples, and I would like to touch these examples, because when you say about the examples, it's all the time very good. So we have the several, let's say, factories who relocate from the Asia to Georgia because of the DCFTA, because they don't pay the customs duty anymore. And it brings around 300 jobs, the new jobs, And only last year it brings the exports from Georgia to European Union around 15 million euros. And the plan what they have is 100 million euro per year. So it's a real benefit what we have right now from the DCFTA. Of course, the challenges. There are a lot of challenges because we take the commitment and obligation that we need to synchronize our legislation to European legislation, and we need to increase our standards up to European standards. It means that we need to make hundreds of changes in our legislation. We need to create the quality infrastructure which is absolutely necessary. And by the way, last year we had the pre-evaluation study from the European Commission about our accreditation agency, which was successful, and we do hope to continue on that direction. I would like to touch, of course, the sanitarian and phytosanitarian direction, which is really challenging. And I do hope that we will have support from the European side on that direction, because we want to create the sanitarian and phytosanitarian fund, which helps the small and medium-sized enterprise to catch the standards which they needed. But in general, we are very proud that we are the part of the Europe. We have the association agreement. We are very successful in the DCFTA implementation. And I would like to say that it, of course, about the leadership. Our Prime Minister created a special board, and he is the chairman of the board. And quarterly, we have the meetings, and we have the very strict action plan, and we are obliged ourselves to be in line with the action plan. And every quarter, we have the hearings, where we are, what we are doing, and how we can go further. And of course, I would like to mention the support from the European Union and European Commission. And I would like to thank Madame Maternova, who is the great supporter of Georgia, and all the DCFTA facility which we have right now, which is one of the best instruments in place, which brings around 390 million euros to the three countries, but it's more for more. So who will be better can reach the funds from it. And in addition, 90 million grant with the complementary to this 390 million, and other instruments which are supporting the DCFTA implementation can guarantee the success of the story. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for going through latest developments and also the key achievements and challenges. I think it's very important to share, especially between our countries. Also in the case of Moldova, we have very good exchanges also at level of experts, and also to address some of the common challenges, as you mentioned, the sanitary and phytosanitary. It's one of the area which it's one of the greatest challenge also for us, and indeed it's important to see how on the same challenges we could approach in a way and see the solutions and possible steps that we can do together. Now I'm looking at Commission and mainly to ask and to see what is the assessment from the Commission side on where we are in terms of the DCFTAs. Please, Madam.
Thank you, Daniela. Also, I find it's a tremendous pleasure to be here, because I've been a secret admirer of Georgia for a long time, so it was about time that I managed to visit. The main points I would like to make here today in my introduction is that Georgia's European way is starting to pay off. Georgia is on a good track on reforms, but there is no room for complacency. And finally, the EU is there to help. So, is the policy starting to pay off? yes, I would say that Georgia is doing well, especially considering the economic crisis that have marked Europe in recent years. Trade and investments between EU and Georgia has managed to increase despite this crisis and delivering now economic benefits and new economic opportunities. The DCFTA, after 1 year of provisional application, showed that Georgian exports to the EU had increased by some 15%. Although I do confess that statistics here may be a bit shaky and it's still early days, but we do see a positive trend. Much of the increase was in the form of traditional commodities and raw material, but we also see some new products, as mentioned by the the minister, blueberries and kiwis, and very soon the tests seem to be completed for honey and fisheries, and because it is tough to fulfill all the sanitary and phytosanitary standards. And also wool, I have heard, is possible export product for the future. But the main thing here is diversification. The DCFTA makes it easier for companies in Georgia to look at different products to export to the 500 million consumers that are waiting in the EU. And of course, the sooner Georgia gets the right regulatory standards in place, the more it will be possible to diversify and increase exports. And by the way, adapting to EU standards also open markets outside of the European Union, as many other countries in the world look upon EU standards as a mark of quality and safety. And it may also help to attract new investments to Georgia. For example, I have understood that China is investing in Georgia today because of the DCFTA. And I hear that you are also very advanced in your negotiations on a free trade agreement with China. We know that Georgia harbors some ancient trading routes, but it does have a modern trade policy. And what is a modern trade policy? Well, it is, I think, a necessity for an open economy, as the minister also explained. And the modern policy recognizes that both exports and imports are important. This means no to mercantilism, where export is good and imports are bad. That is really history, although some countries still practice this policy. Access to new market is, of course, important in order to boost exports and increase production and jobs in the country. But imports are actually also very important. It helps the economy to stay competitive. It typically gives consumers a wider choice at better prices. And especially in a world that is increasingly marked by global value chains, it really makes sense to facilitate flows, both imports and exports, because more and more goods cross several borders before they are finally consumed by the final consumer. I found it actually quite surprising to see that the EU today, 80% of what we import are actually used in production or as input in products that then may be re-exported. Very high figure. So trade helps us to modernize and acquire new technology, and it also helps transmit new ideas and innovation. With the association agreement and the DCFTA, Georgia has set out on a very broad agenda for reform. It's a huge undertaking, actually, to try to endeavor to harmonize with such a large part of the EU acquis. So, of course, it's a huge undertaking. One thing that I admire the most is the successful fight against corruption, and that is because this is such a difficult area. In a previous life, I worked for the Enlargement Commissioner, Olli Rehn, many years ago, and I know that this was always the last chapter that we closed in the accession negotiations with the Central and Eastern European countries, because it was so difficult to get judicial reform properly in place. And yet it is such an enormously important area, also for the economic development. Because who wants to invest in a country if you cannot go to court and have a due process if something should go wrong. So it's really, really important also for the business climate and for the ability to attract investments that you manage to fight corruption. Good economic development and rule of law really go hand in hand. And I think it is remarkable that Georgia is getting such good rankings from organizations like Transparency International and the World Bank, performing better than a number of member states. But as my colleague from, well, he used to be in the Commission, he's now in the EES, Luc Devigny said yesterday, don't compare yourself with the worst EU member states. You should, of course, aim to be among the very best. So, of course, there's still room for improvement, but I really think that this is an accomplishment worth highlighting. So, Georgia is definitely on a good track, but no room for complacency. When Georgia negotiated the DCFTA, it opted for backloading a lot of the reforms, and that means that very much of the heavy lifting needs to be done as from next year. So there is really much hard work ahead of you. But remember that the EU is your friend, the EU is here to assist, and I know that my colleague Katarina will elaborate more in detail on what we can do to assist. We are very happy to do so, but of course you are the ones who really have to do the difficult work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everyone that works with DCFTA, they know how important it is to have the assessment and endorsement from the Commission side. And I think also it's important for the motivation, for the work ahead, that it's ahead Georgia, but also all the countries that are implementing DCFTAs. And also thank you for having a broader context also in the broader context of trade, and also the link with the reform processes in the justice and in general understanding of reforms. As you already kind of pointed out when referring to the DGNI, I think we naturally, and the natural questions are linked very much with support and assistance. That's why I would like to ask Madam Katernova, if you could, in a way, if already it was mentioned a little bit before by the previous speakers, to refer of how you already assist, and also the perspective of the assistance for all the difficult benchmarks and homework that is on the shoulders of the countries that are implementing these FTAs, and here particularly Georgia. If you could also refer to very concrete and wide programs like as the COSME, like also how the SMEs kind of could be in a way get more possibilities, like to really benefit from the DCFTA, Enterprise, European Network, Horizon 2020, like the other programs that you would like to refer to. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Daniela, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Unlike Maria, I got the Georgian bug, as I call it, already many years ago. My last visit previously was 17 years ago, and even in my new capacity, this is my third visit to Georgia, and so I shouldn't say that too much in front of my other client countries where I haven't visited yet, but it's really a pleasure. Never been to Batumi, so it's really wonderful to be here. EU support comes in a variety, or through a variety of channels. We have very substantial bilateral envelopes through which we support, for example, agriculture and rural development quite massively. We support a number of areas through technical assistance. We have a program of twinning tanks. We also have fairly substantial regional programs to support SMEs, to support energy efficiency. We also work and will continue working even more efficiently with our IFI partners through the Neighborhood Investment Facility, which is the blending instrument that combines our grants with IFI loans. And Georgia is part of the COSME program as well as Horizon 2020 now, which is the innovation and R&D support program. So there is a lot of different types of support, but I think that for the DCFTA process, what is very important to stress is we actually designed a DCFTA facility. It's the name of it is as bad as the DCFTA itself, so we are now actually rebranding it and starting to call it EU for Business, just to make it a little more understandable, although I understand that in Georgia DCFTA is a household name that people here understand what it is, which is more than I can say about myself. But really the DCFTA facility is designed to help the SME sector go through the fairly onerous process of adjusting to standards and adjusting to regulatory requirements that the DCFTA imposes. Because the process is not elegant, the process is not straightforward. At the end of it, there is a big payback of Georgia. I think it's 70% or something of the technical acquis that the DCFTA countries will adopt. But going through that process is not easy. I always say it's not easy to explain to a farmer that if they want to export meat, it matters whether the tiles are 30 centimeters or 2 meters on the wall. And it's not, there are the technical standards that require investment, require knowledge, awareness, but also investment. And that's what the DCFTA facility is trying to do. It's a 200 million euro facility that we are in the process of, painful process and lengthy process of signing with our partner institutions, EIB and the EBRD. Some programs were already adopted. When I was here in May, we were actually, EBRD was signing with a big local bank, a local currency SME facility. We are about to sign with EIB a bigger portion for a similar guarantee facility that will be provided through the European Investment Fund. So there is sort of an architecture of support to local enterprises and SMEs to adapt to the requirements. I'm in fact going tomorrow to visit 2 local enterprises that have benefited from EU support. One is a wine producer and one is a beehive, I don't want to say manufacturer, and a honey producer that has benefited from a rural development and agriculture program called EMPART. So there is tangible support, but let me take a step back a little bit and say that as part of the review of the European Neighbourhood Policy that was adopted last November, and to which all of the Eastern Partnership countries very actively commented on the one hand, security, stability, resilience, and on the other hand, economic development and governance are the key principles. And therefore, we are actually involved very actively with Vice Prime Minister Kunzishvili and his colleagues and a variety of government and non-government actors in Georgia to help the overall economic development, which goes from good regulations, good business environment, where Georgia in fact is certainly in the Eastern Partnership context a front runner. And we are also now looking with our partners at how to support broader financial architecture development in these countries to not only provide facilities like the DCFTA through the banking system, but perhaps expand the type of financing that SMEs can reach, whether it's leasing, whether it's factoring, whether it's non-banking financial institutions, microcredit, whether it's collateral lending. And that's something we want to support because like all the neighbors, Georgia also is a heavily bank concentrated financing model for SMEs, and that has its limits. And in this country, an added difficulty is the big dollarization of the economy, where this is a concern. I'm looking at the governor with whom we discussed this quite intensely. And so we are looking also to our partners that are offering local currency products, and very welcome that, because it's not only access to knowledge, access to information and finance, but it's also finance that fits with the local business model and allows the SMEs to diversify. Mary already mentioned the word diversification. That's something that we very much want to support. And I would add another word, and that's internationalization. We already see some signs among the SME sector, especially in agriculture production, but elsewhere we would very much like to help you or facilitate the integration of the local SMEs into the European and global value chains. 2, 3 more quick points. One is the SME sector in Georgia, like among your neighbors, is critical, and it's not at the level of efficiency where it can be. You have over 95% of registered companies are SMEs, but they only represent 38% in terms of employment and only 17% in terms of GDP creation. So there is really huge scope. As we always say, the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. There is huge scope for improvement in bringing or extracting better value added from the SME sector. We concentrated on this sector also in the informal policy dialogue of Eastern Partnership, which took place in Kiev earlier this week, where Commissioner Hahn and Commissioner Bieńkowska jointly discussed with ministers of economy this as a priority. And I will finish on the one area, and I'm going to just mention it, not get into detail, but there is one huge scope for SME development which we massively support and will do so even more, and that's helping this country to improve its energy efficiency performance, because that's an area where you can not only feel good because you are helping the environment, but feel safer because it's allowing you to decrease your energy dependency on your big neighbor. And it happens through SMEs because it's the kind of investments that it takes lend themselves to being done by smaller businesses rather than big giants. So it's something where you can, where EU for business will naturally meet EU for energy, which is another new branding that we have for our support in the energy sector. I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for comprehensive also and putting a link between also investments and economic growth and the DCFTA benefits. And I think it's very, very important, all these elements, in order to make it really DCFTA work and reality in Georgia and in the DCFTA countries. We had like the national view on where we are, like from the perspective of Georgia. Also, we had the vision from the institutions. Now we will look at the perspective from a member state and also from a parliamentarian point of view, what are the roles of the parliaments in the legislative framework. And for this I will invite for the presentation Ana Birchel from Romania.
Thank you, Daniela. And before I share with you a few thoughts, please allow me to say thank you and how grateful I am to participate in this relevant and very important event. And I want to congratulate the organizer, Globsec, and a huge credit to David and his team. And I was pleased to hear the comments of the Prime Minister yesterday, because it is true from my own experience in my capacity as the chair of the European Affairs Committee in Romania. I can testify how tireless is David and his team in his efforts to really advance Georgia cause. And I do believe it's a huge credit to Georgia. So thank you so much for having me here. I do believe that the outcome of the NATO summit, the recent NATO summit, demonstrates one more time the importance of the entire Black Sea region. And before I go straight to answering your question, I do want to stress one more time how important it is for Romania, how important it is for our region, that the Black Sea region is now on, as a priority on the agenda of NATO. And here, allow me to share with you that it's a credit to your government, to the Georgian government. It's a credit to the Minister of Defense, Ms. Tinatin Kidashel, in my opinion, one of the best, if not the best defense minister that we've been dealt with recently. And the fact that having the Black Sea region in the NATO agenda, it's showing how important is Georgia, is Republic of Moldova and Ukraine and our whole region. So I mentioned the position of NATO because I believe it's somehow complementary with the recent evolutions of Georgia in relationship with the EU. And I always said it, and I'm saying with you here again, that we hope and we are committed to see Georgia, same as Ukraine, same as Moldova, on an irreversible path to the EU and NATO accession. You asked me about what can the member states can do, what the parliaments can do. Well, let me start by saying that I am pleased to share with you the fact that Romania was the first EU member state that ratified the accession agreement. And we have assisted Georgia, particularly with expertise in the implementation of the deep and comprehensive free trade area, seeking those to ensure the access of Georgian foods products in the EU level. And I tasted yesterday your blueberries. They are very good, so we would like to see more of them in the markets in the EU and in Romania as well. But each success is not to be taken as the end of the road. So it is rather a progress report which carries with it both a recognition of Georgians' own merits achieved so far and a promise on a continuously improved track record in reforms. And I was looking in in the World Bank Group Index, and I saw, and I was very pleased to see, Georgia as the front runner within the Eastern Partnership. And for us and for Romania, it's a particularly interest, as you know, the Eastern Partnership, because we would like to see Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia as staying very close and very tied on this path. When it comes to the economic terms, the provisional application of the free trade agreement is already bearing fruits as partners can freely trade with each other in the EU, and obviously is providing Georgia with enhanced and technical and financial assistance. I looked at the data and I saw a huge, a good increase between EU and Georgia. Obviously, as my previous colleagues mentioned, there is a huge room for improvement there, but at the present moment looks like the EU is Georgia's largest trading partner. We have witnessed, however, the reorientation of goods flows taking place, and probably from that point of view, we are a little concerned with certain fluctuations, so we all have to be more determined to put our own economic ties on a long-term upgoing track. I think that's something that maybe we might want to take into consideration. If the increase of the Georgian exports to the EU market is obvious, yet we are a little concerned, as I said, with this fluctuation, and maybe the minister can address this today, or obviously something that from our point of view should be considered. We were talking about the SMEs early on. Obviously the reform of the Georgian food safety rule will make the Georgian products safer, not just for the Georgian consumer, but for the foreign consumers as well. And that will increase probably the flow of the bilateral trading. But taking into account the importance of the SMEs for a sound and functioning market economy, I would like to commend the launching of the special facility for small and medium-sized businesses that put at work together the financial institutions and the SMEs in this endeavor for modernization. And I can't not mention that as was always mentioned, including today, obviously it is important that we all share the common values of the EU, that there is need to continue and deepen the reforms and the adaptation to the European legislation. And here Romania was already offering to help with the implementation of the acquis communautaire if it's needed, and any other expertise that we gained through our own experience through the accession to the EU. And obviously the most pressing topics from the EU perspective are the fair competition and equality in front of the justice, which is important for foreign investors, and obviously the fair market depends on the capacity of the authorities to fight and eliminate incompatibilities and any other type of conflicts of interest, including at the public servants level. I want to just share with you that practically after the EU accession of Romania, we witnessed an increase of 60 billion euros. It was a jump in terms of foreign investment. So, you know, the benefits are there. It's just for all of us to grab them. And I'm sure that Georgia is on the right track. I want to end by saying, including in this plenary, how much we appreciate and we salute the Georgian document of support for the European and Euro-Atlantic road of Georgia. Because everything is linked, all of them are linked, and it is important to have that political consensus at all levels, at all parties. And here I can share with you from Romanian experience, because very early in 1989 we started our path to the EU with a consensus document. It is so-called Sinaia document, which practically had the consensus among all the political forces, all the forces in Romania, to have this strategic orientation to the EU and to the NATO integration. And I think Georgia needs to continue to assume this path and direction directly, explicitly, and in a very credible manner. And I want to end, because that's very important, including for the topic that we are discussing today here, the importance for the visa liberalization. And I can't pledge enough, and I say it here one more time, I said it in all the meetings that I had yesterday and today, to reinforce the Romanian support for the EU visa liberalization with Georgia, because alongside with the trade agreement that we are talking, the visa liberalization is something that needs to be taken into consideration. I think here the Commission has done its job. Hopefully the others are going to do their job, and to end by answering directly to what you said. Yes, I think all member states should support Georgia, should support Ukraine, should support Republic of Moldova collectively and individually, because we want to see them succeeding based on their merits. And I think if we talk in the case of Georgia, they came a long way and they deserve the merit and they deserve the success, and that should be acknowledged in facts, not just in words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your encouraging words and also sharing from Romanian experience in terms of reforms, priorities, and also the readiness to share from your experience. I think advice and kind of permanent counseling, it's sometimes very crucial besides the process, like to be sure that enough motivation and also that what is done, it's done in the right way. Thank you for that. Now I'm turning to Mr. Emerson. SEPS is implementing the famous 3-year project on the DCFTAs, and the main task, as I understand, is to try to put the very deep and comprehensive and complex DCFTAs in a human language in a way. I would like you to share from the experience on how difficult it is to put it in a simple way, and what are the main challenges in terms to communicate about the DCFTAs, and doing this exercise in all the 3 countries, what are the similarities and what are the things that are very different in terms of challenges, and also what is to communicate all the hot topics related to the DCFTA. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I haven't been to all of the 13 Batumi conferences, but I've been to a few. And it seems to me, congratulations to the organizers of this one, because I think it's the biggest and the best so far. That is particularly pertinent for what I want to say now under 2 points. One is a communications point, and the other is a policy argument. The communications point follows on from the last session, I'm particularly happy to be speaking before a large Georgian audience, because our center, SEPS in Brussels, and 3 partner institutes in Tbilisi, Chisinau, and Kiev are just about to publish 3 communication products, 3 handbooks that take the 1,500-page legal texts of these agreements, which are unreadable for ordinary people, translating them into a reasonably handy book of only 200 pages, which is to do 2 things. First, to explain what the European Union law end of the commitments really mean, and secondly, what the 3 countries are doing about implementing it. So these 3 handbooks are finished. They were sent in English to the publisher last week and are being translated into Georgian, Ukrainian, Romanian, and for the Moldovan case, Russian also. And they will be published from September to November in the autumn, in Brussels, and then in the 3 capitals in November, including in the Ukrainian case, because it's a big country, certain regional road shows. This work goes at 2 levels. First, it's the handbooks, the full handbooks, which really addresses serious professional audiences of officials, parliamentarians, business leaders, academics, consultants, diplomats, journalists, and students. So this is a medium level of translation from legal technicality into comprehensive material. But we will also do an experiment at the second, more general public or popular level. We will, in August, do short versions, maybe 20 pages, written for, let us say, the 17-year-old high school students or members of the general public who are serious and intelligent and educated people, but they have no background knowledge whatsoever in European affairs, international relations, or trade policy. So we will do this, if you like, pop edition as well, and translate them also into Georgian, Ukrainian, Romanian, and Russian. So this will be our contribution, well, of the big, much bigger communication strategy business that we were discussing in the last program. And then the point for the many Georgians here present, we are extremely anxious to connect wherever possible to communications multipliers, be it trainers in institutions, maybe the Batumi State University next door will be doing courses in European affairs, for which case we have a textbook for them. For chambers of commerce, for example, which in the Ukrainian case, for the 20 oblasts of Ukraine, the chambers of commerce there will organize dissemination, so forth. So anybody interested, let me know afterwards. So that's on communications. Now on the policy argument. So here we are now with the 3 DCFTAs seriously in force, fully from the 1st of July for Georgia and Moldova, and provisionally since the 1st of January for Ukraine. And the provisional for Ukraine covers virtually everything and can go on forever. So let's forget about that particular point. They're all 3 together in any issues of policy substance. So the question is how to try all 3. I mean, we know from our work that all these 3 DCFTAs and association agreements, they are being seriously implemented now. I mean, it's halfway house, not complete, not successes everywhere, but a serious process is underway, and it's programmed. Okay. The question then is, assuming that's going to go on, how further to build on the process and enhance the dynamics, both the political and economic dynamics of the process. And here I have some suggestions for the 3 DCFTA states, plus the Commission and European the External Action Service together, because I think there's something missing at the moment in terms of the collective working up of the 3 plus the EU of their common interests. I mean, if you take the DCFTAs, these are such rich and extensive and deep documents, commitments, that there's a huge amount of mutual learning going on between the 3 states and between them and the EU. And that needs to be organized. There is the question of updating of the annexes to the agreement. Most of you who are in the business know very well the text of the treaties cannot be changed, but the annexes, where all the detail is, can be changed by agreement of the association councils. So there's updating and recalibration of the details, which is again a matter of collective interest. On the Georgian side, I've already here some pieces of information about ideas for further building on the content of the DCFTAs to extend the content. Okay, let's see what these ideas are, which should be of interest to all 3 plus the institutions. And then Georgia and Moldova have free trade agreements with Turkey, but Ukraine does not yet, but should do. And all 4 then should join, which is the intention, should join the Pan-Euro-Med Convention of Rules of Origin for Accumulation of Origin, which makes a reality of that economic area. And so that needs to be worked on together with DG Trade. Then there is the question of recalibrating the transport corridors and infrastructures with extensions into Eurasia with the new China factor, not forgetting the new Anaklia project, which we all know about, but I was recently in both Bucharest and Odessa at different events, and it's quite clear on all sides of the Black Sea there is serious interest in doing something now to get to realize the synergy potential from the new Black Sea state of affairs. Now, I'm looking at you, Janos Helman, in the front row, and you're smiling, and you know why. Because before you came to Georgia to be ambassador of the European Union, you were trying to breathe life into what was called the Black Sea Synergy, which is a tough job, and it couldn't go very far. But now we're in a new situation. We have the 3 DCFTAs. We've had 2 wars with Russia, which made itself the enemy of both Georgia and Ukraine. Russia has hindered transit from Ukraine through to Kazakhstan, which pushes the business through the Black Sea and the Caucasus. And China comes with its new Silk Road project and the gas pipelines, the Southern Corridor, are being built. There's a whole set of developments there, which are both trade, transport, economic investment, which can all be put together. So I asked myself the question whether the 3 DCFTA states and the European Union should not think about preparing together some new Black Sea strategy for presentation to the next European Partnership Summit in 1 year's time. You've got time to do it, and the substance, I think, is there. This leads into my final point, the quite delicate institutional question. Eastern Partnership is the EU +6, but 3 DCFTA. And so what's the format for this? This is, for those in the diplomacy of these businesses, it's a very delicate matter, but with understandable reasons. But objectively speaking, the 3 DCFTAs plus the EU have a lot of business to do together. Objective fact, and must be done in that format. For some of their DCFTA business, Turkey should be there as well, but not for everything. And for other things, you can make it a total Black Sea job. We note en passant that BISEC, which was never a very effective organization, is now a first-class zombie because Russia is Russia as of today. That's my proposal. I think the 3 DCFTA states and the EU institutions ought to think about these ways to build upon the remarkable achievements of the last year or two with the coming into force of the 3 DCFTAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you also very much for putting in a perspective, or like to bring the brainstorming and some elements for discussion. I think these are the conference for, like to see and to look from different angles, from different, in a way, points of view. Thank you for the speakers for the round of the presentations and also for your patience. I just like what
understand why for Republic of Moldova needs to be translated in Russia. The Russian is not the language in Moldova. Just I wanted to put it in place as we were talking earlier in another session about some communication issues. Republic of Moldova has its own language and is not Russian.
I can take on board also that because it's reference to Moldova, or maybe also, Michael, you also could collaborate on that. We decided from the past experiences and lessons that we also should talk to different regions and also to all the elements and components of the society. And also from one we consider that things can and should be enhanced. It's to communicate not to the ones that are already supporters by default of the idea of European integration and all the elements of the association agreement, the DCFTA, but also to communicate to the ones that put on doubt and they have less information. And the idea to have the handbook in Russian also, it's to be addressed to the Gagauz, in a way, region, which are the main, in a way, Russian speakers, and also to some, in a way, regions of the country. This was, in a way, the idea of the request that we had, and it was also agreed with the civil society representatives that are working together for the project. But if you have additional comments, maybe also could...
I just deal with this translation point. For the 2 DCFTA cases that have recently been invaded by Russia, when we asked them whether they wanted to do Russian translations, they said, "Нет, спасибо." But for Moldova, which hasn't been invaded recently, and to be serious, not to be facetious, the question of communication within Moldova between the Romanian and Russian-speaking people there is an extremely serious matter. And whereas the Romanian language is the official language, the Russian language is also seriously used, and the DCFTA agreement has been translated into Russian.
Thank you very much for that. But now, before opening the floor for the question and answers, and also maybe a little bit to elaborate on the future and what kind of also we can, in a way, take on board. One, in a way, general question, if someone could address it, it's about what are the possible priorities, what could be the possible deliverables for the next Eastern Partnership Summit. If someone from the speaker would like to address it, if not, we can open directly the floor for the questions and answers, because as I see, there's not much time.
If I may, I want to address some comments which we hear that I would say thank to all of the participants about the comments, what I heard. I would like to share with the audience the ratings which we have in Georgia, the international ratings, and we are absolutely proud of it. So by the international matrix, the corruption perception in Georgia, we are number 11 worldwide. By the starting business, we're number 6. We are the 16th safest country in the world, and we are very proud of it. We are 23rd by the free economic, by the Heritage Foundation, and we advanced ourselves daily. And what is good that there is a change in the attitude from the population, that today all in the populations are very proud that we are the free of corruption, less bureaucracy and more democracy in the country. And of course it helps to develop all kind of reforms, because if you have the corruption in your country, you cannot develop on the fast manner the reforms. It's very difficult and to implement the structural reforms. In kind of the DCFTA and association agreement, I would like to thank the European Union and the European Commission, because what we hear today, we touch almost all direction in our life. So we touch the economic development, we touch the education, we touch the infrastructure, we touch the innovation ecosystem development, we touch the trade, we touch communication, we touch the financial sector development. So this is the real benefit. And I would like to say to all countries who are in the DCFTA that the policy more for more is a very good policy. Everything depends on the leadership, everything depends on the countries. If you want to take from the European Union has all the willingness to give you everything what you wish. So it depends on the leadership, it depends on you. If you spend your efforts, if you spend your capacity to make this horizontal and vertical reform, you will have the benefits in place. And I think that Georgia is very a good case of it and very success story of it. And because of it, we see the support from the European side. Because in all directions, we have the opportunity to discuss all reforms, what we want to implement. And this is also very important, to have the possibility to discuss in the starting point, to discuss in the implementation stage, and to discuss what can be the outcomes of the reforms, which is very important. And of course, to have the opportunity to have the general communication strategy with the citizens, because to citizens it's very difficult to explain what is the DCFTA. But as soon as you explain that the DCFTA is the possibility to take the loans in the Georgian lari, it's very easy to understand. When you explain to the entrepreneurs that DCFTA is the access to the 500 million consumers market, it's very easy to explain. And as soon as you add that there is a European Union who supports us to do it, it's become more and more beneficial. So today I think that more than a half of enterprise knows what the DCFTA is, and they are expected more and more benefits from it. And only 15 days ago, the association agreement comes to enforce. And it's a great achievement. It's an effort which is done with the European Union and of course with the leadership of our government. And if I may, I would like to also touch the connectivity. So Mr. Emerson touched the connectivity issue, and I would like to confirm all his words that DCFTA without connectivity is nothing. If you don't have the proper logistics schemes, you cannot bring your goods to the market. So, and because of this Eastern Partnership, and all the corridors are very important, and for my personal opinion, we should keep Eastern Partnership. We should develop Euro-Asian corridor. We should develop the Trans-Caspian corridor. And we should put a lot of efforts to develop the Silk Road. The Silk Road, you know better than me, that has a lot of routes from Asia to Europe and vice versa. So there is a north route goes through the Russia. There is another route goes through the sea. We call our route the Central Route, and this route has its advantages because we can bring the goods from Asia, from China to Europe in the 10 days. And it's real achievement. And all the countries can participate on it. So the connectivity, the open barriers, the borders, the low bureaucracy and zero corruption on the customs is one of the most important issues if we are talking about the logistics. And I do hope that the countries who are involved in it will make a lot of efforts to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I think it's very good also to touch about the interconnections and connectivity. It's one of the elements that I think it appears in every speech and every, in a way, discussion that we have in the format of the Eastern Partnership. I think now we're at the stage that we don't need to be convinced like one each other. It's just the matter how practically we can, in a way, put it step by step and like to have a clear calendar roadmap how to achieve this goal. And it also very much in a way answers to my question of the vision and the priority for the next Eastern Partnership Summit. If some other speakers would like to have short comments, because then we will open the floor for questions and answers.
Thanks a lot. Quick comment on the Eastern Partnership. I think that, and this was very much echoed by the recent Foreign Affairs Council on Eastern Partnership, I think there is, if you asked this question a year ago might not have been the same, but I think there is very much interest in keeping, maintaining and strengthening the Eastern Partnership, both from the side of the EU, but very importantly from all 6 members, because when the DCFTAs kicked in and the association agreements, there was a question, you now have a 3 and 3. I think there is very much a sense that we are getting from the 6 countries that there is validity and interest in maintaining the Eastern Partnership. We have also committed ourselves to streamlining a little bit the architecture of it, which is somewhat Byzantine currently, with lots of panels and flagships and priorities, and really put 2 or 3 priorities each under the 4 big broad headings that were agreed in Riga. Certainly on the interconnection side, this is true of transport and energy, the importance of the interconnections, but also putting energy efficiency there, because this is the fil rouge that applies across the Eastern Partnership region. On the economic development side, that's where we branded the EU for Business, sort of a general push for economic development and reforms, structural reforms and support to the SME sector under that, and create also networks of businesses and align it with the Europe Enterprise Network, which is a very active platform of business support in the European Union. On the people-to-people dimension, one of the topics we are exploring in Georgia is the potential of hosting here a European school that would also bring kids from other Eastern Partnership countries, perhaps have a dedicated program also at the undergraduate level that could cluster here young talent from around the country. So these are sort of some ideas. I'm not being exhaustive here at what we are looking at as deliverables for the next summit.
Thank you very much. Anna, please, but very brief.
Partnership. I just came from Bratislava, where we had a meeting with the presidency, and I was pleased to see that the Eastern Partnership, it is a priority for the new presidency. My colleagues advocated for some benefits. I think there are huge benefits for the Eastern Partnership and for the enlargement policy. For Romania, we always been a very strong advocate for the Eastern Partnership and the enlargement policy, just for the fact that it's been proven to be the most successful policies in Europe. And even though there is some fatigue at the European Union level for the enlargement process, I think we owe it to our citizens, we owe it to our region to really push for the Eastern Partnership and for the enlargement policy, because I always our region is like a diamond that needs to be allowed to shine. And you know, it's not just for the Silk Road or other projects, huge projects. It's for the fact that we can actually be a very successful hub, a link between Asia and Europe. And that diamond needs to be allowed to shine. And I count on Georgia to continue to push for that.
Thank you very much. With this, I'm looking to the audience to open the floor for discussions. I already see hands. First, I will give the floor to the first row, then the lady on the left, and then the lady in the back. And then we'll try to cover 4 or 5 questions. Please introduce yourself and specify if the question is addressed to whom from the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Maurizio Greganti. I am from the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I would like to ask 2 brief questions to the Deputy Prime Minister, Komsishvili. Allow me to bring a little bit the point of view of my country. We are very happy for Georgia because now the DCFTA is into force. We are convinced that this will boost the economic development of Georgia and trade with the European Union. As you said already, it's happening from 21% to 30% already in 1 year. That's a great result. And we think there is a great potential for partnerships with our companies. We have, as you know, the second manufacturer in Europe, which is mostly based on SMEs. So we think that could be a very good basis to work with your companies. Great interest from our side in agro-industry, textile, mechanical engineering, but also in more innovative sectors like integrated logistics, for example. So the question is, what are the sectors, in your view, that you are aiming at develop the most within the new framework of the DCFTA in Georgia? Because then there is an interest from our side. Second question, the DCFTA facility, which you spoke at length. Maybe it will be rebranded, as it was said by the Director General, EU for Business, but in any case, it's very interesting for SMEs, for the financing for projects. What are you doing to spread word about this DCFTA facility? What is your strategy to communicate it and engage companies in Georgia, but also in Europe? Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you allow, we'll take a group of questions and then we'll answer. The lady to the left in the 4th row.
Thank you very much. My name is Nela Pejshili. I'm the director of the Institute for European Studies of Tbilisi State University. My first question goes to the Vice Deputy Prime Minister of Mr. Komsishvili. As we heard, it's indeed good news that we have some successful industries already working within the frameworks of the CFTA. This is kiwi, blueberries, honey, and fishes being testing. What about the wine industry, wine production? Because Georgia is a traditional wine producing country. What are the key challenges? Are wine production competitive enough on EU market, and what do you believe are the key challenges here? And my second question is related to implementation of the EU GovGe. If you go sector by sector, for example, what you believe are the most difficult part, for example, implementation of GovGe related to intellectual property right or TBT or competition what you believe is the most important part and why. And I have a question to Commission as well. You mentioned rebranding, EU for business. This is right, rebranding, we believe, because DCFTA is well known among elites, but those people who are actually involved in implementation of these benefits have to know more about that, and this is the way easier to understand. And my question is, I understand that each and particular DCFTA, each and particular free trade agreements between European Union and other countries have unique characteristics, but could you generalize some challenges which were faced by European Union with implementation of other DCFTAs beyond these 3 DCFTAs, and could you provide some recommendations for us? And finally, I want to thank Mr. Emerson for providing us opportunity to cooperate with SEPS, because our students recently visited SEPS and our PhDs are traveling there, and I want to confirm that we are really ready to cooperate with you and to be the disseminator of information and of the results of your project. We can be your focal points once you finalize your project on 3 DCFTAs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, please, the lady on the back. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lia Todu. I'm from an NGO called Center for Strategic Research and Development. I am dealing with consumer protection issues. I want to refer to what Commissioner Hahn said yesterday with regards to technical regulations and public procurement, that putting the right legislation into place is a major step, but implementation and enforcement are also crucial. So we Georgians are usually very fast and easy in adopting texts of legislative norms, but we are very reluctant when it comes to implementation and enforcement. And with this regard, I want to say, with regard to technical regulations, I want to agree with the Minister that we have good progress there. We adopted some technical standards in time. They did not come, not of them, all of them came into force yet, but okay. And we have good progress with regards to quality infrastructure development. Hopefully our accreditation center will be adopted into the European family of accreditation centers soon. But it's not, you know that it's not all which the state, with the government has to do to ensure safety and implementation and enforcement of technical regulations. There is market surveillance mechanism necessary. And where is it? We don't have it. Except for food, there is no market surveillance in Georgia for any other products. And as I am dealing with consumer issues, I am very much concerned about it, especially to take into consideration that in consumer part of association agreement, it's written that at the moment association agreement came temporarily into force, it means 2 years ago, the Product General Safety Directive had to be implemented, which includes functioning of market surveillance mechanism, and we don't have it here. So my question is, when we will have it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll take the last question, like the person in the back, and then we'll try to have the answers, and then we see if we manage to have a second round. If not, we'll break for coffee break. Please.
Hello, my name is Ereklet Amlashvili. I'm a student at Erlon College. So this is wonderful to have a free trade agreement with European Union. And we have seen positive changes on Georgian export, and this is essential for Georgia at this time because we are a developing country and we have small GDP at this time, of course, so we'll move up for sure. And as Thomas Friedman says, for the fastest way of growing countries' GDP is getting free trade agreements and going global. So as I know, we have negotiations and we are striving to get free trade agreements with other strategic countries as well. So my question would be how far we moved in the process of approaching free trade agreements with other countries, so, such as the United States and others. Thank you.
The question is addressed to whom?
Probably Mr. Kumsishvili.
Okay.
May I know where we are in regards of the other negotiations? So, Madam Chair, for your
Please,
permission,
because
I will
majority
start.
of the questions
Yeah,
been addressed
I will
to you.
start the answers. There was a question from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy. So, and I'm very grateful and thankful to you and your ambassador, who is very active and very good friend of us. And we really appreciate your support on the development of the industry. And as I mentioned, the DCFTA brings benefits if you have something to sell. If you don't have something to sell, you cannot benefit from it. Of course, you benefit because you harmonize your legislation and your standards will increase and you will have some investment inside of country because of the quality infrastructure, etc., and food safety and consumer protection will increase, but in any case, we need the tradable goods. And we are very open and we will be very thankful if we can organize some additional meetings and forums to attract the Italians to Georgia and bring them to Georgia and maybe to make some additional experience sharing because your country is one of the most advanced to develop the SMEs. And this is what we are doing right now and what we are trying to develop. 2 years ago, we introduced the several governmental program, which we called Produce in Georgia. And this program is to address the main challenges what we have in SMEs. This is the access to the knowledge, this is access to the finance, and this is to access to the infrastructure. And the project becomes very successful. Today, it generates around 400 million lari investment opportunity, creates 7,000 new jobs, and what we see, it brings even the export, and what we count, it's around 20 million on export. It was the purely startup. So your contribution will be warm welcomed, and we are very thankful to it. Regarding the communication and general communication and the CFTA facility, which is very important to our country, and as I mentioned, so today it's very easy to communicate with the entrepreneurs because I can say that, you know, the CFTA means the loans in the lari. And we make the signing ceremony, Madame Maternova was here, we make a lot of interviews, we make public speeches, and we have the general communication strategy. And what is even better, that this money will be distributed through one of the biggest commercial bank, which has a lot of branches. And it means that their goal and our aim is absolutely complementary. So today they have the laris, they have the customers, we have the general strategy how to communicate, and all together should help to provide this facility to the SMEs. But of course, we still need to do more and more to explain to the SMEs in the rural areas what kind of benefits it brings. We work with the, it's very unusual, by the way, and I'm very thankful to Great Britain. I saw the ambassador was here. They make a Brexit, but they help us on the general communication on the DCFTA facilitation. So it's very helpful. And we have another general communication strategy. My deputy made a lot of meetings throughout the country. And David Bakradze, who is in charge of the Euro integration, made a lot of meetings in the rural area. So we are quite active on the general communication, but still we need all kind of help, all kind of assistance which can be provided on this direction. So the young lady's question about the wine. Wine production and wine direction is the traditional sector of Georgia. You know that we have the wine agency who is very active on that direction. We make a lot of promotion year by year. We spend a lot of money on it. And what is good that we interconnect the wine and the tourism right now. And this year with the EUNATO, we will host the first wine conference in Georgia in the middle of September. And we are very active on it. Regarding the wine quality, we are very strict. And the wine agency is in charge of keeping the quality of wine in the standards which we reached during the last year. So we will continue the promotion of wine and keeping the wine quality as high as possible. I don't believe that we can become the mass producer of wine because we are lack of land. So we are on the right niche. We have our tradition how to produce the wine, and we should keep it as it is. So I can assure you that we will continue the wine promotion with the tourism and with our culture as we are doing right now, even better. So the main challenge is what we have. You know, it's as I mentioned, right now we have a very big agenda of association agreement implementation and DCFTA implementation. And as I mentioned, because of the leadership, because personally the Prime Minister is chairing all these committees and all the government are responsible to him, and we have the political will. We do hope that all reform will be implemented in the time frame which we take the commitments. The intellectual property rights, I don't think that this is the biggest challenge. The procurement is the challenge, but we are in line of the time frame and commitment what we take, and even the new rules will be presented in the beginning of the August, which is the very important. So it will be the two-step procurement procedures. So the first step is to look at the quality and quantity, and the next step will be the pricing, which is very important because today you know that we have only the one-step procurement procedures, which depends only the pricing, and it becomes the disaster to the big projects where you need to look at the quality as well. Regarding the non-tariff barriers, I'm not sure that, yeah, it is the problem, but it's the problem not to directly to the DCFTA, but to the related countries, because what we see right now in our country, the customs clearance is quite good. There is no complaint. We make the research survey. We ask around 400 companies what they think about the importers, what they think about our customs clearance, and from 300, only 13 told us that they have some problems in the customs, but none of them told us that there is the non-tariff barriers. So we are free of it. There was the question about the consumers' protection. We have the obligation and we take the commitment that we will have the consumers' protection law, and we will have it. In regards of the supervision, right now, as you mentioned, that there is a food safety agency, and under Ministry of Economy, we are ready to transform our technical and construction agency into the market supervision agency, which will be responsible to all other part which is not related to the food safety. So it will cover the biggest part of the problem, but of course afterwards, maybe after the new parliament, we will adopt the new law on the customs consumers protection. Regarding the other free trade, so we are quite advanced regarding the other free trade, and this is in our priority. So some 18 days ago, we concluded the EFTA countries free trade negotiations and signed with the EFTA countries the free trade agreement. This is the Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Norway and Iceland. These countries generate around 850 billion GDP, which is very important, and we right now cover almost all Europe. At the same time, we are on the third round of the negotiation with the China, and we have high political agreement with the Chinese government that we will finalize the agreement up to the end of this year. And as soon as we will finalize this, Georgia will have, under the preferential trade regime, 1/3 of the world's population, which is of course good and become the advantage to Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first Deputy Prime Minister, for all the answers to the questions asked. Now, for the question that was addressed, I'm looking to the Head of Cabinet and also the Deputy General Directorate for DGNA, for both, like you could in a way. Short interventions there, of course.
Yeah, to try to answer the question, what are the most difficult parts to implement in the three countries? There are some differences, obviously. I do not claim that I have a perfect overview, but I note, for example, that in Ukraine, it's hugely difficult to fight corruption. So that's one of the main challenges there. But I think in all three countries, I would like to highlight one area that is difficult, and that is the phytosanitary area. And that is because we have so many detailed rules in the European Union. That's also why it will take many years to get things in place. I'll give you some examples. When it comes to food safety, we have 101 legal acts. And Georgia intends to approximate its laws with EU laws up until 2026. Currently 16 are done out of the 101. Then we have the veterinary standards. Here we have 84 legal acts. Georgia will use the time up until 2027 to get this done. 10 were done by the end of last year. Plant protection. Here we have 87 legal acts. 4 were done at the end of last year. And again, Georgia will need time up until 2026. Just to give you an example of how much work that is involved in this field. Currently, Georgia is exporting fruits and vegetables, but are not allowed yet to export anything of animal origin. So this is a big area. Then just one word to the consumer protection lady. Yes, of course, sometimes adopting a law is the easy part, and to properly implement it and enforce it, that's the difficult part, because it also involves training. I mean, the people who deal with the new law in practice have to be aware that there is a new law, and what is it about, and how does one use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to Madame Maternova, please.
Just to build on what Maria said, in fact, to the same lady that raised the issue of consumer protection, you're absolutely right on the market surveillance, lack of market surveillance mechanisms, as well as on public procurement not having sufficient approximation. All of these issues are in fact planned for and are part of our planned program of, we call it budget support, which is a misnomer, but sector budget support, in which we support reforms that are carried out. And so both market surveillance mechanism and approximation of public procurement are part of what's already prepared out of next year as a reform support to the implementation of the DCFTA. And just two small other comments. Somebody mentioned, I think you mentioned blueberries, or you mentioned blueberries.
I did.
Oh, both of you mentioned blueberries. Excellent. So just want to make sure that we all know that the producer of the blueberries, Commissioner Hahn, visited him yesterday. It was in fact supported through the NPARC program, financed by the European Union, which leads me to my last point. I think that communication is something where on both sides there is a huge room for improvement, and we started, thanks for the acknowledgement that DCFTA is a mouthful that doesn't lend itself to easy communication to normal people outside of the policymakers' bubble. And I think that there is a lot more that needs to be done in terms of communicating real benefits and real opportunities. I think the Brexit example vote is a reminder and a wake-up call to all of us that communication is certainly an area that should not be underestimated and should be on our minds up front, and especially in this part of Europe where your big neighbor uses communication as a matter of hybrid warfare, which I must agree that with Michael's comment that while not being official languages, Russian is actually important to communicate in because the Russian-speaking population is the one on the front lines of receiving the propaganda that's produced by Russia. So as soon as I get off this panel, I'm actually going to give an interview in Russian to a Russian language radio. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for highlighting all these elements. I'm just looking to Anna and to Michael Emerson if you have something to react from some elements. If no, we had a request of an extra one last question. Please, as I understood, it's here in the second floor.
ქართულად მოგახსენებთ ალბათ. Mama Petre Georgadze. თარგმნია რა თქო როგორ არის?
The translation.
მე ამჟამად ამჯერად წარმოვადგენ
So I'll be speaking Georgian. I'm representing MPART program.
MPART-ის პროგრამით სარგებენ ნახულ მოქალაქეს საქართველოსი. ჩვენ შევქმნით კოოპერატივი და ჩვენმა მეგობრებმა ჩვენს რაიონში, რეგიონში, სხვადასხვა ვანის რაიონში ინფორმაციისათვის, რომ თუ ეს რამდენიმე 2-3 კოოპერატივი ერთად, უпростоოდ გლეხური მეურნეობა 2 ტონას აწარმოებდა თავს ვაწარმოებთ, მოგიხსენებათ, ამჟამად გრანტის მიღების შემდგომ 10 ტონაზე ავედით.
So I would like to talk about our experience. We are in Vani region, and we had actually small farms. We were honey producers. So basically, we set up several small cooperatives, small farmers, 3 united, and we started production of honey. So we were producing about around 2 tons. After receiving of the grant, actually, we had increased the production up to 10 tons.
MPART-ის პროგრამით მივიღეთ ქალბატონ კატარინას დიდი მადლობა სამსახურს მისას. აგრეთვე გვაინტერესებს ასეთი რაღაცა. თავისთავად სკეპტიკოსები გვყავს ჩვენ წარმოების სისტემაში, ასე რომ ვთქვათ. ძირითადად ჩვენი მრევლი არის ჩართული და მეც გვერდში უდგავარ და თითქოს ვინც პირველი გრანტი მიიღო ბატონ დიმიტრი თქვენ თან შეკითხვა რომ და ქალბატონ კატარინასთან რომ შემდგომში ვერ მიიღებენ აი ამ გრანტს. ჩვენ შევქმნით მეორე დონის კოოპერატივი.
So actually, we have been beneficiaries of the grant within the framework of IMPART project, and we are extremely grateful to the grant providers. Actually, we were told that because we have already benefited from this one grant, we could not apply for the second one, and actually that's the issue.
და შემდგომი განვითარებისათვის ძალიან ბევრი სკეპტიკოსები ყავს საერთოდ ირგვლივ მეურნეობაში კოოპერატივის შესახებ და როგორ იქნებოდა გვაინტერესებდა შემდგომი განვითარების საშუალება თუ იქნებოდა და მაინტერესებდა ქალბატონი ანდასა და დანიელას შევეკითხოთ რომ რუმინეთში და მოლდავეთში როგორაა კოოპერატივების განვითარების საკითხი როგორ დგას და როგორ პერსპექტივას იმედს მოგცევ ჩვენ რომ ისევ რა თქმა უნდა განვითარდეს ეს მეურნეობა რომელიც ფეხს იდგავს რა თქმა უნდა მთავრობის ხელშეწყობის ბატონ დიმიტს სარგებლო დიდი მადლობა მინდა უთხრა რომ შენობის პრობლემა მოგვიგვარეთ ვანში რომელიც შემდგომი წარმოებისათვის აუცილებელი იყო და რა ვიცი ერი-ბერი ვცდილობთ რომ ჩავდგეს სამსახურში ქვეყნისა და რაღაცა გამოგვივიდეს პროცენტებზე იყო აქ ბანკზე საუბარი და თანადაფინანსება გვიწევს და 16-17%-ში გვიწევს თანხების აღება. ცოტა ძნელი არის ახლა. და თუ იქნება შესაძლებელი რომ აი დაბალ პროცენტიანი სესხები იყოს, აი ესეთი საკითხი და ეს გავაგრძელებ შემდგომ გადათარგმნილს ალბათ და
So again, I would like to stress the point that there are a lot of skeptical people, who do not believe very much in those kind of initiatives. And also I would like to stress that all of us, representatives of the clergy, also our parish, we are all working there in these small cooperatives to produce honey. And of course we want to contribute to development of our country and our economy. Actually, it would be very interesting to listen to Romanian Moldova experience, how all this was developing in your countries, what are the prospects, whether we could expand further our production. Also, we are using this opportunity to extend our gratitude to the Ministry of Economy, because actually they have been helping us with the building where we do all the production, and now we do have the premises, so thanks to them. Another challenging issue is the interest rates, which are quite high, because actually we have to do some co-funding, and the interest rates in our case is about 16-17%. So my question would be whether there is opportunity for provision of more favorable loans and credits so that the interest rates are lower.
და ვიცით რომ აუცილებელი რაც გვაკლია ეს არის ცოდნა მარკეტინგში, რა თქმა უნდა, მართვაში, ყოველივე ტრენინგები გვიტარდება იმპარტის პროგრამით ისევ და ისევ, მაგრამ საკმარისი არ არის და იმედია რომ ისევ სიამოვნებით მეც ედროს ეკონომიური დავამთავრე და კაი ხანია გასული, მაგრამ სიამოვნებით ვესწრები ხოლმე იმ ტრენინგებს, როცა დრო მექნება და რა თქმა ვიახლები ცოდნას, რომელიც კარგია და სასიამოვნოა ჩვენთვის და რა თქმა უნდა ყოველთვის სადავართ თუ იქნება გვერდში დგომა რაღაცნაირად ჩართული იყო ჩვენ ყველანაირად ჩვენს უკან სამრევლოები არის ის ადამიანები რომლებიც ორიენტირებული არიან იმ მომავალზე რომელიც აი აქ იყო საუბარი დღეს რომ საქართველოს მომავალი ევროპაზე გადის ეს ყველამ ჩვენ ვიცით.
And also another aspect that I would like to underline the importance. This is the importance of trainings, because we do have lack of knowledge. IMPART actually has offered to us certain trainings, especially for development of some managerial skills. And I myself, I'm an economist by my background, but anytime I have an opportunity of participating in the trainings and benefiting from them, of course I use that opportunity. It would be great if this kind of trainings are expanded and provided further, and also stressing the importance of this kind of trainings and this kind of projects, because again, it's our congregation which is benefiting from that and participating in the project. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for addressing the question. Even though I think exceeded from all the possible terms and lines the time for the session, but I think it was a very important example and also touched upon important elements. If it's some of the speakers would like to touch upon, and also because it was a reference to Moldova, maybe later I will just say a few words, but just 2-3 sentences, because then the audience will be left without the coffee break in general. Who would like to?
Okay, I can briefly react, and I'm delighted to see live one of the honey-producing bishops. I heard about you already in May, so I'm delighted to see you in person. Just very briefly, there is going to be a second program of NPART, and it's possible for the same beneficiary to get financing also from subsequent programs. It cannot be for the same program. It has to be something new or additional, but it's possible. The next end part is not online yet. There is a little bit, we just finished one. We are going to have a subsequent one and are waiting also for European Investment Bank lending to come on stream. And it will also contain training elements. So it's going to be possible to receive both technical assistance and training in addition to the financing. So that's as far as good news go.
Thank you very much. If to refer to the case of Moldova, in terms of using the import funds, we're a little bit lagging behind. It's still not operational. I think we should learn from your experience and also to have peer-to-peer experiences with similar small producers, in this case of honey. Also, a challenge for the Republic of Moldova was to ensure the standards, the phytosanitary standards, and we had several times, because of the evaluations and the capacity of laboratories and all that, being back and then again allowed to export honey to European market. This is why it's very important also the capacity of the small, medium, producers, but also of authorities to have all the necessary ingredients and equipments to be there to really benefit and take full advantage. We really think that joint trainings and activities together could in a way be of added value also for Moldova, maybe also for Georgia, and maybe we could also explore this in the framework of the Eastern Partnership. With this, I would like to close our session, and first of all, I would like to thank for the speakers, and I would like to ask all of you to have a round of applause for all the speakers. And as a technical announcement, which I was asked by the organizers, the next panel will start, I think, in 15 minutes. It's supposed to start at 45, but we are really, really delayed, and I think we'll have a shorter coffee break in order to have the next panel not that much delayed. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, dear guests and participants to the conference. I'm honored to have an opportunity to be the moderator to this last session of two really wonderful and very collaborative, I would say, and important and interesting sessions during these 2 days. I'm Lasha Dolidze, representing the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. My project and my organization plays an important role, I would say, and I'm happy to say so, in supporting the EU-funded projects. Namely, we are an indispensable part of the MPART program, and we are helping the Ministry of Agriculture of Georgia in implementing the MPART-related conditionalities. Just recently, we reached the point at which it can be said that the first set of the MPART program is successfully accomplished. And I do hope that sometime in August, the corroborative mission, which will come, will express its satisfaction with overall proceeding of the collaboration between two partners. And then subsequently, I hope that I can play some role in further continuation of collaboration between these two partners. Now let me introduce the members of our last panel. Sitting from left side from me, Ms. Tia Tsulukiani, the Minister of Justice. Then I'm honored to represent Mr. Veino Reinhardt, the Undersecretary for Economic and Development Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Estonia. Mr. François Lafond, Associate Professor of Sciences de Paris. Also, Mr. Vincent Ray, Acting Head of Cooperation EU Delegation to Georgia, and Mr. Kahaber Gogolashvili, Chairman, EAP, CSF, Georgian National Platform, Senior Fellow, Director of EU Studies, Georgian Foundation for Strategic and International Studies. Basically, the topic of our discussion right now is some sort of overview of the perspectives and the history behind the EU-Georgian collaboration. As far as I can recall, since the early days of independence, already in 1993, European Union, through its various institutions and instruments, has been almost always, I would say always, the most important partner organization to Georgia, having deployed a variety of tools to assess transition period. This was food assistance, this was infrastructure, this was human rights and justice, this was democracy. Importantly, this was education. So many times during the sessions that we are witnessing right now, it was mentioned, the fact was mentioned that the signature of the DCFTA and associated agreements by the time was corroboration of how successful this mutual collaboration has been so far. So I would say that in my perspective, during these 20 years or even more of collaboration, Georgia proved to be a worthy partner. And as far as I understand, there is more to follow. I mentioned briefly that the MPART program, which I'm representing right now, is continuing successfully. So I guess we have to take a look at the process of acceptance of Georgia as the valuable member of the neighborhood, and also the signature of the association agreement and the DCFTA is just the beginning of the subsequent collaboration, which will entail even broader toolkit and even deeper mood of collaboration and wide scope of, so to speak, programs which will be mutually beneficial for us and the European Union. So I would like to pass word to Mr. Lukiani to elaborate on the subject matter on the discussion. Thanks.
Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, of course we all are happy to be here in Batumi, and I'm very happy to hear from different guests that this is perhaps the one of the best Batumi conference, and these are very good news for us, of course. But let me begin with presenting condolences to France. First of all, Mr. Ambassador, please receive our condolences for this awful attack which happened in France in last night. This proves that we should continue to fight together, or else European values lose their sense. Georgia will continue to stand in this common fight against terrorism, of course. And all our efforts since 2012 have been directed to that goal, to preserve the common values we share with every single European countries. And as the Prime Minister of Georgia mentioned yesterday in the opening speech, of course today Georgia is happy to join at last the natural place of Georgia's, which is European family. This event and this year marks the full entry into force of the EU-Georgian Association Agreement, which is seen from the Ministry of Justice point of view as an instrument, transformative instrument, a single most important and comprehensive one for building, transforming and consolidating institutional democracy in this country. All that what defines the core of the reforms that we pursue and transforms Georgia into what I called elsewhere during 4 years of my staying in this position, Georgia as a non-member state of EU. I remember it vividly 3 years ago when I coined this term with different European partners. They would be surprised to hear that new status for Georgia we invented, or find this as something quixotic. But this is no longer the case today. The fact is that increasingly it becomes reality that today in Georgia we can say that we are part of this process. We have been transforming and reforming our state within the framework, of course, of the Visa Liberalization Action Plan and Association Agreement implementation action plans, but first of all because Georgia deserves it. Georgian people deserve to have a stronger state. Georgian people deserve that what we thought 4 years ago, to allow them to breathe freely and to decide on their own who should stay in power and who should leave. This is the mood in which we approach the election day in October in Georgia, and we are very happy after 2 successive democratic, transparent, free elections in 2013 and 14 that Georgian people will decide what kind of government should they have. But what we do know today is that Georgian people's choice has been, as for many centuries now, European choice. Non-member member state, it's a very comfortable position for us because we do not even need to think, do we stay or do we leave? Because we are not members. But for us, it's what's the most important also is the process itself. And in the Ministry of Justice, several hundreds of laws have been modified since 2012. And we used all this process with our European partners to achieve the main goal, to have functional institutions, to reform the judiciary for children, for women, for everybody, and that's how we achieved with our European Union partners something which is unique in the region. This is, for instance, just to give one example, the Juvenile Justice Code of Georgia's, the prosecution reform, the reforms of the security services, which allows us to fight effectively with our French, British, other European partners against common challenges we can have, terrorism, organized crime, and this government now can say loudly and proudly after 4 years of being in power that yes, we are able to protect stability and peace in this country and fight effectively against those crimes. Without peace and stability, there is no democracy and development. So today what we are doing now and what we will be doing in future, of course, notwithstanding the decision Georgian people deserves, positive decision on visa-free regime for Georgians, notwithstanding the outcome that we heard yesterday would be positive in October, Georgians will continue to reform this country. We will continue to commit ourselves and what we have been doing since December when we got the positive technical assessment for the EU Commission, and then different Georgiosceptics who said that maybe yes, maybe not, Georgia should have visa-free regime. Despite that skepticism, we continued to reform the state. We are now in a very active phase of harmonization of our Georgian laws with EU acquis communautaire, including with the help of our faithful and traditionally helpful partner countries, including, for instance, Romania and its Ministry and Minister of Justice. So, many good things to speak about, and I'm sure that during the discussion we'll be able to show more what kind of reforms in the justice field we implemented. Many of those are unprecedented after 90s when we gained the independence, and many of the reforms are planned and will be included, of course, in our election campaign of the party of the Georgian Dream. What we need now is that, as different participants mentioned during the previous panel, what we need now, what kind of main challenge we do see and have on our European path. It's cherishing and protecting beliefs in Europe, Georgians' beliefs in European values, because anti-Europe propaganda is increasing. No one, it should not be secret for anyone. We fight it. We continue our pedagogical work to show that it's not because we do not have visa-free regime right now that we should stop going forward on our European path. So let's Georgia get in this universe which is depending now on the visa-free decision for Georgians, because Georgians, I'll be very frank, are waiting for that. And once we have this positive decision, then of course this fruitless propaganda can be thought to have been effectively fought. Thank you very much, and of course I do hope that with this question and answer sessions I'll be able to speak more in depth about the reforms we implemented, and we are a bit in a hurry because of the previous panel, so I will shorten my speech here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I'd like to pass my word to Mr. Aino Reinhardt.
All right. Thank you very much indeed, and let me start by thanking the government of Georgia and David in particular for the warm welcome extended to us here in Batumi, in the beautiful city of Batumi. Warm welcome, both literally as well as in terms of friendship extended. So I truly have been enjoying every moment of being here, and I'm certainly looking forward to participating the upcoming conferences here. Well, if you would consider it necessary to have me here again. Well, let me start with by way of political introduction on what is our own experience on getting the European Union to yes on our membership a number of years ago, on how to avoid the disappointment and frustration from taking over, on what is the political context in order to get the European Union to yes. And second, I would like to say a few words about on what are the underlying principles guiding our development cooperation with Georgia, and finally, why is trade and the implementation of the trade agreements more important than we may have thought in the past? Well, as we know, back in the early 90s, Estonia had an ambition to join the European Union together with the Central European nations, particularly Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. Well, as we know, the application of Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary was warmly welcomed by the then European Union leaders and the leaders of the EU member states. Whereas when we expressed a similar desire of joining the European Union, well, we were said, yes, but, and relatively big but comes. Well, obviously we had to work with the but side of the argument. And what we decided to do at the time was to reform our country in a similar way the Central European nations had been reforming their countries, and to outperform them in respect of the reform necessary to get the invitation to join the European Union. We were absolutely certain, for instance, that Poland would be invited to join the Union, and we decided to outperform Poland. Back in 1995, we filed our own application to join the European Union, and we requested no transitional measures or derogation, decision which put us ahead of the pack. We didn't have, at the time, any particular European perspective, as we know. But by outperforming our competitors in friendly competition, as we know, we were able to receive the invitation back in 1995 together with Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary. How is this relevant to Georgia today? Well, we know some politicians have been expressing the view that in order to have an incentive to reform, we would need the European perspective. Well, we didn't have any European perspective back in the early 90s. The Central Europeans had. Well, as we know, these days, the Western Balkan nations have clearly spelled out European perspective. What I believe Georgia should concentrate these days is to outperform the Western Balkan nations in terms of implementing the reform. To do the same what we did back in the mid-90s. Let me now say a few words about the underlying principles our development cooperation is guided by. Well, not surprisingly, well, our objectives of our development cooperation with Georgia coincide with the objectives of the Georgian government. We have been concentrating on promoting civil society, rule of law, open government, entrepreneurship, quality of the education, implementation of the association agreement, and e-governance, as well as for Georgia, is not an aim of itself. The e-governments would serve us as a means to strengthen good governance, rule of law, would increase transparency, and by doing so, would also help to eradicate corruption by doing away with the middlemen. As our president once proudly stated, you can't bribe your computer or software. So by promoting e-governance, we would promote transparency, rule of law, eradicating corruption, promoting the civil society, doing our best effort to make the reforms irreversible. Let me now say a few words about trade. Well, we believe the free trade agreement, what is part of the association agreement, what came to force a couple of weeks ago, constitutes an important part of the association agreement. Trade flows could not be turned around a similar way. Agreements on eternal friendship or love could be. Well, as we know, trade flows couldn't be turned around easily. I believe, well, I can't resist the temptation to say it, but as the early indications of the upcoming Brexit negotiations have already demonstrated, reconsidering your trade relations with the European Union constitutes probably the most complicated part of the upcoming Brexit process. So by implementing the free trade agreement with the European Union, I believe Georgia would indeed anchor its future with the part of Europe where Georgia has always belonged. The implementation of the free trade agreement would also do away of the legal uncertainty, what to some extent prevented the investments from coming to Georgia. And we believe by having the agreement implemented, Georgia will start receiving a lot more foreign investments, and the trade with the European Union would flourish. Well, what should I say in conclusion? We have committed ourselves to supporting Georgia to make sure you are in a position of being able to exercise your right to choose your own security arrangements and economic future. Although the political climate in Europe may not be quite as enlargement friendly as it was, say, 10 to 15 years ago, if we were able to make it when, you would be able to make it now, and the European Union would be able to make it again, with a little help of your friends. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Reiner. Mr. Francois Lafont.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I would like first, obviously, to thank the organizer and in particular the Ministry of European and Euro-Atlantic Affairs. Second, first observation is about the victims of the attack in France this night and all the families, not just French, but Germans, Italian, Belgium, Americans, and we will discover that with the time. So some thoughts about the families. My intervention will be on three main points. The first one is managing the expectations. Of course, I'm going to give you a Paris perspective, so how I see what's going on in this region. I'm not an expert, but I try to understand the European integration process for the last 30 years. So how I see what's going on and what I have for the last 2 days. First, managing expectation. Why? Georgia is a great example of the Eastern Partnership Agreement and what the European Commission with the member states put in place 10 years ago. Despite some criticism, even in my country, it seems to me that the Georgian example is the best one if you compare with the others. So this is a good example, despite the differences among the countries. So the association agreement, which is fully in place since July 1st, is an excellent tool. And I would like to insist on the words used by this agreement. And this is to promote the political association and the economic integration. What does it mean? That means that maybe, and this is the political French background, they consider that maybe the membership is not so obvious at the end. But at the same time, what is very important is the transformative role of this process and making sure that Georgia is continuing the process of modernization, of transformation, and being a real partner for the European Union. If you have a look to the parliamentarian's report who was dealing with the association agreement, they are quite satisfied about the situation. They are saying that the work done by the government is excellent. We are talking about a country which is a democratic state, less fragile than some of the neighbors, with a real pluralistic political life, hoping that the next election will continue with this picture. Despite the fact that, of course, now the main task of the country will be to absorb the acquis communautaire, and maybe you don't know what does it mean, but concretely this is on more than, and we will maybe see that later, 25 sectors that the country has to manage the regulations, change the regulation and continue this transformation, which is important, maybe more than the full membership. Then the democratic process is also seen as making progress with the constitutional reform, the justice independence, more responsibility in the decisions, a reduction of the possibility to keep in jail a person without the control of a judge, the independence of the media, the fight against discrimination and the gender issues. So everything which is going in the direction of the European values. So that's the good point. And this is, maybe there are 2 or 3 points which could be better. Which is mentioned. This is a privacy dimension, so maybe sure that the privacy law is better enforced, and maybe also that the judiciary branch could be with more any suspicion about the political opponents and the religious minorities. So that's something which could be still improved. But this is, again, from Paris, very nice to see that the European Union is still attractive. And I mean, this is one of the only countries on the continent so keen to be member of the European Union. This is something which is positive and that we have to keep in mind. The second is, but why you want to be member of the European Union when the big one is leaving? I mean, the Brexit. And I would like just to mention 2 or 3 things about the Brexit discussion that we heard yesterday. First, of course, the UK is a great partner of all the members of the European Union, but it was not a full partner. Let me remind that. UK was not member of the Eurozone. UK was not member of the Schengen space. UK used to have a certain number of opting out clauses. So it was always a country which was not fully a member. And they are doing exactly what they used to say for the last 30 years. So I'm a bit surprised by all our British colleagues here. They are all sad about the situation. But I've been living for 3 years in London in the more pro-European time with Tony Blair before the Iraq crisis. And the press, the politicians, they were always criticizing the European Union. They were always saying that it was too much regulation, it was too much social dimension, it was not working in a good way. So how do you want then that the citizens, hearing for more than 30 years that the European Union is a bad thing or not fully good enough, that they will not vote for Brexit? Makes sense. I mean, you have to manage also the expectation of your citizens. So at the end, this is a kind of logical step. Now the point, there are 2 things. The point is just to make sure that it will happen and as smoothly as possible. And the second is what the 27 other member states will do, what we have to offer to our population in order to avoid that another country, I'm not mentioning Poland or Hungary or some others, which could be tempted to do the same, to organize a national referendum, asking the population, are you happy with the European Union? Do you want to exit or not? So we have to take into consideration what the Brexit means for the others and making sure that we are moving forward. Another element, this is the second one, and why we are in disarray at the European level, and maybe one explanation of the Brexit, is also that we do not have anymore a model where we are going together. Okay, we are talking about values, but we know that the federation is not possible. That's over. We know that. We know that the confederation is not working. I mean, this is just cooperation, and cooperation is not enough. So what kind of ideal or vision we are giving to the citizens? We have nothing. Remember that for the last 40 years, we did provide something to the citizens. We did provide first the internal market. It was an objective for all the member states. And we said, in 10 years' time, we are going to have a great market. Let's do it. And we've done it, more or less. There are still some things to be implemented, but that is there, the market. Then the second big vision was the euro. We said, we are going to have one currency, just one. So for 10 years, all the member states adapt themselves to have this currency. But it was a mobilization project, something which gives a sense of what we are doing. The third element was the enlargement. Okay, some are criticizing. I still consider this is the best of the things that the European Union has done for the last 15 years. But it was also a project mobilizing all the citizens. And for the last 10 years, what we have offered to our citizens, the values, this is not enough. And at the same time, we are not delivering. So that's why the politicians at the European level, at the national level, have the responsibility, and they have to be more aware of that. That's why I'm coming back to the managing the expectations. And we have seen with the Brexit how the politicians could use things which are false. And we have seen that with the Russian and the communication, the propaganda. This is not specific to Russia. In all the European countries, our politicians are manipulating the fact or are not saying the truth. How do you want that the citizens then after trust their representatives? So that's why this is also important to manage the expectation even here in this superb country about the membership. Because if for a reason which is not yours, and we are going to see a certain number of consequences of this terrorist attack this night, for sure, in terms of justice, in terms of cooperation, in terms of freedom of circulation. I mean, the German government said 1 hour ago that it will force the control on the borders. So Schengen is quasi-died. The French government said it will do the same on all the borders. It will continue to control that. He has the emergency state, which was supposed to end at the end of this month, which will be renewed for 3 months. So that means for the last year, France has been in the emergency state. So there will be some consequences. So I'm coming back to the Georgian case. In the case that, for X reason, you do not have the visa-free decision by the Council of Ministers, not the Commission, the Council of Ministers, so the member states who are obliged to then go back to their constituencies. You have to be careful with the announcement, because then you will be deluded, the citizens, and they will not love or they will not appreciate the European integration process. I will finish. concerning the political responsibilities. We have the 27 to be also clearer on what we want to do together. And we are clear. Do we want a European sovereignty, or do we want still to continue with the national sovereignties? Cooperation is not enough. And it was more or less the British position. The less integration, the better we will be. I presume that now there is the possibility for a certain number of countries, not all, but the one who wants to move forward. Of course, the Eurozone is the starting point of that, to decide to pull more sovereignty, which is not easy, because even the French government doesn't want a certain number of things. The German government is not keen to share more risk with other countries. So that's why even the German government is becoming more intergovernmental, more keen on decisions by the Council of Ministers and not by another way. So that's one point, over European sovereignty or national interest. The second one is limits of the EU, where we will stop. We cannot lie together. There is enlargement fatigue. The public opinion do not want anymore to enlarge the European Union. And we have been lying or playing with the Turkish case. Turkey will not enter in the European Union. And for 30 years, we said to them, guys, continue to do the transformation, continue to make the reforms, you will be member of the European Union. But at the end, the Turkish public opinion is not stupid. They understand that this is not going to be the case. And not just because of values, but because of institutional mechanism at the European level. So we have to take into consideration the... yesterday there was a question about the Franco-German-Italian meeting, which was a bit... they met before the others in order to... But this is more than 2/3 of the Eurozone in terms of economic weight. This is more than 200 million people. So they are taking into consideration the people. That's the points that I wanted to mention. To do not mention the European budget, which is a joke. I disagree completely with the former Commissioner Verhagen when he said that the European budget is important and we could reduce it. This is kidding. He has been European Commissioner and he's saying that 1% of the richness of all the countries is too much, as we are asking the European Union to do everything. This is just a joke. 30% of the budget is for CAP, Common Agriculture Policy. 30% of this budget is for the structural funds and the solidarity, and there is just 30% for competitiveness, public diplomacy, institutions, and this is not serious when we are talking about that. Finally, two conclusive remarks. First, Georgia is on the good way, so let's continue. This is not because you're not going to have the membership, the full membership, that you will not be a key partner for the European Union. This is important, and you will be maybe the only one serious partner for the European Union in this strategic region. So please continue to do the reforms, and of course it will be useful for everybody, for your population, because the reforms that you're doing is not for us. This is for your population. This is to make sure that the life of the kids will be better because you will have more money, because you will be free trade, because we know that the open market, open economy is better than a closed one. So that's the main point. You're doing the reforms for your country, for your citizens, and the President mentioned it this morning very well, and your Prime Minister yesterday did it also in a very good way. Second and final element, we will have a more flexible and a more differentiated Europe, for sure. This is already the case, so we have to stop to do not face the reality. I mean, the Eurozone is 19 member states. Schengen is 26, so that means not even the same than the Euro, but and there are countries which are not member of the European Union who are member of Schengen. We have already some enhanced cooperation, so that means on a certain number of issues, we are moving forward with a certain number of countries. It will be more and more the case. Otherwise, the European Union will die by itself. I stop there.
Please. Good afternoon or good evening, and let me first thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to bring some elements in this debate on behalf of the EU delegation. I think I will start by saying that precisely in those, when we face testing times, it's the moment to reflect on our values and to look where we have partners that share our values and reflect how we can help them in standing for those common values and this common interest for reform. And whether it's for the sake of the European projects or whether it's for the sake of the credibility of the foreign policy of the EU, these testing times give us a common responsibility to achieve results in our neighborhood. Because basically, if we don't manage to efficiently support those who have embraced the same values as member states, then the credibility of our foreign policy becomes itself at risk. So, coming now to justice and home affairs, for that very reason we are very proud that we supported Georgia both politically and through financial assistance in developing its justice. Yes, sorry. Okay. Thank you. So that's why we are very proud that we supported Georgia and its justice reform to considerable amount. And we heard earlier today about juvenile justice, and that's very important that we will continue to do that. We mentioned process. We mentioned process, and that's indeed the name of the game when it comes to the assistance and the support we bring to Georgia in its reform efforts and in its adherence to European values. And in that prospect, we are now in the preparing an evolution of our assistance to the country, where we will precisely try to be more holistic and be less focused on individual sector, but then we will try to address broader policy objectives in order to achieve better results, both for our EU taxpayers, but also for the citizen here on the ground to see the positive impact from the European agenda of the government. And that will lead us into indeed continuing our support in areas such as governance, not necessarily on justice only, not necessarily on public administration reform only, not necessarily only on supporting alignment with the DCFTA, but more across the board. The same will go for support to ensuring that economic development takes place thanks partly to the DCFTA, but also thanks to the own economic efforts by the government. So that's one first element of the way we will work on assistance in this country. Another element is we need to team up. Even though the EU is by and large the largest donors of development aid in this country, it cannot cover for everything alone. Of course, it can rely on the strong ownership of Georgia for its reform, and that's absolutely essential, but it needs to team up with other donors, with international financing institutions, and as we heard earlier today, this is something that we are going to develop, so blending our assistance between the grant aid that the EU provides and the lending possibilities from the financial institutions. And the third element is that in order to achieve results, we need to see our assistance not only in isolation, but we need to combine it first with political dialogue. And when we discuss an area like justice, this is typically such area, we need to make sure that civil society is on board, because when we deal with developing European values, promoting them, when you look at the breadth and depth of the association agenda and of the DCFTA, this is not something only for government or something only for business. It's something that is of interest for the society as a whole. And in that sense, it's essential to indeed bring in civil society and make sure that all stakeholders are on board. So I will close here and just underline that once more, the EU is testing its policy mix in a place like Georgia, and it needs to bring results both back home to reassure that our citizens, our taxpayers also see value for money in what we do, but also, and most importantly, to ensure that the Georgian citizen see the benefit and the relevance of the European choice of the country. Thank you.
Mr. Gogolashvili, please.
I'm still on.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა ქაბადონ მინისტრო მიკროფონისთვის პირველ რიგში. Thank you. Well, everything is against civil society, I think. So that's a really opportunity that the last speaker before me just said his final words about civil society, importance of engagement of civil society in all this endeavor, what is Georgia's European integration, implementation of association agreement, etc., etc. So first of all, I'd like to present myself as a representative of civil society, Georgian civil society platform, which is a kind of national affiliation of civil society, Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum, and the biggest association of civil society organizations in Georgia, who dedicates to promote, to help, to contribute to the improvement of the association agreement implementation process. I'd like also to say that I also represent as a co-chairman of EU-Georgia Civil Society Platform, which was established under the Article 412 of Association Agreement. And that is very important to mention because it's actually first time with Georgia, and in general, it's a kind of new stream, new precedent, and then in EU agreements, the relations between civil societies are institutionalized. So at this moment, we know that association agreement has certain cooperation institutions or association institutions which dedicate or which are in charge to lead the process of implementation, monitor the process of implementation on the official level, like Association Council, Association Committee, Parliamentary Association Committee, subcommittees, etc. But in addition to this, association agreement between Georgia and the EU, or between Ukraine and the EU and Moldova and the EU also envisage creation of EU-Georgia association platform, which is institutionalized and which has legitimacy. So coming from official document, the legal document, and which brings legal responsibility to the countries, if participants of the agreement, association agreement, if they do not promote, do not establish, and if they do not give way to function this institution. This is very important. So civil society is already engaged, officially engaged in association process, and this is something new. So this means that civil society is not necessary that civil society now fights for their rights, that civil society goes to streets and demands that please listen our voice, etc. It's written in the official document, which is international agreement, that civil society has right to present recommendations to the Association Council, and recommendations should be written and considered. And civil society has officially rights, representatives of civil society through this EU-Georgia Civil Society platform, of course, they have right to even to participate, to present their views to the civil society, to the Association Council. It means that on the official level, civil society has this kind of instrument to influence the policy, influence the European integration process in Georgia and EU-Georgia relations. The role of civil society is growing, of course, not only because of this official recognition of the role of civil society, but also because of rising civil society in Georgia. For example, Georgia's civil society is very quickly developing, and it's deepening its knowledge, it's deepening its ambition, or rising its ambitions, and civil society trying to occupy the place, the positive place in the development of the country, and it's ready to share responsibility as well, to share to participate and to engage more in the process. And this is fact because I deal with civil society closely as in my capacity, and also I am myself representing civil society. I'm representing a Georgian think tank, Georgian Foundation for Strategic International Studies, and we know as a foundation, for example, that what kind of responsibility we have to contribute to the capacity building of government, of parliament, of other civil society organizations, media, etc. And we already feel it on example of our foundation, for example. We already feel that this is our place in this world, in this country, our responsibility. We cannot escape this responsibility, even without having any official status in this. So this is very important, that the same feeling is in other organizations. I see representatives of our platform here, and I know personally everyone from them, and I know their organizations. I know how serious they are in this process and how seriously they consider their role and their responsibility. And this is very important. Here I would like to say that thanks very much to organizers that they invited me as a civil society representative to this panel. But in the future I would advise, and I would like to see that there is one panel dedicated to civil society organizations, because there are different visions among the civil society organizations, and lots of interesting ideas that could be communicated through this panel. And this is very important, I think, that one panel is dedicated to civil society organizations, including media representatives, of course, and all others as well. Let me to say about few words about the engagement of the civil society, how civil society engages in Georgia. So first of all, of course, this is individual initiative, and civil society organizations, they have their own ambition, their own creativity, and they are looking for their role, how to be contributor to the process, to the country's development. But also there are, last time we developed several important instruments to increase efficiency of the involvement of civil society in this process. One is, of course, these memorandums that we signed with civil society platform, in this case, signed with government and with the parliament, which allows us, and we prize the government's effort and also parliament effort to comply with this memoranda. They help us to organize, for example, the main coordination body on European integration in Georgia, which is State Minister's Office for European Euro-Atlantic Integration. Helps us very much to organize separate meetings with different ministries, and we prepare these meetings, we prepare questions, we prepare our views, so we share very intensively views with different ministries on the status of implementation of association agreement. This makes possible us not just to protest about things from the street or from the distance, but first to understand, to conduct the dialogue with ministries, and to understand what is really essentially needed to push. And only after that, try to advocate and to push these things. Other things may be during the dialogue mutually understood and established in the process of cooperation. The other thing is, of course, as well, expansion of the civil society engagement, which is also important. It's geographic expansion and functional expansion, two types of expansion which I would mention here. Geographically, of course, mainly civil society organizations are located in the capital of Georgia, Tbilisi. Some of them may be in Batumi, in Kutaisi, in certain big centers, but and there are, of course, civil society organizations functioning in regions, in villages even, but very few and not empowered and very, very weak. They need capacity to be upgraded, their capacity, their possibilities, also their voice heard better. So we are trying to engage also the regional organizations from different Georgian regions in the platform, and then empower them through these their participation in the platform. So empowering can take different forms, including helping or somehow stimulating them to getting grants from donors, etc. And this is very important direction. But functional also, functional extension, which means that different groups of civil society organizations consolidate, they gather, they participate in the process, engage, and they also develop feeling of unity with other civil society organizations. For example, Church, we are, we consider as a part of civil society as well. It is actually, but it would be also important that Church, for example, shares some time in or participates in the dialogue with other civil society organizations, and then join other civil society organizations in certain directions, or other very important like organizations like business unions or other social partners like professional trade unions, which is very important to bring them closer as much as possible with other civil society organizations, and together to take responsibility and help each other to actually to execute the mission which civil society brings. Here I would like also to mention issue of financing. Up to this moment, we are talking now about European financing, which is very important. It's growing. everybody knows that grants that are now provided by different European facilities, they are quite important, and they will give possibility in the future civil society to survive, not only just survive, but to develop and to upgrade capacity and to participate better in the European integration process in Georgia. But why only donors and external assistance should be used for empowering civil society and helping civil society to engage in the process? Civil society is a part of our Georgian society, and it's a very important part, and it is growing, and it is ready, and it is capable to contribute positively in the development of the country. I'm sorry, I understand that not too much time left, so I will have a few minutes. And I would like to stress here that it is absolutely important that the government, parliament, and everybody involved in official institutions understand that there is need for public financing of civil society activities in Georgia. Not only dependent, they should not be only dependent on foreign assistance. Foreign assistance should be a complementary thing, but the state should be provider of the assistance to, it's not just assistance, it's a form of investment. State should be investing, the public money should be spent like public money is spent on public broadcaster or different other public endeavors, also on civil society projects which positively contribute to the development of the country. And I'm finalizing my intervention that civil society as a stakeholder, it should be understood as well that civil society is, of course, an actor who monitors implementation of the agreement, for example, or monitors government activities in general, reforms, etc. It's also representing people. Civil society is a kind of mediator between the people and between the ruling force in the country. Well, ruling force has direct legitimacy from the people, but they still need this kind of mediator immediately for immediate needs and to having very precise information what is public demand at this moment. So representative and civil society is of course the actor who participates in the creation. It is stakeholder for any government activities. Here I would like to stress importance that while developing any governmental project, any governmental program, any governmental action, it is absolutely necessary always to involve civil society representatives as stakeholders, as representing certain groups of the interested audience, interested in certain developments, people, and part of population. So this should be beared in mind, and thank you very much for, I was not too long, I hope, and thank you. So I'm ready for questions, answering questions.
Thanks a lot. Dear panel members, thanks a lot for your kind contribution and participation. As far as I have the information from the organizers, we have very severe time constraints, which means that somewhere very quickly from this panel, the movie should start with the name Europe in Georgia. It should be 1710. I understand your enthusiasm. There is definitely questions to come, but the time constraints cannot tolerate the questions, unfortunately, as I was explained. So now there will be a movie named Europe in Georgia, made by Mr. Toma Chagelishvili. The very name is echoing the discussion topics for today. I guess from many different and interesting angles, collaboration between us and European Union was discussed. And I'm sure that after the movie, as we all know, there is events planned and there will be discussions at the informal level during the events. And I have to make an additional announcement that approximately by 1740, the closing remarks will be provided by Mr. Bakradze. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Enjoy the movie.
იცით ეს ჩოხიანი მამაკაცი ვინ არის? ის ალექსანდრე დიუმა. ყველა დროის ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესო მწერალი და თითქმის ყველა წიგნის მოყვარული ადამიანის კუმირი. იცით ეს ფოტო სადაა გადაღებული? თბილისში 1858 წელს, როდესაც ის საქართველოში მოგზაურობდა. მწერალმა ჩვენს ქვეყანაში თითქმის 3 თვე დახვა და ბრწყინვალე მოგონებების დაწერა. დიუმა თავის მკითხველს საქართველოს ევროპისგან შორეულ და ეგზოტიკურ ქვეყანად აღუწერდა. განსხვავებული, ორიგინალური კულტურითა და ულამაზესი მაცხოვრებლებით.
მე გიორგი კეკელიძე ვარ, ეროვნული ბიბლიოთეკის დირექტორი, მწერალი და ვაპირებ ალექსანდრე დიუმას ნაკვალევს გაუღვე. ნაკვალევს, რომელიც დიდმა მწერალმა თითქმის 160 წლის წინ გაავლო კავკასიაში და მათ შორის საქართველოში და რომელიც სავსეა დიდი შთაბეჭდილებებით და მოგონებებით. ჩვენ შევეცდებით გავაცოცხლოთ ეს ემოციები ერთი მხრივ და მეორე მხრივ დაგანახოთ თუ როგორი არის ურთიერთობა დღეს საქართველოსა და ევროპას შორის და ამავდროულად გავიხსენოთ თუ როგორი იყო ეს ყველაფერი მაშინ ალექსანდრე დიუმას დროს.
ქართველებს საქართველოს გარდა ვერსად შეხვდებით. ისინი იმდენად საუცხოო, კეთილშობილი, პატიოსანი, მამაცი, გულუხვი და შემართებული ერია, რომ მას სპეციალური გამოკვლევა უნდა მიეძღვნას. თუმცა ქართველები საშინელი მფლანგველები არიან. ამის საბუთი მათზე დაწერიათ. თითქმის ყველა მათგანი გაღატაკებულია.
აი დიუმას თვალით დანახული ქართველი. დიუმა საქართველოში კახეთიდან შემოვიდა. მისი პირველი ემოციაც ამ რეგიონს უკავშირდება.
კახეთი. ეს ბაღნარი კავკასიისა. ეს ვენახი საქართველოსი. აქ მოხავთ ღვინო, რომელიც მეტოქეობას თავისუფლად გაუწევს ფრანგულ ღვინოებს. მოსახლეობამ მისი დაყენება და მეტადრე შენახვა რომ იცოდეს. აქ ღვინოს თხის ან კამეჩის ტყავებში ასხამენ, რაც დროთა განმავლობაში ერთგვარ გემოს აძლევს და დიდად ფასდება მცოდნეთა მიერ, მაგრამ მე იგი არასასიამოვნოდ მეჩვენება. ზოგი ღვინოს მიწაში ჩაფლულ ვეებერთელა ქვევრებში ინახავს. აქ გვიამბეს, რომ თურმე ერთი რუსი დრაგუნის ფეხქვეშ მიწა ჩაწვა და იგი ღვინით სავსე ქვევში ჩავარდა და დაიხრჯო, როგორც კლარენციუსი მალვაზიის კასრში.
როგორც ხედავთ, ალექსანდრე დიუმას ქართულ ღვინოსთან საკუთარი დამოკიდებულება ჰქონიათ. ზოგადად ცხადია იმ დროისთვის საქართველოზე, ქართულ ვენახებზე და ღვინოზე ევროპელებს ბევრი არაფერი სმენოდათ. თუმცა დღეს სიტუაცია რადიკალურად არის შეცვლილი. კახეთში უამრავი ევროპელი მეღვინე აწარმოებს ღვინოს, მათ შორის აქ, ამ შესანიშნავ შატოში, რომლის მასპინძელსაც, ბურქარდ შუხმანსაც მე ახლა გაგაცხობთ.
გამარჯობა.
დიდი მადლობა მიღებისთვის. ხედავთ, რომ შესანიშნავი ადგილი გაქვთ მოწყობილი, რატომ გადაწყვიტეთ ინვესტიციის ჩადება ამ მიმართულებით და თან საქართველოში.
თავდაპირველად თავში მქონდა იდეა. მინდოდა მეღვინეობით დავკავებულიყავი. თუმცა არ ვიცოდი ეს სად უნდა გამეკეთებინა და სრულიად შემთხვევით ჩამოვედი საქართველოში. ამის შემდეგ აქ ბევრი ახალი რამ გავიგე და აღმოაჩინა. მივხვდი, რომ არ არსებობს ქვეყანა ასეთი ხანგრძლივი ღვინის ისტორიით, ამდენი გამოცდილებით, სადაც ასე კარგად და მარტივად არის შესაძლებელი ინვესტირება. ჩემთვის საქართველო მეორე სამშობლოდ იქცა. აქ ჩემი საკუთარი სახლიც ავაშენა, რადგან მინდოდა მქონოდა ორი მშობლიური ქალაქი.
თქვენ როგორ უყურებთ საქართველოსა და ევროპის მომავალს და ცხადია აწყოსაც?
ვფიქრობ, საქართველო უკვე ადგას ზორგზას. და ეს იწყება ასოცირების შეთანხმებით. ასევე ახლა მოსალოდნელი ვიზა ლიბერალიზაციით. საქართველოს სჭირდება ევროპა. მაგრამ ევროპისთვისაც საქართველო ძალიან საინტერესო ადგილია. აქ ძალიან ბევრი ისტორიაა. ღვინის სფეროშიც. ღვინო ხომ სათავეს აკიღებს. უძველეს ღვინოს ხომ აქ 8000 წლის წინ აკეთებდნენ.
ქართული ღვინო დღეს მსოფლიოს უამრავ ქვეყანაში იყიდება. 2015 წელს ევროპაში თითქმის 3 მილიონი ბოთლი გაიყიდა და რაც მთავარია, ეს ტენდენცია მზარდია. ამიტომაც ახლა საქართველოში ქართველები და უცხოელები ეჯიბრებიან ერთმანეთს და საუკეთესო ღვინოს ამზადებენ. ევროპული ბაზარი მსოფლიოს ერთ-ერთი უმდიდრესია და ხარისხიანი პროდუქციით იქ დამკვიდრება ჩვენი ქვეყნისათვის უმნიშვნელოვანესია. თავდასხმებს და გაუთავებელ ომებს უკავშირებს დიუმა საქართველოში არსებულ უამრავ ციხესიმაგრეს.
ისევე როგორც ნორმანდიაში ყველა ძველ ციხეს ეშმაკი რობერტის სახელი ქვია, საქართველოშიც ყველა ძველ ციხეს თამარის სახელს მიაწერენ. აღსანიშნავია, რომ ყველა ეს ძეგლი ულამაზეს ადგილებში აგებული და საუცხოო სანახაობას ქმნის.
დედოფლის წყაროში ჩამოსული მწერალი თამარის ციხის სანახავად წავიდა. დიუმას მთელი მოგზაურობისას თან ახლდა მხატვარი ჟან-პიერ მოანე, რომელიც ყველა ღირსშესანიშნავი მოვლენის ილუსტრაციას ახდენდა.
ეს თქვენ გახსოვთ? ალექსანდრე დიუმამ რო გაიარა. არჩევ. დიუმას გზა. თამარის ციხემდე. აი ეს ციხე, აი ეს.
თამარის ციხე ჩვენდა. ესე წარდანები.
პირდაპირ გზა ადის მე.
პირდაპირ წახოთ ღერეზე იწახო. აი ესე უნდა სულ დღეზე ჩავდე.
ასაგები, დიდი მადლობა.
ცხენებზე შევსხედით და 20 წუთში გავლიეთ 4 თუ 5 ვერსი, რომლებიც სამეფო ნანგრევებს გვაშორებდა. უეცრად, ერთი მთის მოსახვევში ჩვენს თვალწინ შემოიხაზა დიდებული შესახედაობის ციხე. იგი განმარტოვებული მთის წვერზე იდგა და ალაზ ნისველს გადაჰყურებდა. მის უკან ჰორიზონტზე გადაჭიმულიყო კავკასიონის თვალწარმტაცი ჯაჭვი, რომლის გასვრივაც წინადღით ვიარეთ.
კახეთიდან დიუმამ ხლებლებთან ერთად საქართველოს დედაქალაქ თბილისისაკენ გაეშურა.
მე სანამ დიუმას კვალს თბილისისკენ გავყვები, ჯერ ლაგოდეხში ახალგაზრდულ ცენტრში რამდენიმე წიგნი უნდა მივიტანო და ჩემს მკითხველებსაც შევხვდე. დიუმამ ქართველებს თავის მოგონებებში ძალიან საინტერესო ხალხა დააღწევს, თუმცა სამწუხაროდ არსად შემხვედრია მას ქართველებისადმი სწავლისა და შრომის სიყვარული შეეკოს. ევროპა პირველ რიგში არის წიგნიერი კულტურის დომინაცია და ეს ბუნებრივია დადასტურებული არის ძალიან მარტივი მოცემულობებით ღრმად მწამს, რომ სწორედ განათლებაზე გადის ჩვენი ქვეყნის მომავალი.
კახეთიდან წამოსულმა დიუმამ ღამეს სართიჭალაში გაათენა. გზა ძალიან ცუდი იყო და ქალაქამდე მისვლას დიდი დრო მოანდომეს.
ჩვენმა მეეტლემ ერთი მთისწვერიდან დაგვანახა მოლურჯო ორთქლი, რომელშიც ძლივს გავარჩიეთ რამდენიმე პატარა თეთრი წერტილი და გვითხრა: აი, თბილისიც. ისე გამიკვირდა თითქოს ვინმეს ეთქვას: აი სატურნი, აი მერკურიო. არაფერი გვეუბნებოდა იმას, რომ დედაქალაქს ვუახლოვდებოდით. არც ერთი სახლი, არც ერთი დამუშავებული ტერიტორია. გარშემო უდაბნოსავით გადამწვარი მიწა. პირველად თვალში მოხვდა ორი უხეირო შენობა, რომლებიც ალბათ ყაზარმებს წარმოადგენდა. სევდიანად თავი გავაკნიეთ. ნუ თუ ესაა თბილისი. ეს ქართული სამოთხე, რომელსაც ამდენ ხანს ველოდით, მხოლოდ ოცნებებში დარჩა, ამოვიოხრეთ უნებურად. მაგრამ აი უეცრად სიხარულისაგან შევყვირეთ. გზის გადაღმა უფსკრული სიღრმეში ბობოქროვდა მტკვარი. მთის ფერდობზე კი იარუსებად გაშლილი იყო და მდინარის ნაპირებამდე ეშვებოდა ქალაქი დაწიოკებული ჩიტების გუნდის მსგავსი სახლებით, რომლებიც თითქოს და ისე დამსხდარიყვნენ აქა-იქ, როგორც მოხვედროდათ. ყოველ ნაბიჯზე აღტაცებული შეძახილები ისმოდა: აგერ ხიდი, ციხე, იქით იყურეთ. უფრო იქით, უფრო შორს. საუცხოო სანახაობა იშლებოდა. ჩვენი მეეტლეები მთელი ძალით მეხივით მოგრიალებდნენ მეეტლეთა ყვირილში: ხაბარდა, ხაბარდა. საწავიყვანო ეს ბატონები, იკითხა მეეტლემ. ბარონ ფინოსთან, საფრანგეთის კონსულთან, უპასუხე მე. რა აზრის ხართ ქართველებზე? კითხე ბარონ ფინოს. არავითარი ნაკლი არ გააჩნიათ, მხოლოდ ღირსებით არიან დაჯილდოებულნი, მიპასუხა მან. ხედავთ, როგორ ხოტბას ასხამს ქართველებს ფრანგი, რომელსაც ყველა ადამიანივით სხვისი გაქრდვა უყვარს, ყველაზე უფრო კი თავი მოსწონს. ერთი სიმამაცით განთქმული რუსი შერემეტიევი მეუბნებოდა: ქართველები უნდა ნახოთ ომში, როცა მათ ესმით თავიანთი წყეულის ურნის ხმა. ამ დროს ისინი ნამდვილ ტიტანებს მოგვაგონებენ და მზად არიან ცაზე მიიტანონ იერიში. ახლა სუფრაზე უნდა ნახოთ ქართველები. მეუბნებოდა ერთი პატივსაცემი გერმანელი, რომელიც სიამაყით იგონებდა, როგორ დალია ჰაიდელბერგის ლუდხანაში 12 ტოლჩალუდი შუა დღისას. მათ შეუძლიათ შესვან 15-20 ბოთლი ღვინო, ისე თითქოს არაფერი. ფინოც მართალს ამბობდა, რუსიც და გერმანელიც.
როდესაც ალექსანდრე დიუმა თბილისს ესტუმრა, საქართველო რუსეთის იმპერიის ნაწილი იყო. მოქალაქეების რაოდენობა 60,000 აჭარბებდა. თბილისში საკმაოდ ბევრი უცხოელი ცხოვრობდა. ევროპა საქართველოსთვის უფრო მეტად მე-20 საუკუნის 20-იანი წლებიდან საბჭოთა პერიოდში ჩაიკეტა და ეს კულტურა და ცივილიზაცია ჩვენთვის უფრო უცხო გახდა. თუმცა 1991 წლიდან ჩვენი ქვეყანა დამოუკიდებელი სახელმწიფოა და თითქმის ყველა ევროპული ქვეყნის საელჩოა გახსნილი. 1992 წლიდან საქართველო ცდილობს ევროპულ ცივილიზაციასთან დაახლოებას და ევროპაც მოდის ჩვენსკენ.
ხშირად ვამენ ხოლმე კითხვას, რა არის ევროპა? რითი შეიძლება ის ჩვენთვის საინტერესო და მომხიბვლელი იყოს? ევროპა პირველ რიგში არის შესანიშნავი ჯანდაცვა, ქვეყნის უსაფრთხოება, ახალგაზრდების საინტერესო განათლება. შესაბამისად, ევროკავშირის 28 ქვეყანა ამ ღირებულებების ირგვლივ არის გაერთიანებული ადამიანების უფლებების და თავისუფლების. ჩვენც სწორედ აქეთკენ მივისწრაფთ.
იმისათვის, რომ ჩვენ მაღალი ცხოვრების დონეს მიუახლოვდეთ, 1992 წლიდან დღემდე ევროკავშირმა 1,6 მილიარდის დახმარება გაიღო. ეს თანხა თითქმის ყველა სფეროზე გადანაწილდა. მათ შორის სოფლის მეურნეობის განვითარებაზე, 2008 წლის რუსეთის აგრესიის შედეგად არსებული კრიზისის დასაძლევად, ენერგეტიკული თუ ინფრასტრუქტურული პროექტების განსახორციელებლად, განათლებისა და ჯანდაცვის სისტემის რეფორმირებისთვის. ახლაც 2015 წლის ივნისში თბილისის წყალდიდობით დაზარალებული მოსახლეობისთვის და განადგურებული ინფრასტრუქტურის აღსადგენად ევროკავშირმა 3 მილიონ ევროზე მეტი გამოყო. ევროპა უდიდეს მნიშვნელობას ანიჭებს უსაფრთხო საკვებ პროდუქტებს. ყველა ვალდებულია აწარმოოს მაღალი ხარისხის პროდუქტი და დაიცვას ადამიანების ჯანმრთელობა. ჩვენც ნაბიჯ-ნაბიჯ აქეთ მივიწევთ. საქართველომ ევროკავშირის წინაშე სასურსათო უსაფრთხოების ვალდებულება აიღო.
ჩვენ ახლა ქალბატონ ლია თოდუას ვესტუმრებით. სწორედ მისი ორგანიზაცია აკვირდება, როგორ მიმდინარეობს ამ ვალდებულების შესრულება.
ყველაზე დიდ პრიორიტეტად მიგვაჩნია ის, რომ უვნებელი იყოს პროდუქცია და პირველ რიგში უვნებელი იყოს სურსათი. ამაზე ვმუშაობთ უკვე 2008 წლიდან, ჩვენ სპეციალურ ვებგვერდით შევქმნით მომხმარებელი ჯი და პირველ რიგში, რასაც ვცდილობთ, ეს არის მოსახლეობის, მომხმარებლების ცნობიერების ამაღლება, რომ თვითონ მიხვდნენ რა სიტუაციაა და რა არის მათი როლი და მეორე სახელმწიფოს ლობირება, იძულება, ასე ვთქვათ, და მონიტორინგი, რომ მეტი ყურადღება მიაქციოს ამ მიმართულებას.
როგორ რა ბერკეტებით უნდა უზრუნველყოს ეს სახელმწიფო?
სახელმწიფოს აქ ძალიან კონკრეტული გეგმა ასოცირების შეთანხმებაში ფაქტურად გაწერილია 8 წლიანი გეგმა იმის თაობაზე, როდის რა რეგულაცია უნდა იქნას გამოტანილი საქართველოს კანონმდებლობაში.
სხვათა შორის დიუმა არა მხოლოდ ცნობილი მწერალი, არამედ საუკეთესო მზარეული და გურმანიც იყო. ჩვენ ვერ გეტყვით ევროპულთან შედარებით მაშინ როგორი ხარისხის საკვები იყო საქართველოში. თუმცა ფრანკ სტუმარს ამ მხრივ როგორც ჩანს თავი დიდად ვერ მოაწონეს ქართველებმა. ის ადგილობრივი სამზარეულოს გემოს განსაკუთრებულად ხაზს არსად უსვამს. თუმცა მან თბილისური ნადიმის შესანიშნავი აღწერა დაგვიტოვა. მწერალი ჟურნალ სისკარში ივანე კერესელიძე მიიწვია. სუფრას 12-მდე კაცი შემოუსხდა.
იატაკზე დაფენილი იყო დიდი ხალიჩა, ზედგაშლილი სუფრით. სუფრა ჩვენთვის, ვინც ფუფუნებას ვიყავით შეჩვეული, გაწყობილი იყო თეფშებით, დანაჩანგლითა და კოვზებით. ადგილობრივ სტუმრებს კი ძველი პატრიარქალური წესით ხელით უნდა ეჭამათ. მუსიკოსი და პოეტი სუფრის ბოლოში დასხდნენ. ქართული სიმღერა წარმოადგენს უბრალო გრძელ და სევდიან მოდულირებას, მაგრამ მათ შეიძლება საათების განმავლობაში უსმინო და არ მოგწყინდეს. ეს ხანგები ნანას გიმღერიან, მაგრამ როდის გაძინებენ, მხოლოდ ოცნებაში ხვევენ.
ამის შემდეგ დიუმა ქართულ სუფრას აღწერს, რომელიც გვიან ღამით მწერლისადმი საპატიო სიგელის გადაცემით დაგვირგვინდა.
ბატონი ალექსანდრე დიუმა ეწვია ჩვენს უბადრუგ რედაქციას, სადაც მისთვის გამართულ სადილზე ქართველებზე მეტი ღვინო დალია. 1858 წლის 28 ნოემბერი. ჟურნალის რედაქტორი ივანე კერესელიძე. თუმცა მიმაჩნია, რომ ქართველებმა ეს ცნობა მხოლოდ იმიტომ მომცეს, რომ უნაკლო და ძალიან შემწყნარებელი ხალხი არიან.
როგორ ფიქრობ, სად წავიდოდა ნაბახუსებზე დიუმა? თქვენ ზუსტად გამოიცანეთ. რა თქმა უნდა, გოგირდის საბანოში.
ასეთი სასიამოვნო გრძნობა ჯერაც არ განმიცდია. როგორ მოხდა, რომ პარიზში ამ გრძნობიერ სიტყვებათა ქალაქში ჯერ არავინ შემოიღო სპარსული აბანო? ნუ თუ ვერც ერთმა სპეკულიანტმა ვერ გამოიწერა თბილისიდან 2 მექისი. თან ფილანთროპიულ მიზანს განახორციელებდა და რაც უეჭველია, აურაცხელ სიმდიდრეს დააგროვებდა. იმ თვენახევრის განმავლობაში, რაც მე თბილისში ვიყავი, ყოველ მეორე დღეს სპარსულ აბანოში დავდიოდი.
თბილისში სტუმრობისას დიუმა დედაქალაქის სიძვირეს, ცუდ გზებსა და გაუნათებელ ქუჩებს ძალიან შეუწუხებია. თუმცა გზები როგორც ჩანს, არათუ თბილისში, მთელ საქართველოში პრაქტიკულად არ არსებობდა. ცნობილი ფრანგი სტუმარი საქართველოს დედაქალაქიდან 11 იანვარს გაემგზავრა, იმ იმედით, რომ 10 დღეში 21 იანვარს ფოთში იქნებოდა. მწერალი ამბობს, რომ ამ მანძილს საფრანგეთში 2 დღეში დაფარავდნენ. თუმცა აქ ასე არ მოხდა. უხეირო გზების გამო მეორე დღეს შუადღისას მხოლოდ გორამდე მიაღწიეს.
სამწუხაროდ უქმე დღე იყო და ბაზარი დაკეტილი დახვდა. კავკასიის ქალაქებში, სადაც არ არის ძეგლები გარდა ბერძნული ეკლესიებისა, რომლებიც თითქმის ყველგან ერთნაირია, ეკუთვნის იგი ძველსა თუ თანამედროვე არქიტექტურას. და თუ ბაზარის დახურულია, სანახავი აღარაფერია გარდა უხეირო ხუხულებისა, რომელთაც მოსახლეობა სახლებს ეძახის. მაგრამ მე გორის მიმართ სამართლიანი არ ვიქნები თუ ვიტყვი, იქ არაფერია მეთქი. ვიწრო ქუჩაბანდებს თვალი რომ გავაყოლე და ვინახე მე-13-მე-14 საუკუნის ციხესიმაგრის ნანგრევები, რომელიც საუცხოო მომეჩვენა. ის აღიმართება კლდის წვერზე და იქიდან, საიდანაც მე ვუყურებდი, გაუგებარი იყო, როგორ ააშენეს იმ ადგილზე ციხე. უფრო საფიქრებელი იყო, რომ თვითონ ღმერთმა ჩამოუშვა იგი ციდან და შვეულად დადგა კლდეზე სიტყვებით: „აი, ღვთაებრივი სამართალი“.
დღეს გორი უხეირო და უგემოვნო შენობების გროვა კი არა, შესანიშნავი ქალაქია. არანაკლებ მშვენიერი და შესანიშნავი, ვიდრე აი ეს ციხე, რომელიც დიუმას დროიდან ძველებურად გადმოხურებს ქალაქს, რომელიც დღეს შეიძლება სამწუხაროდ მხოლოდ ამ ციხეს არ გვახსენებდეს, არამედ 2008 წლის რუსულ აგრესიას, რომელმაც 25,000 დევნილი გააჩინა. ეს დევნილები დღეს აი აქ ირგვლივ ცხოვრობენ და ცხოვრობენ იმედით, რომ მოდესმე დადგება დრო, როდესაც ჩვენ გორზე ისევ გორის ციხეს გავიხსენებთ და არა იმ ბნელ პერიოდს, რომელიც ყველამ ერთად გამოვიარეთ.
ევროკავშირმა ომის შედეგების აღმოსაფხრელად საქართველოს 500 მილიონ ევროზე მეტი გამოუყო. ამ სახსრებით დევნილებისათვის აშენდა საცხოვრებელი სახლები, ინფრასტრუქტურა, ეხმარებიან მცირე ბიზნესის დაწყებაში.
რუსეთის ფაქტორი რომ არ ყოფილიყო, ჩვენ შევძლებდით უფრო ადვილად თანაცხოვრებას.
ჩვენ დავუსები. ჩვენ დავუსები, ეხლაც კარგად ვართ ერთმანეთს. იცით? ჩვენ ერთმანეთს უკავშირდებით. განსაკუთრებით ცოტა უფროსი თაობა და ახალგაზრდებს ჩვენ და იმას ხო უჭირთ თავისთავად კონტაქტი და კომუნიკაცია ერთმანეთთან ნაკლებად აქვს და ჩემი თაობის ადამიანებს ჩვენ ხო პირადად ერთმანეთში არ გვიჩხუბია. და მესამე ძალა თუ არა, ჩვენ გვიყვარს ერთმანეთი, ჩვენს და ოსებსაც. ისეთივე რთული პირობებით ცხოვრობენ ისინი და გაუსაძლისი, როგორც ჩვენ რა.
ალბათ ყველაზე კარგი ინსტრუმენტი, შეიძლება ცოტა პათეტიკურად ჟღერდეს ეს ამბავი, მაგრამ დაბრუნების ალბათ შეიძლება ეს სიყვარული იყოს. ადრე თუ გვიან.
სიყვარული ყველაზე ძლიერია, მძლეთამძლია, ყველაფერს შეძლებს სიყვარული.
გვითხარით კიდევ ერთ სადღეგრძელო მაშინ.
მე მინდა რომ ოსებს და ქართველებსაც გვიყვარდეს ერთმანეთი, აფხაზებს და ქართველებს გვიყვარდეს ერთმანეთი, გვიყვარდეს, იმიტომ რომ ჩვენ ისტორიულად მონათესავე ერი ვართ. ჩემი ქალიშვილი ცხოვრობს ოსებში გათხოვილია და ცხინვალში ცხოვრობს. დღესაც არაჩვეულებრივი სიძე მყავს. სატელეფონო. არაჩვეულებრივი შვილიშვილები მყავს, გადასარევი ბავშვები, განათლებულები.
როგორ მამიდაშვილები? თქვენ მამიდაშვილებს იცნობთ ტელეფონი.
დასავლეთ საქართველოში, ანუ კოლხეთში მიმავალი დიუმა, კითხულს დეტალურად უყვება არგონავტების ისტორიას. ის გაოცებული ამბობს, რომ ადგილობრივი მოსახლეობის მოგონებებში დარჩენილი ლეგენდა ზუსტად იმეორებს იმ ვერსიას, რასაც ევროპის წამყვან სკოლებში ასწავლიან. შემდეგ კი აგრძელებს.
ევროპაში წარმოდგენაც არ აქვს კოლხეთის ხალხთა სილამაზეზე. განსაკუთრებით ლამაზი ტანადობა და სიარული აქვთ მამაკაცებს. სულ უბრალო მსახურსაც კი თავადი შვილის იერი აქვს.
ქუთაისში შესული მწერალი ქალაქის წინა ქრისტიანულ კვალს და ეას ნანგრევებს რა თქმა უნდა ვერ პოულობს.
უსარგებლო იქნება წინაქრისტიანული ეპოქის ქალაქი ვეძებო. როგორც ჩანს, მისი ადგილი შუა საუკუნეების ქალაქმა დაიკავა.
ქუთაისი საქართველოში სიდიდით მეორე ქალაქია. ჩვენ ახლა სწორედ მის ძველ შესანიშნავ უბანში მოვაბიჯებთ. თუმცა მინდა რომ ეს ქალაქი ახლა სრულიად სხვა კუთხით გაგაცნო. ძალიან ხშირად ვსაუბრობთ ეკოლოგიაზე, სუფთა გარემოზე და ასე შემდეგ, მაგრამ ასევე ძალიან ხშირად ისმევა კითხვები, რას ვაკეთებ ჩვენ ყოველდღიურად ამ მიმართულებით. მინდა გახაროთ, რომ ქუთაისმა ნარჩენების მართვის კუთხით პირველი ნაბიჯი უკვე გადადგა. მოკლედ ქუთაისში დაკვირვებული თვალი ადვილად შეამჩნევს ურნას, რომელიც განსხვავებულია ძველი ურნებისგან და ბუნებრივია გვაინტერესებს საიდან მოდის ეს ინიციატივა, როგორ განხორციელდა და ასე შემდეგ.
აი ეს პროექტი ქუთაისში ხორციელდება ევროკავშირის შავი ზღვის პროგრამის ფარგლებში და ეს ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ ევროკავშირი ხელს გვიწყობს იმ მეთოდების და იმ მიდგომების დანერგვაში, რომელიც ძალიან კარგად არის განვითარებული ევროკავშირის ქვეყნებში და ეს ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი ხდება მას შემდეგ, რაც საქართველომ ევროკავშირთან ასოცირების შეთანხმებას მოაწერა ხელი, რადგანაც ჩვენ სახელმწიფოს აქვს აღებული განსაკუთრებული ვალდებულებები გარემოს დაცვის და კონკრეტულად ნარჩენების მართვის მიმართ.
აი რატომ არის ეს მნიშვნელოვანი რომ განმარტო?
მნიშვნელოვანი არის პლასმასის ნარჩენი ყველაზე დიდ ზიანს აყენებს საერთოდ გარემოს ნამარხული არ იხსნება და რჩება პირვანდელი სახე.
კი ბატონო, ალბათ საინტერესო არის გზა, რასაც ეს ნარჩენები გაივლია.
აი ჩვენ პირველ ნაბიჯებს ვაქვთ ამ ეტაპზე ხდება შეგროვება და ხდება მოცულობის შემცირება, ანუ დაწნახვა, დაპრესვა.
ანუ სასარგებლოდ ქცევა შესაძლებელია.
სასარგებლოდ ქცევა შეიძლება რა თქმა უნდა.
საქართველოში ჯერ კიდევ არ არის განვითარებული თვითონ გადამუშავების პროცესია საუბარი, მაგრამ დროთა განმავლობაში იმედი მაქვს რომ დაინერგება ანალოგიური საწარმოები.
დიუმაზე განსაკუთრებული შთაბეჭდილება გელათის მონასტერმა მოახდინა. წერალი იქ დარუბანდის კარის სანახავად ასულა. ტაძარში მიღებული ემოცია ზუსტად გადმოსცემს ქართველების მაშინდელ დამოკიდებულებას გარესამყაროსადმი.
ტაძარი ბიზანტიური ხუროთმოძღვრების საუკეთესო ნიმუშია. თუმცა ეკლესიის შიგნითა ნაწილი უსუფთაო, სევდიანი და მკვდარი. მასში იგრძნობა დაცემული ქვეყანა, მაგრამ ამ უსუფთაობის ფონზე ბრწყინავენ შესანიშნავი და უძველესი ხატები, რომელიც ეკლესიაშია დაცული. თუმცა ეს არაფერი იყო იმასთან შედარებით, რაც კიდევ უნდა გვენახა. ჩვენ შეგვიყანეს სალაროში, რომელიც ტაძარს აკრავს. ძვირფას სამკაულთა მოყვარულთათვის აქ იყო ყველაფერი, რისგანაც შეიძლება ადამიანს გონება დაუბრუნდეს. აღსანიშნავია, რომ მთელი ეს სიმდიდრე ძონძებშია გახვეული და გამოფენილია უძველეს ტაძარში, რომლის ყოველი კუთხიდან სიღარიბე გამოიყურება. ეს იყო სწორედ ის აღმოსავლური მხარე, რომელიც მე უკვე აღვნიშნე. მდიდარი, მხატვრული და უსუფთავო.
ქუთაისიდან ალექსანდრე დიუმამ გზა ფოთისაკენ განაგრძო. ტალახი, თოვლი, უზარმაზარი ლაფები. იმ დროს დასავლეთ საქართველოში ეტლით სასიარულო გზების საერთოდ არ იყო. ამას დიუმაც წერს.
სამეგრელოსა და იმერეთში, სადაც ეტლით სასიარულო გზები არ არის, ქალები მამაკაცებივით ცხენებით დადიან ფართო წამოსასხამებით იმის მიხედვით, თუ რომელ წოდებას განეკუთვნებიან.
ფრანკ სტუმარს იმაში გაუმართლა, რომ დასავლეთ საქართველოში ჯერ კიდევ თოვლი იყო და ნაწილობრივ მარხილის გამოყენება შეძლეს. დღეს საქართველოს გზები საბედნიეროდ დიუმას დროისას არ გავს. გზის არსებობა ნიშნავს მეტ ბიზნეს ქვეყანაში, მეტ სიმდიდრეს და მეტ განვითარებას.
გზების თვალსაზრისით საქართველოს რეგიონში დღეს უკვე ერთ-ერთი საუკეთესოა. როგორც ხედავთ, ინფრასტრუქტურა აქ ყოველდღიურად ვითარდება და თავისი წვლილი ამ ყველაფერში ევროკავშირსაც შეაქვს. რას გულისხმობს მთლიანად ამ გზების მშენებლობა, ვინ არის ჩართული, ვინ არის ორგანიზატორი, დამფინანსებელი და ამავდროულად რა ვადებში არის ეს ყველაფერი გაწერილი.
ამ ეტაპზე ვიმყოფებით აბრეშუმის, ეგრეთ წოდებული აბრეშუმის გზის მონაკვეთზე. ევროპის საინვესტიციო ბანკის დაფინანსება არის 200 მილიონი ევრო, აქედან და პლუს დამატებით მაგას 20 მილიონი ევრო არის გრანტის სახით, რომელიც მთლიანად მოხმარდება ამ სამტრედი აგრიკოლეთის სამშენებლო სამუშაოებს.
რატომ არის მნიშვნელოვანი ასეთი ტიპის გზები საქართველოსთვის და რას მოუტანს ის ქვეყანას?
ეს გახდის საქართველოს ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი როგორც სატრანსპორტო მიმოსვლისთვის, ეს არის დამატებითი შემოსავალი ქვეყნისთვის, რომელიც ძალიან კარგად და ძალიან ჩქარა აისახება მოსახლეობაზე.
ბევრს აინტერესებს რიკოთის უღელტეხილთან დაკავშირებით რა იგივე?
რიკოთის უღელტეხილზე აქტიურად არის უკვე დაწყებული სამუშაოები, შენობის დასრულება გათვალისწინებული 2020 წელს.
მთელი ძველი კოლხეთის ქალები მშვენიერი გარეგნობისანი არიან, მაგრამ ღმერთო დიდებულო, როგორი გაჭირვებაა, როგორი სიხატაკეა. ყველაზე ღარიბი ხალხი სვანები არიან. მათ გასაყიდი არაფერი აქვს. თუმცა მათ ისეთი კეთილშობილი იერი აქვთ, რომ თვით თავადიშვილები შენატრიან. ქუთაისში რომ ბრუნდებოდით, ჩერქეზულ ჩოხაში გამოწყობილი ერთი ახალგაზრდა გურული თავადიშვილი შეხვდა. მასთან ახლდა ორი მსახური. შევჩერდით და თვალი გავაყოლეთ. ამ ლამაზ ახალგაზრდა კაცს არ სჭირდებოდა ეთქვა ესა და ესვარო. მას შუბლზე ეწერა სიტყვა თავადიშვილი. სამეგრელოს ესაზღვრება გურია, რომლის ნახევარი რუსეთს ეკუთვნის, ნახევარი კი თურქეთს. რუსული ნაწილის მაცხოვრებლები ატარებენ ყაბალახს და სამხედრო ფარაჯას. ესენი კავკასიის ტიროლელები არიან. ფალწეტით მღერიან და მათი ხმის რაკრაკი შვეიცარიულ სიმღერას გავს.
ახლა გურიაში ვარ, სოფელ ჩხაკაურაში. აქ ევროკავშირის გრანტით რამდენიმე ადგილობრივმა ოჯახმა კოოპერატიული მეურნეობა შექმნა. ახლა ადგილზე გავეცნობი მათ საქმიანობას. ალმახების მოშენების თვალსაზრისით თქვენ ხართ სუპერპროფესიონალი. ამასთან დაკავშირებით თქვენ არ გჭირდებათ დამატებითი მითითებები, მაგრამ ბიზნესის მართვა არის მაინც სხვა სფერო, ბევრი ნიუანსია. ეგება მოგვიყვეთ, აი ევროკავშირი ამ მიმართულებით როგორ დაგეხმარათ, რას გულისხმობთ ეს დახმარება?
ყველაფერი ეტაპები წყარო, პირველად იყო მაგალითად ტრეინინგები რამოდენიმე მართლა საინტერესო. მერე იყო წყალი მჭირდება დამატებით ეს გაფართოების მინდა. რო გაფართოვდა წყალი უნდა, ამიტომ წყალი მოყვანა ჭირდებოდა, მას ფინანსები ჭირდებოდა. მერე აუზების,
ანუ ყველა ნაბიჯი გადაიდგა მიზნობრივად.
და ბოლო ეტაპი იყო მანქანა უკვე, ასე იგი გააქვს შენ ის პროდუქტია, რომელიც შენ ევროკავშირის დახმარებით და ჩემი შრომით მივახციეთ, მაგრამ წაღება მოტანა.
მე დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ მანქანა არ არის ბოლო ეტაპი თქვენ ბიზნესში და კიდე იქნება მნიშვნელოვანი ამბები. წარმატებები.
ძალიან მადლობელი ვარ ევროკავშირის საფის დაფინანსებისთვის, გვერდში დგომისთვის, ყველაფრის ცოდნისთვის, გული დასული იყო ჩასმული ამ საქმეში.
ევროკავშირი მხარს უჭერს საქართველოს სოფლის მეურნეობის განვითარებას, რაც ნიშნავს სიღარიბის დონის შემცირებასა და დასაქმების ხელშეწყობას. სოფლის მეურნეობის მხარდასაჭერად ევროკავშირმა 52 მილიონი ევრო გამოყო. რამაც დაახლოებით 160 კოოპერატივის შექმნას უნდა შეუწყოს ხელი ქვეყნის 45 სოფელში. ამჟამად საქართველოს სოფლის მეურნეობის პროდუქციის ნაწილი უკვე ევროკავშირში ექსპორტზე გადის. ეს სოფლის მეურნეობის გამოცოცხლების საუკეთესო გზაა.
გზად ჩოხატაურის ბიბლიოთეკაში ვესტუმრები მკითხველებს და წიგნის ქოხშიც დავტოვებ წიგნებს. ამ ქოხიდან ნებისმიერ მსურველს შეუძლია წიგნის აღება. წაკითხვის შემდეგ კი ისევ უკან აბრუნებენ. მე ახლა ხელთ მაქვს წიგნი საქართველოს ევროპული გზა, რომელსაც დავტოვებ ბუნებრივია ამ ბიბლიოთეკაში, მაგრამ მინდა გითხრათ და ეს ყველა თქვენგანმა შესანიშნავად იცის, რომ საქართველოს ევროპული გზა არ დაწყებულა გუშინ და გუშინში. საქართველოს არა მაინდა-მაინც პოპულისტური, ან თქვათ რაღაც თვალსაზრისით ისეთი ურაპატრიოტული გაგებით, არამედ დადასტურებულად ყოველთვის იყო ევროპა მისი არჩევანის გამო. მისი არჩევანი პირველ რიგში გულისხმობდა კავშირს ანტიკურ სამყაროსთან და ეს კავშირი იყო ძალიან მტკიცე, განსაკუთრებით დასავლეთ ნაწილის ბუნებრივია და შემდეგ იდა მთავარი არჩევანი, რაც საქართველოს გააკეთა ამ თვალსაზრისით ბუნებრივია იყო ქრისტიანული კულტურის წევრად გახდო. აქ არ იგულისხმება მხოლოდ რელიგია, არამედ იგულისხმება ქრისტიანული კულტურა, როგორც დასავლური ცივილიზაციის შემქმნელი იდეაში და განმაპირობებელი.
დიუმამ სამეგრელოს ტალახებსა და უგზოობაში დიდი დრო დაკარგა. ის უკვე დარწმუნებული იყო, რომ ფოთში გემს ვეღარ მიუსწრებდა.
სამეგრელო იყო პატარა სამთავრო დაახლოებით 120,000 მცხოვრებით. სამეგრელოსა და აფხაზეთს შორის არის პატარა თავისუფალი მხარე სამურზაყანო, სადაც დღემდე ყველაზე ძლიერად არის შენარჩუნებული სისხლის აღების ჩვეულება. თუ კაცი მოკლეს ომში ან და იარაღით ხელში, მაშინ მასთან მიდის დეპუტაცია და ულოცავს სახელოვან სიკვდილს. შემდეგ ულოცავენ ჭირის უფალს. სამეგრელოში ტირილი და გოდება დიდხანს გრძელდება. ხშირად ჭირისუფალი ძაძებს მთელი სიცოცხლის განმავლობაში ატარებს.
ევროკავშირის საქართველოს თანამშრომლობის ენერგეტიკული სტრატეგია ხაზს უსვამს ენერგიის ადგილობრივი რესურსების მაქსიმალურ გამოყენებას, ენერგიის მიწოდების დივერსიფიკაციას, ექსპორტის პოტენციალის გაზრდას და ქვეყნის ენერგეტიკული დამოუკიდებლობის გაძლიერებას. სხვა პროექტებთან ერთად ევროკავშირის მხარდაჭერით საქართველოში უნიკალური პროექტი განხორციელდა. აშენდა შავი ზღვის მაღალგამტარიანობის ელექტროგადამცემი ხაზი. მისი ბიუჯეტი 280 მილიონი ევრო შეადგენს. 75 კილომეტრიანი ხაზი ენერგიის თურქეთში ექსპორტის საშუალებას იძლევა. საქართველოს ჰიდრორესურსების სიმრავლე უკვე იზიდავს კერძო ინვესტორებს. მთავარი დამფინანსებლებიც ევროპული სტრუქტურები არიან. დიუმა ფოთში მდინარე რიონით ჩავიდა. ნავით მგზავრობას 2 დღე დაშირდა.
დღესაც ისეთივე ხშირია, როგორიც იაზონის დროს იყო. ჩვენ გავიარეთ არხი და ფაზისის შესართავს რომ მივახლოვდით, ლერწმით დაფარული ჭაობი დავინახეთ, სადაც არგონავტებმა თავის ხომალდი დამალეს. მე გავწიე ქალაქისკენ, რომელიც შედგებოდა 10 თუ 12 სახლისაგან. მე არ ვიცი, როგორი იყო იასონის დროს მარსისველი, მაგრამ ახლა ეს იყო მღელვარე ტალახის ჭაობი, რომელშიც უთუოდ ყელამდე ჩაიზერებოდით, 9 საათი რომ ადგილზე მდგარიყავით.
გემმა რა თქმა უნდა გაასწროთ და 1 თებერვლამდე თითქმის 1 კვირა ფრანგი მწერალი ფოთში გაჩერდა. მოანემ ფაზისის ნაპირების ასეთი ჩანახატი გააკეთა. ეს კი დიუმას დროინდელი ფოთის სანაპიროა. ფრანგი მწერალი 1 კვირის განმავლობაში თავს რიონის ჭალებში ნადირობით იქცევდა.
პალიასტონი და იმ შორის არის კუნძული, ორი მდინარე შორის. კაბარჩინას და პალიასტონის შორის და აი იმ ადგილზე არის უბრალოდ ნაყოფში მწყემსები რაღაცა წყემსები და ქალაქი ახლა დიდი დაშენებული არ იყო და ასე აქედან ათაყვაქვე ხო.
ახსოვთ ისე ფოთელებს ეს ამბავი თუ
ჩვენს პლიადის ხალხს არა, კიდე ძირძონ ხალხს თუ ახსოვს.
არა, მე ვამბობ იმას
გადმოცემით ახლა
გადმოცემას გულის.
მაგაზე ახლა მე მგონი აი სამეგრელოს წესის ჩვეულებაც აქვს რაღაცა აღწერილი და დაწერილი.
საკუთარ წიგნში ფოთის შესახებ ალექსანდრე დიუმა ერთ საინტერესო და ცოტა სახალისო ამბავს გვაცნობს. თავის დროზე 1859 წელს, როდესაც რუსეთის მეფემ ფოთი ქალაქად გამოაცხადა, თურმე ის მედოლე, რომელსაც ეს ამბავი ხალხისთვის უნდა ემცნოს, აწყალი ქუჩებში ტალახის დიდი რაოდენობის გამო აქეთ-იქით პატარა გორაკებს ახტებოდა და მეტიც, როდესაც დადგა საერთოდ ამ ამბის გამოსაცხადებლად, თურმე ხალხი აქედან ჯოხებს იქიდან ხელს აშველებდა, რომ საერთოდ არ დამხრჩვალიყო.
ფოთი დღეს ნამდვილი ქალაქია. საქართველოს მთავარი ჭიშკარი. ტალახსაც დააღწია თავი. თუმცა ბევრი ქალაქისთვის პრობლემად რჩება წყალმომარაგება და საკანალიზაციო სისტემის გამართული მუშაობა. ამისათვის ევროკავშირის დახმარებით 166 მილიონი ევროს ინვესტიციის მოზიდვა ხდება. დიდი ნაწილი შავი ზღვის რეგიონის ქალაქებისათვის დაიხარჯა. ფოთის ქალაქად გამოცხადების აღსანიშნავად, დიუმამ ქართველ თავადსა და თურქ ვაჭარს, რომლებთან ერთადაც გემის მოსვლას ელოდა, სადილი თავის ხელით მოუმზადა. აი დიუმას რეცეპტიც. წვნიანი, ჟულიენი, წვნიანის ბაზაზე დამზადებული კერძი. ღორის ხორცი ახალი კომბოსტოთი. შესავალი კერძი. წვადი გაუმჯობესებული. ღორის თირკმელის სოტე ღვინით. ვარია პროვანსულად, შემწვარი ხორცის კერძი, 2 იხვი და 12 შაშვი, სუბუქი კერძი, მწვანე ბარდა ინგლისურად, კვერცხი თირკმელის წვენში, სალათი, მწვანე ლობიოსი, ჩაროზი, ხმელი ნიგოზი, ჩაი, ყავა, არაყი, ღვინო, პირველი მორთმევა მეგრული, მეორე მორთმევა კახური.
ფოთში ყოფნისას დიუმამ ერთი გორელი ყმაწვილი ბასილა გაიცნო, რომელიც ისეთი ყოჩაღი აღმოჩნდა, რომ მწერალმა მას საფრანგეთში წაყოვაც კი შესთავაზა, თუმცა დახეთს ბედის სიმართლე. ერთი რომ ბასილას პასპორტი არ აღმოაჩნდა და მეორეც ამის შესახებ ქალაქის მმართველობას მისმა მეგობარმა შეატყობინა. დიუმამ დამშვიდობებისას ხმატულს უთხრა: შენ ისეთი ყოჩაღი ჩანხარ, საფრანგეთშიც კი მიპოვდიო.
ერთ მშვენიერ დილას 6 საათზე ჩემს ოთახში მზარეული ქალი შემოვარდა და შეშინებულმა მითხრა: ბატონო, ქვემოთ ერთი კაცია, ვერც ერთ ენაზე ვერ ლაპარაკობს, მარტო მისიე დიუმაო გაიძახის და მაინც შემოსვლა უნდა. მე მივხვდი, რომ ეს შეიძლება ბასილა ყოფილიყო და სწრაფად ჩავიყვინე იქ. არ შეხვდა. ჩვენი ყოჩაღი ბასილა ქუთაისიდან პარიზში ჩამოსული. 27 დღეს კონსტანტინოპოლში ეავადმყოფა. გზაში 61 ფრანკი და 50 სენტიმი დაეხარჯა. და ყველაფერი ისე გადახტომოდა თავს, რომ ფრანგული ერთი სიტყვაც არ იცოდა. ახლა ძვირფასო მკითხველო, თქვენ თვითონ დარწმუნდებით, თუ რა ფხიანი ბიჭი იყო ჩვენი ბასილა.
როცა ბასილას ამბავს ვკითხულობდი, მივხვდი, რომ ამ ბიჭის ისტორია ერთგვარად საქართველოს თავგადასავალიცაა. საქართველოში, რომელიც ბევრი წინააღმდეგობის მიუხედავად დაჟინებით მიისწრაფის ევროპული ოჯახისკენ და ბევრი წინააღმდეგობის მიუხედავად უკვე დადასტურებულად ვიცი, რომ ეს ჩვენი საბოლოო არჩევანია და რომ სხვა ალტერნატივა არ გვაქვს.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this very important conference, Georgia's European Way 2016. Thank you very much.